when you're in here, bless your heart. I'm gonna make sure I always look real cute when I have to deal with you.
Public and Behavioral Health Committee will come back to order. Hello, bill sponsors. Before we ask you to begin, I'm going to give a few instructions about how we're going to handle this hearing. So I hope that everyone is paying close attention. We are going to have 2-minute testimony, 5-minute Q&A, 5-person panels. We are going to turn the buzzer on. So the buzzer will ring when your time is up, and we are going to ask you to stop at that time. We have 185 people so far signed up to testify, and we are hoping that we can move smoothly, efficiently, so everybody has time to share their concerns or their support for this bill. I will repeat these directions again when we get to the witness testimony phase, but just wanted to alert everyone online what the plan is going to be. Bill sponsors, who would like to introduce House Bill 1317 to us? Mr. Speaker.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair, and thank you, members of the committee. Sorry, I was a little late. I actually went to the wrong committee. But I really appreciate everyone's attention to House Bill 1317. House Bill 1317 is a piece of legislation that reflects amounts of time spent trying to collaborate with members from the industry, from the patient community, from the parent community, from the K-12 education community, and the medical community on how best to move forward. And with the fact that we are hearing more and more about how the market is changing away from traditional flower and more towards concentrates, which are high potency concentrates that are made through the lab and are becoming a bigger and bigger portion of the purchased products here in Colorado. This started for me a long time ago. In 2015, I stood before the House articulating my concerns that the state isn't and hasn't done enough to think through the impacts that this has on teenagers and the impact on the developing brain. What you have in front of you is a bill that tries to accomplish 3 things. 1, it creates a research arm through the School of Public Health to look at all the research, to do a meta-analysis of all the research that currently exists worldwide on high-potency products, to fill in any gaps that exist. It creates a scientific research council to take that report and make recommendations to the legislature on what to do moving forward. And so the reason that Colorado has to take the lead on public health research is because the federal government has failed to do so. The FDA, the NIH, nobody has looked into the links of high potency products on the developing brain.
Let's just start the impact. Start the 10.
The impact on.
I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker. I think we're having a technological difficulty. Someone is breaking through and unmuted. So if you're all there in the WebEx, please mute.
Thanks so much, Madam Chair. It does another thing that's very, very important. It cuts down on 2 trends that are linked to each other. It cuts down on looping and on diversion on the high school campuses. And let me explain how and why. This bill, currently right now in the medicinal marketplace, a 18-year-old can go and get a red card, can then go to a dispensary and buy upwards of 40 grams of marijuana concentrate. 40 grams is enough concentrate to get any person high for a very, very, very long time. Then, because of our metric system, which is the data tracking system that the MED and within the Department of Revenue uses, it doesn't track on a per sale basis. So that individual can go from dispensary to dispensary to dispensary to dispensary, as many dispensaries as they can get to in one day before close of business, and buy the same 40 grams of concentrate. because at the end of the day, the metric system is updated. What this does is it stops the end of the day tracking system, and it updates metric to have a per transaction tracking, and it reduces the daily allowance from 40 grams to 8 grams. Now, through all of this, there are exceptions and exclusions to those who need more because of their medical condition. We are not trying to treat every patient the same. We really are trying to focus in on the 18 to 20-year-old population that is using the loopholes in our system to divert product onto high schools that are having a negative impact on, you're going to hear testimony today, but the negative impact that those loopholes are having on Colorado kids across the state. There's going to be an amendment that comes forward later to make sure that we carve out the 0 to 17-year-olds who are sometimes moving to the state to access the medicinal benefits of some of these products, and they are working with parents and caregivers, and that is not what we are trying to accomplish. So we will make sure that they have a carve out so that this is not impacting them. The third thing that it does is that this makes sure that we do a better job around data collection and education. You're going to hear concern today about how we can't break the gram down into 10 little pieces and put it in a pill box. Okay, I'm fine working on that between now and committee, and if this gets out of committee, on to seconds. The most important thing to take away from what we're trying to accomplish here is if I'm a first-time user and I'm a high school student, and Representative Sirota, if you don't mind me using you as the example, are loading up the titanium nail that I'm using to dab high-potency marijuana concentrate, I want to have something on the label that me, the consumer, knows that you have loaded up the titanium nail with too much concentrate, and I don't want to have what I call a Maureen Dowd moment. Maureen Dowd, remember, came to Colorado, was writing an op-ed for the New York Times, and ate the full 100 milligram cookie in her hotel room and had a very unpleasant experience. From that moment forward, the Colorado legislature stepped in and did a better job of dosing out edibles so that consumers knew to go slow and to not overconsume, to take 1/10 of the cookie, 10 milligrams of the cookie, and not to take the full 100 milligrams. I am fine if it's a picture on the label, however we need to do it to make sure that we're not creating an undue burden on the manufacturers and others. I'm totally fine with that, but we have to do a better job of educating our consumers on the impact that they're going to experience when they consume these high potency concentrates. So I thank everyone here who's going to testify. I thank all of you for your patience. I know that this is going to be long and there's going to be some difficult testimony, but this is a very important issue, and Colorado needs to continue to lead on the regulation of marijuana to make sure that we're protecting the public and doing it in a way that doesn't try to, prohibit the industry or anything like that. That is not what we're trying to do. This is a well-balanced, thoughtful approach, and I hope to earn your aye vote.
Representative Caraveo.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to members of the committee for what I know is going to be a long and intense night. These issues are emotional and they're personal because they have to do many times with medical treatment and what is thought of and used as medicine. But my career as a pediatrician has really overlapped exactly with the legalization of these products in Colorado. And because of that, I've been able to see the trends in the use of these products among young people. In the last year alone, I've actually had two patients whose care really brings up some of the issues that we're seeing with the use of these high potency products and how regularly they are used. I've been involved in the care of a 16-year-old young man with a history of depression and anxiety who probably was using these substances to self-medicate and ended up spiraling out of control because of the use of these substances. He's been in inpatient psychiatry units twice now during our care of his mental health issues, which usually we can actually handle quite well as pediatricians because we do it every day. But his issues became so out of control that we had to enlist the help of others in handling his really, really severe depression and his suicidality. I've been involved in the care of a 15-year-old young woman who was a wonderful student, an athlete. Her parents never suspected that she might be using these substances until the extent that she was using them. She presented because she was vomiting over and over and over and over again every single day. And as you can imagine, when her parents brought her into our clinic or into the hospital, she was not really going to immediately say, well, you know, there are these substances that I'm using every day. So it took months and thousands of dollars of tests to discover that she was using these products and these high potency products so regularly that it essentially short-wired her brain. And she developed what we call hyperemesis cannabinoid syndrome, where you cannot stop vomiting until you stop the use of these substances. Unless you take a hot shower, we don't understand why the hot shower works. But apart from that, the only thing that you can do is stop using these substances. We were finally able to get her into treatment. She stopped using the substances. She had lost 25 pounds at that point. She developed such severe stomach pain from daily vomiting and from the rapid weight loss that she ended up in the hospital because of the abdominal pain. She had really severe electrolyte abnormalities because she was vomiting so often. And once she stopped using these substances, she was well. But because of the nature of these substances and how dependent you become on using them daily because of their high concentrations, she started using again. And when I left for session, she was in the hospital once again. These are not isolated stories. I've heard stories from Boulder to Pueblo, and you'll hear those testimonies tonight, from children, from patients, from students, from families who have seen their lives upended because of these very same medical and mental health issues. I've spent a year in meetings with industry advocates, medical marijuana patients and their families, parents of impacted adolescents, and the children who have struggled with concentrate use. And like the speaker, I believe that 1317 takes measured steps toward researching these products and closing the gaps in our regulations that allow for diversion into the gray market. As Speaker Garnett mentioned, there's a research angle, but what I would like to bring attention to are other core tenets of 1317, the safeguards we are implementing in the medical marijuana process. We have heard from medical marijuana providers, industry entrepreneurs, and impacted families that there are loopholes in the medical market that have bolstered the gray market, the proliferation of cannabis products outside of the regular space that fuels youth access. Colorado has to exercise its responsibility to update these regulations. And so like any other doctor-patient relationship, what this bill is attempting to do is that when physicians approve these medical marijuana cards, they look at dosage, conditions, timeframes, and the need for follow-up, like every other patient-doctor relationship. That must be a bona fide relationship between a patient and a doctor, and we need ways of tracking the sale of these products, as the speaker mentioned. By implementing common sense measures to bolster physician requirements and to expand our sales monitoring system, I believe we're taking key steps toward limiting abuse of our medical marijuana program and slowing social resales of these products to adolescents who do not need to use them for medical use. So I thank you in advance of your listening to the testimony that's going to come before you. And I'm happy to open it up to questions that you might have for myself and Speaker Garnett.
Thank you. Representative Pelton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Curville, in the ledge deck, it says two physicians from different medical practices have to diagnose the patient as having a blah, blah, blah. Does that happen right now, or is there right now just one physician that is involved?
Representative Carabeo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative Pelton, for the question. That is very similar to what happens in the 0 to 17 market for medical marijuana right now. What we've noticed is that the number of patients from 0 to 17 is about 400 who require these medical marijuana cards. That really balloons into about 4,000 once they turn 18 to 20, and we believe that a lot of this is what's leading to the looping of these products into high school. So if you can imagine, about 50% of 18-year-olds are still in high school. And so when they have access to these cards, what we think is a lot of times the products that they are recommended end up in the hands of children who are not being seen for these medical issues. So what we want to do is tighten it, just as we have for 0 to 17-year-olds, so that they also have to see to prescribing or recommending physicians like we do with younger kids.
Representative Pelton.
Thank you. So in my mind, over the long haul, this could be an actual reduction, say, to Medicaid because of, you know, if you're closing the looping and things like that. Or can you kind of walk me through that a little?
Mr. Speaker.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative Pelton. I do think that what we're, again, the voters passed both the recreational market structure and the medicinal market structure. However, it's the legislature's responsibility to think through the right balance of regulation within those marketplaces. And I do think that making sure that the 18 to 20-year-olds, especially because they can't go into the recreational market and purchase anything because they're not 21 yet, are treated slightly differently than the adult population. And I do think that over time, some of the health impacts that you will hear extensively today through testimony would be negated by the fact that of two reasons. One, by cutting down on the amount of concentrates that are flooding schools currently. And again, when I was in high school, there was marijuana, but it was flower, right? It wasn't these products. So I think, you know, cutting down on the diversion is key to helping to reduce the health impacts on the teens that are leading to, you know, rising healthcare costs in other places. And so I do think that there are some dynamic, you know, modeling perspectives that you could play out over time that could be addressed through just the tightening up of this particular market.
Representative Larson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a few questions. First of all, thank you, Bill, for bringing this. This is certainly an issue I hear about frequently from the high school and middle school principals in my district, and indeed at the door. A couple specific questions that I've heard concerns about and would just like some clarification on. So page 7, the first one is page 7, lines 6 through 24, which kind of describes the process through which a physician can prescribe or not prescribe, but can recommend marijuana or a marijuana-derived product. So it's my understanding reading this, and I just want to make sure I'm reading it correctly, that a physician within their scope of practice would need to diagnose somebody with a condition that is eligible for medical marijuana, but that they would not have to write a prescription for that condition, because I know there's a lot of concern. Many physicians, because of this kind of gray area, or frankly, not really gray area, because it's a federally illegal substance, Schedule 1, many physicians do not want to risk their license. So for instance, a neurologist who sees a child would diagnose that child with autism, but that neurologist would not be required then to write the script. But the parent and child could then take that diagnosis to another physician who is willing to make a recommendation for marijuana. And then on the basis of that second physician's recommendation, they would be able to obtain that prescription. That's how I'm reading it. That's how I understand the bill works. Just want to put that on the record because I do know that's something that's come up as a point of concern for some folks.
Representative Caraballo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That is exactly right, Representative Larson.
Okay, excellent.
Representative Larson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for that. My second question is, so page 11, lines 9 through 11. This is the section that essentially would require a 6-month prescription or a 6-month review for these recommendations. Could you, just so we have an idea of kind of what category we're putting this in, do you have examples of other drugs that require a 6-month or indeed more frequent checkups and re-prescription? Just so, I mean, is this kind of what we have for opioids? Is it for something even less impactful than opioids? If you could speak to that a little bit.
Representative Caraballo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative Larson. So in my practice, and this can be said for many different diagnoses across this kind of spectrum of medicine, for things as simple as asthma, we require a 3-month follow-up. And that's actually upon the recommendations of the American Thoracic Society, or whatever their proper name is. I think I'm probably messing that up. In order to frequently reevaluate how a person is doing with their diagnosis, and in order to not just kind of give them medications and hope that they do well with their medical diagnosis. We do it kind of on the other end of the spectrum with ADHD medications, also something that different associations, including the American Academy of Pediatrics and those who treat psychiatric issues, recommend. Once again, these are medications that can create dependence, that can be sold in an illicit market. And so we don't want to just say, here is 12 months worth of your medication. Hopefully you don't do anything other than treat your medical condition with them. So it's really much in keeping with what we do for a lot of other things in medicine.
Representative Larson, I'm going to remind you we have 200 people signed up to testify who might be able to answer some of your questions.
Thank you for that. And then I've got, for page 19, lines 8 through 15.
I don't know.
I was just hoping, so there's some terms in here, the geographic hardship, and then I swear I had it in here, the homebound. I was just wondering if we have specific definitions for what a homebound or what constitutes geographic hardship. I didn't see it anywhere in the bill. And I know that was a concern again for some folks, live 2 hours away from a nearest dispensary, that sort of thing. So is there a specific definition in the bill? Will that be done through rulemaking? Do we have any idea what we're looking at? Okay.
Representative Carvalho. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative Larson. It will be done through rulemaking, and it is to make sure that we address those who may need to purchase their medicine in one stop over, because of where they live or because of their medical condition.
Other questions? All right, seeing none, we're going to go to the witness testimony phase. I'm going to repeat the directions for the witness testimony phase. Since we are only allowed to have 17 people in this room, I am going to call forward the first, actually for the first one, I'm going to just do the first panel, but then I'm going to call forward 3 panels at a time so that the panels whose turn it is comes up to the table and the other 2 panels sit comfortably in the room waiting. So we're going to try and do this in this way to create a streamlined effect. If anybody else has better ideas, feel free to tell them to the sergeants and they will come and give me suggestions. We want to make this as respectful and seamless as possible. I do have a testimony list. Yes. Yes. Yeah. I do have a testimony list. It is currently up to 202 people and growing. So we will try and move this respectfully and yet smoothly. So again, it will be 2 minutes to testify, 5 minutes of Q&A, 5 people on a panel, and the first panel is going to be a little bit unique. So I'm only going to call forward the first panel, and that's going to be Will Brown, Jasmine Black, Keegan Pyron, Ben Howard, Melissa Mouton, and Keith Hayes, all in person, and their colleagues and friends who are going to support them. So we're going to have an unusual amount of people in the room, and we might require some movement. So let's have Melissa Mouton and Keith Hayes at the table. And the youth who are testifying, let's come around the microphones. And what I would like to happen is I'm going to have you, for the youth, I'm going to have the youth testify first. And you can stand near your colleagues, but I want each of you to introduce yourselves, and then we'll call on those youth who are speaking. But I want people to know who are listening in that you have people around you. So are you guys the support team? So come to the microphones and introduce yourself and who you represent, please.
This will be interesting.
Just say your name. I'm going to give an example. My name is Daphna Michelson-Janae, and I am the chair of the committee.
Hi, I'm Trinity.
Trinity, and who do you represent? Are you with a group?
Yeah, 5280.
With 5280. Okay, thank you. Next. And is that microphone on? Yes. Okay, stand real close to it.
I'm Kate, and I'm representing 5280 High School.
I'm Max, and I represent 5280 High School.
I'm Lindsay, and I'm representing 5280 High School. I'm Faith, and I'm representing 5280 High School.
Okay, thank you. And we will start with Will Brown, please. And remember to please speak very close to the microphone. One thing I forgot to say is, you have 2 minutes, and there is a buzzer that is going to sound when your time is up. Please stop immediately.
Okay. Hi, I'm Will. I'm 17 years old. I've lived in Colorado since the first grade. I'm in support of Bill 1317. Marijuana concentrate has had a considerable impact on my life. While I've been sober for over a year, I previously did drugs for 2 years before that. The last 6 months of my drug use before I got sober was primarily using high concentrated THC and pills. During the time I used THC, it impacted my mental health dramatically. I was in and out of psychosis and living in delusions. I thought I was living in a different dimension. And even once came around to find myself cutting myself in the arm when I came out of a delusion. I attempted suicide 3 times in a 5-month period as a solution for my problems. One of those times is while I was blackout using dabs. I'm happy to say I now I've been sober and drug-free for over a year. I was able to get my hands on high concentrated THC through dealers and connections who got it from dispensaries in mass quantities with the sole purpose to distribute it to minors. I hope that my story has given you a small glimpse into the problem that high concentrated THC extracts have on the youth in Colorado. I now ask you, our state leaders and legislators, to help protect our youth, kids like me and my friends, from the danger that marijuana concentrate poses on us. I ask you to support Bill 1317 to prevent families like mine from having to go through the pain and torture they had. Luckily, I'm on the path to success, but your vote can help families like mine not go through what we've experienced. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. And just so people know, we're going to have everybody speak, and then we'll open up to questions. So stay put. Jasmine Black, please. Block. And you can handle that microphone.
Can I take off my mask?
You may.
Speak. Okay. Thank you, Representative. Hi, my name is Jasmine, and I've lived in Colorado my whole life. I'm 18 years old, and I've been in recovery from addiction for over 2 years. Before I got sober, I used drugs for 5 years, since I was 13 years old. Thank you for having me today. Wax, shatter, dabs, and marijuana concentrates have had effects on me that I never thought just weed could have. When I started using marijuana concentrates, I experienced extreme paranoia and panic attacks due to my lack of understanding of dosage and the high concentration of THC. This was something that I had to learn through trial and error. It was never taught. Not to mention the systems used to consume these concentrates. Rigs, dab pens, torches, and all of these mechanisms were new to me, even as someone who had been using drugs for 2 years. These THC delivery systems were not only dangerous to use by themselves, but the kids are trying to use these tools with little to no understanding of how these mechanisms work. I've experienced third-degree burns from trying to take dabs alone. Not to mention all the other people who I know who have experienced the same thing. There was once a night when I got home from taking dabs with my friends all night, and my mom noticed how high I was. She believed I had taken Xanax or pills, something much more dangerous than marijuana. When I told her no and that I had just done weed, she looked at me and said, "No, weed doesn't do this to a person." I tried explaining to her that what I meant by weed was marijuana concentrates or wax, and she still couldn't believe that that was the only thing I had consumed that night. She was convinced I was overdosing on Xanax and proceeded to stay up the whole night to ensure I was still alive. The impact of THC concentrates on my mental health has been severe. I've gone into psychosis a countless number of times. Most of these times I was unaware that I was in psychosis, and other people would tell me that I was acting irrationally. The things I was experiencing made no sense, but to me, I didn't understand that. I believe that the rules of the world did not apply to me, and I've had four.
I'm going to have to ask you to stop, Jasmine. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, next we'll hear from Keegan Pyron.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Keegan. I'm 15 years old, and I've lived in Colorado for 8 years. I'm here today to strongly encourage you to approve House Bill 1317. I'm currently living a substance-free lifestyle and have had no drugs or alcohol in over 5 months. But before I got sober, I used drugs for about 4 years, and since I was 11 years old. The first time I used dabs, I was at a friend's house, and I woke up to him taking dabs, and he offered me one. I wasn't aware of the potency or the amount of what to do, so I ended up taking too much and feeling sick and unable to do anything about it. The rest of the night was more of a blur until coming out of the high and was already halfway through the next day. Even after this experience, I used dabs for about a year. I was living in a psychotic state and had no clue what was going on around me. But extracts are easy to buy on the street or in my neighborhood, and this availability in comparison to other substances made it easy to foster my psychosis and feed my addictions. In my personal experience, the easy availability of high concentrate THC extracts is the biggest concern. Due to the readiness of the extracts, I've seen kids as young as 12 and 13 using 80 to 90% dabs every day. Since it's not uncommon for kids to smoke weed, extracts are often passed as doing just that, and there's a lack of understanding about the difference between smoking weed and using THC extracts. The potency of the extracts are what puts kids in dangerous situations and psychotic mental states. Thank you.
Thank you, and now we will hear from Ben Howard.
Hi guys, I'm Ben. I'm 17 and
I'm sorry, Ben, do you want to pull that out so you can stand up straight?
yeah. Hello.
Better? Yeah, go ahead.
You guys. I'm Ben, I'm 17 and I'm here in support of Bill 1317. In freshman year, I started smoking weed, and about 6 months after, I started feeling good about my tolerance and thought I could take a dab. When my friends saw the size of the dab that I took, they told me that I had taken too much, and I blew it off as if it was no big deal. Later that day, I started to feel panicked, as if I was dying. I had shortness of breath, and I felt nauseous. It was the first time that I had regretted smoking weed, and now I have a year sober and am loving my life.
Wonderful, thank you. And now we will hear from Melissa Mouton. I don't think your microphone is on. See the plug to your left? It's the other one, yeah.
Hello?
Yes.
Hi, thanks. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. My name is Melissa Mouton, and I've lived in Denver for 25 years. I'm speaking in support of House Bill 1317 today, and I believe this bill is not only good for Colorado, but imperative to safeguard the next generation of youth. I'm a physician who attended medical school at the University of Colorado School of Medicine. I could spend my time today telling you about the harmful impacts of high-potency marijuana on the developing adolescent brain. I could talk about the impact of high-grade marijuana on our healthcare system across Colorado. However, I'm not going to speak about that today. I'll let the other physicians who are here do that. Rather, I will spend my brief time with you today to introduce you to the group of young people you see here. We are from 5280 High School in Denver. 5280 High School specializes in serving students with a history of substance abuse. We help young people navigate the challenging journey from a life controlled by drugs and alcohol to a life that's substance-free and filled with purpose and meaning. I founded 5280 High School 4 years ago to respond to the crisis of drug addiction among youth in Colorado. The demand for our services is surging, and there are more students who need help that we can serve. The impact of substance use among youth in Colorado is staggering. You probably know the statistics, how prevalent and costly it is in our state. However, you are probably less acquainted with the individual and personal stories of the impact of high-potency marijuana on young people today. Almost every student we enroll at 5280 High School started their substance use journey with marijuana. It is extremely easy to get, and youth today do not have to look hard to find it. It's actually the other way around. Marijuana is so prevalent that it takes hard work just to avoid it. Since it was legalized in Colorado, marijuana has become ubiquitous with hundreds of dispensaries across the state. As a side note, I'm not arguing against legalization. I actually support the decriminalization of marijuana use for adults. However, when marijuana was legalized, the potency of products was less than 10%. and there were no concentrates available. There was no wax, dab, shatter. The mechanism of use was primarily through smoking. However, since that time, the marijuana industry has exploded in the creation of other products that deliver a much higher concentration of THC.
I'm going to need to ask you stuff. Thank you so much. Let's hear from Mr. Hayes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for the privilege to
Microphone closer to your mouth, maybe?
You hear me better now?
Looks like it's on. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you for the privilege to speak today. My name is Keith Hayes. I'm a grateful recovering addict and alcoholic and a man in long-term recovery from addiction. I'm the director of recovery at 5280 High Schools, which supports all these young people and more in their journey to a healthy lifestyle. I am speaking in favor of House Bill 1317. I have seen firsthand the absurd, incredible, and tragic things that occur when youth use wax, shatter, or high-potency THC. I see our students enroll in 5280 High School full of terror, bewilderment, frustration, and despair. I meet with parents who are broken, desperate, and don't know where to turn to help their children. These families are traumatized and looking for answers and ways to protect their kids. You can be a part of the solution to this problem by supporting this bill. You have heard from several of our current students already. However, there was supposed to be one more here today. One of our newest students was looking forward to testifying today. However, she was unable to attend due to lingering symptoms of her wax use. 5 months ago, she was admitted into a mental hospital due to hallucinations and a psychotic breakdown after dabbing. She was hospitalized for 3 months due to the impact of high concentrate THC on her brain. This was her first time experiencing any mental health symptoms, and she attributes her psychosis directly to a single dab hit. She was planning to testify today, but only a few hours ago, she had a mental breakdown again, hallucinating and fearful that the ground was moving. While the mental effects of her dabbing have decreased, even today, she is still regularly experiencing the effects of potent THC from one hit 5 months ago. I recognize this bill is not going to entirely fix the youth drug crisis within our community, but it is a step in the right direction. House Bill 1317 is right for Colorado and will help ensure that Colorado youth and families avoid the tragic effect of potent THC. Thank you for your time, and do you guys have any questions for our group?
Thank you so much, and that's the absolute next question. Members, do we have any questions for this panel? Okay, seeing none. Whoa, sorry, Representative Geithner, I didn't look far enough to my right.
I appreciate it, Madam Chair. And really, just to the students, I don't have a question. I just want to applaud you guys for coming here today. The journey that you are currently on as you work towards a long and lasting recovery and everything that's in front of you, I think your futures are bright. And to the faculty that testified, and just applaud you and your efforts for what you do with 5280.
Thank you, Representative Geithner. I couldn't have said it better myself. All right, thank you all for your time and testimony and for coming in today. Before I call forward the next three panels, the MED director, so the Marijuana Enforcement Division director, is on the line, but has to leave early. Do we have any questions for the MED, or do we feel confident saying that they can go? Okay, I see no questions for the MED, so they are free to go. So I'm going to call forward our first panel, and just so people know, I'm going to be saying a number afterwards to make it easier for our IT person to find the individual online. So Ben Court, number 134, is in person. Dr. Chris doesn't look like signed up yet. Lafana Pacheco, number 140, in person. Tammy Wolbrink, number 41, in person, and Michelle Priola. I was wondering why I saw Senator Priola in here. Okay, it looks like this whole panel might be in person, so if we could pull forward a couple, oh, I'm sorry, we have 3 chairs in the front and then 2 microphones in the back. You all may choose if you prefer to stand or sit. You can move that middle mic towards the middle and you're on the end there. Yes, thank you so much. All right, and then on deck, Dean Heiser, Chuck Smith, then, and those are in person. I'll only give the number if they're online, okay? Tina Marquis, 59, Amy Baca-Olert, 17, Brett Miles, 165. Matt Cook. Becca Monzares, 147. Oh, I'm sorry, they're in person. Angelina Sierra Sandoval is remote. She's number 34. So let's start with that group on deck, and we'll begin with those of you in the room. Thank you so much. I really appreciate your being here. May we hear from Ben Court first, please?
Good. Hi, I'm Ben Court. Thank you very much for considering this. And for those of you sponsoring it, thanks a lot for having the heart to do this. We've been asking for this for a long, long time. I am a person in long-term recovery myself, June 15th, 1996. I was 18 years old. Weed was a big part of what I did. Now I run a small treatment program in the mountains called The Foundry, where we treat substance use disorder, alcoholism, and co-occurring mental health use issues. Also an author on this subject and do quite a bit of work inside of professional and collegiate athletics in this specific topic. And I'm a parent raising 3 kids in public school in Boulder County. I ask you, everybody who's going to vote on this, who's going to talk to colleagues about this, understand what concentrates are, because you don't know. Like this is called a live resin, and they can buy 40 grams of this. They can buy 40 grams of this and of this every day. The only point to buying 40 grams of this in a day is to resell it, is to mark it up and resell it. Nobody who needs medicine needs this amount of it. There's absolutely no question whatsoever that THC is addictive. None. Less addictive than some things, more than others. But in recent months or recent years, THC is physically addictive today. 15 years ago, you said that, you get laughed right out of the room because it wasn't a thing. It is physically addictive today. It's in all of the literature. Listen, anybody who tells you that any one thing is all good or all bad is selling something. And this industry has told us that weed, THC, is all good with no downsides. There's good to it, and I'm glad that we're moving forward as a progressive state. But we started something, and we have got to finish it, because right now what we did was we gave them the keys to the kingdom.
Thank you so much for stopping when the buzzer rings. Dr. Chris Rogers.
I'm good. Yeah. On? Hello. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, honorable committee members. Thanks for the opportunity to speak today. I'm Dr. Chris Rogers, and I'm here in strong support of House Bill 1317 as a physician, as a parent, and as a representative of the Colorado Child and Adolescent Psychiatric Society. I also represent the Colorado Psychiatric Society, who supports this bill, although they have offered a few minor amendments provided to committee members. As a board-certified child and adolescent psychiatrist working in the inpatient setting, I see daily the tremendous impact of high-potency THC products on Colorado's kids. Some of those kids that came and bravely spoke, I'm really proud of them, but those are the folks that we're working with every day. Each week, we treat young people too psychotic to know what's real, where they are, or even who they are. Each week, we try to help another suicidal young person break free from their cannabis addiction and find clarity in their life. Each week, it gets worse, and more kids come in with regular use of high-potency THC concentrates. And what was a potential trend 5 years ago is a full-blown problem of epidemic proportions now. And it's not just kids we're seeing either. Our adult units are full of Coloradans in acute crisis, the majority of whom don't recognize that the marijuana they swear helps them is actually a major factor that leads to their repeated admissions, repeated psychotic episodes, suicide attempts, lost jobs, ruined relationships, and loss of purpose. We're just starting to understand better the link between depression, anxiety, suicide, and marijuana, but it's clear that the younger you are and the higher potency of a product you use first predisposes you to mood disorders and suicidal acts later on in life. It's time for this to change. House Bill 1317 will provide stronger safeguards to keep cannabis out of the hands of Colorado's kids, having reasonable limits on daily purchases of these highly addictive substances makes good sense. Maintaining adequate guidelines for providers to uphold when recommending cannabis is a no-brainer. And we need more robust tracking mechanisms to better understand who is using medical cannabis products. Colorado should be leading the way in researching high-potency THC products. We certainly are leading the way in their sales. We have a long way to go to help the kids in my hospital, but House Bill 1317 is a great place to start. The whole country's watching. Let's pass something we can all be proud of. Thank you.
Thank you. Lafana Pacheco, please. Next to the plug, there should be a green light.
Good afternoon, ma'am, and all you gatekeepers in here today. I call you gatekeepers. My name is LaFauna Pacheco, and I want to tell you about my experience with my daughter and our family and our community. My daughter was a young, vibrant, healthy, very involved culturally young lady. Her desire was to get as many people on the bus for dances, for missionaries, for trips, any kind of community event that she could. During the course of this event, my daughter started experiencing with high potency cannabis products. She would get it. It was like pushing the ocean back with a broom. The availability, the access to it, it hit our family like a diesel walking in the crosswalk. We did not know what to do. We had no book. We could not understand the change in my daughter's life. It didn't only affected me, it affected all of us. We are a circle. I believe we're a circle. I believe that you hold my hand. I believe I hold your hand. Other mothers and fathers and other people would begin to surface with tragic stories that we were also experiencing. I was able to take my eyes off of the trauma and the situation that my own daughter was experiencing, becoming somebody I did not understand. Several emergency visits with days where 3 days they could not wake her up because of the potency in these marijuanas, the flower, all the hash flashes, all the little slang words. I was an invested parent. I was a parent that was invested, but there was people that were not invested. There was people that believed that there was a power and a force for good and for money, that they were telling her that the marijuana, that it was good and that she can handle it. My daughter is alive. She sits over there today. She has made it. She's a survivor. And the 5 years that we spent, we're still paying the 5 recoveries. I never dropped my end of the rope. We started parent clubs in the community. We did what we could. Today, you guys are the gatekeepers, and I'm here to say, please stop using our kids as sacrificial lambs for profit. The things that are happening in our community are beyond our control.
I'm going to need to just, thank you. And let's hear from Tammy Wolbring, please.
Madam Chair, thank you for the opportunity to testify on House Bill 1317. I'm here representing Colorado Association of School Nurses in support of House Bill 1317. I've worked as a registered nurse serving as at a high school in one of the large metro school districts since the late 1990s. My background is that of an EMT, a certified emergency nurse, and an EMS instructor. With that history, I usually feel very comfortable with any situation that comes to my clinic. However, the unknown presented with the newer forms and potency of marijuana truly scare me. Students have come to me crying because they felt like they were having a heart attack due to their chest pain, usually caused due to extremely rapid heart rates. Or I've gotten to the student because the teacher cannot rouse him or her to leave the classroom after the bell rings. I've been called to the dean's office because the student is in constant motion, argumentative, and yelling for no known reason. I have had crying parents bring their students to see me because they're worried about their child and don't have a primary care provider. My assessments of these students reveal very inconsistent results. I see extremely high heart rates and blood pressures, and yet dangerously low results are also observed. Eyes are affected to the point of causing vision problems, or there are minimal eye symptoms. Frequently, I see neurological symptoms such as tremors, unsteady gaits, and speech changes. What I have learned is that symptom presentation is dependent on the grade of marijuana used, the level of THC, the substances the marijuana was mixed with, and the tolerance of that particular student. The early days of marijuana with THC levels of 2 to 7% are long gone. I have learned that this is the one area that I can have no expectations. Many of the symptoms that I see are very reminiscent to the care of patients suffering from the cocaine-induced heart attacks that I saw during my emergency days. Thank you.
Thank you. And next we'll hear from Michelle Priola. It looks like you also have a guest with you. So we will welcome Senator Priola as well.
He was
That was November, and later that year in March, she was no longer at that school. Then we homeschooled him to try to alleviate those peer influences. That's when he began dabbing and vaping alone daily. We didn't know that at the time. We didn't understand what we were up against. It's been almost 5 years, and our son is still experiencing this addiction. He is fighting for his life to fight it, but he doesn't trust the medical establishment. He's on the brink of psychosis, from what we've been told. It is hard to advocate for him with the doctors because of the medical privacy laws. I feel at a complete loss, and I'm angry. I am so angry that our children are exposed to this environment. How are we supposed to raise them? How are we supposed to teach them? How are they supposed to battle this physical addiction? This is unfair. It is not right. And I ask and I compel you, please, we need to make some important changes. I have 3 more children to raise, and all of our children are at risk. I'm a school teacher too, and I see it at school. I see it in my children's friends, and people don't even want to talk about it. It was the loneliest road I've ever been. People were in denial. They didn't even understand what I was talking about. They thought I was a bad parent. And I'm, like you, involved, loving, go to church. You know, like, connected with my kid, and my kid is being open with me, and he is suffering. And I don't know exactly what to do. So I just ask that this is a start. I think there's a lot more work to be done, and I really appreciate your time.
Senator Priola.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And members, I'm here to testify as a parent today.
You need to get closer to the microphone, please, sir.
I'm simply here to testify as a parent today on 1317. For nearly 5 years, families have, for nearly 5 years, our family is affected by marijuana addiction with our oldest son. We've learned we're not alone through conversations with other parents at sporting events and schools. We've also learned that 1 out of 3 households are impacted by some form of addiction. In our case, our son started with marijuana at 14, and I still remind him of this conversation we had in our garage when he was 14. I told him to run from this. You can't touch this anymore. Oh, you know, Dad, I can quit whenever. He can't quit. I've offered him $1,000 a month to pass a drug test and to match it and to invest for him. He can't quit. We've tried. We have other family members. My father has helped. We call him daily. We had to kick him out of our house to protect our other kids. We were in, I could describe the impact on our own family. It felt like living in a bunker mentality. I had to lock doors to rooms of the house. I had to lock away my keys to my cars. I had to lock away my wallet. I would catch him sneaking into my bedroom in the middle of the night. I had to sleep with one eye open for many years. We live on, you know, a larger lot. We had to search our pasture. I had to search under the posts on the fence in my pasture where we would hide paraphernalia. We did everything we could, and he thanks us to this day, but he's still addicted to dabbing and such. You can't just throw it in the trash because they take it out. I would have to drive to dumpsters and randomly throw it away. So I implore you, please move this bill forward and be open to amendments to strengthen it.
Thank you. Members, do we have any questions for this panel? Representative Larson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Court, I believe you held up some examples of, I'm assuming wax, dab, shatter. I'm honestly not familiar. I've heard the names. I don't know exactly what the products are like. Can you explain? So I have a couple questions. First of all, how are they typically consumed? And then also, you know, we talked about the 40 grams, and that's the parlance that I'm familiar with when it comes to marijuana products. It tends to be in ounces and like flour. So honestly, but I mean, like, what does 40 grams mean in terms of like ounces of marijuana? Just so I can get kind of a kind of idea of what the amounts we're talking about.
Mr. Court.
I actually do a lot of work just volunteering with treatment programs around the country, helping them adjust to get better at treating THC addiction. And that's one of the first things I tell them is stop talking to your patients in terms of ounces and start in terms of grams, because it's that's kind of what it's about. So you're roughly 2 ounces is what you can get. So this is a live resin, so it's a reverse osmosis extracted. They use cold water and they extract it using reverse osmosis. These get to about 70% THC. The wax that we have that can come preloaded in syringes for you, this 70 mid 80s%. And when you get into the 90s, that's the shatter. The most intense thing we have, and I just love you. Listen, they put everything's on YouTube. Look up something called a distillate on YouTube. The thing that won the Cannabis Cup this year is a crystal clear, like perfectly clear crystal that you can see through. That's 99.9% pure THC. So you use those smoking. It's the exact same stuff that you use on any other drug in rock form. So as a recovering addict, I've smoked lots of things in rock form. You glass pipes, crack, meth, heroin. It's the exact same method of ingestion as those things.
Representative Larson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you for that answer. So I will ask that perhaps you indulge, even though this is, you wag your finger to other folks. Did I hear correctly? You said 2 ounces of flour would be roughly the same amount of concentrate. And I mean, so I'm envisioning like 2 giant freezer bags full of marijuana. Is that what we're talking about? Mr. Court.
The equivalents are really tough to figure. Yes, you probably have about as many servings in a gram or so of concentrate as you would in 1.5 ounces to 2 ounces of flour, depending on the potency. So that really was the crux of this issue, is we wrote all of the language around it. Since it's based on weight, it's regulating a flour. And as soon as the product shifted to these, which this is 30% of the gross weight market in the state of Colorado, and it's 60% of the revenue is coming from these. You can't regulate these by weight in the same way you do a flour, because it's just it's apples to oranges. The problem was people don't understand that this is what the kids are consuming. When you say weed, her daughter thought about that.
And one last question.
Representative Larson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for that answer. So this is to either the Priolas or, ma'am, I apologize, I forgot your name, but one of the parents testifying. When your children started this, did you know, I mean, did they start on a dab wax shatter type product, or did they start on flour? If you could just speak to that a little bit, and then how that then progressed. Was it a quick transition or that sort of thing?
Priola.
Thank you. My son would get any kind he could. And honestly, it's as easy to get as ordering a pizza. You can Snapchat a friend and it shows up at your home.
Senator Priola.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And to follow up, part of the reason I've supported legislation to regulate vaping for tobacco is we would find vapes, and I didn't know. He would just say, oh, no, it's just nicotine. And we didn't know. I wasn't going to try it. Mm-hmm. So, parents were struggling with knowing, is that a vape for nicotine, which I guess in this day and age, parents are like, oh, thank God it's only nicotine. Or is it high potency marijuana? They don't know. So you just have to throw it away or find out a way to get rid of it. And then,
Okay, I'm sorry, we're out of time for questions for this panel. Thank you so much for your time and testimony. We have many people coming forward, and I encourage you to please ask questions when you are ready. And to the Priolas, my heart is really with you and with you, Mom.
Thank you.
Let's hope for the best for all of our kids. Okay, our next panel is actually 2 people who are with the industry. So Dean Heiser and Chuck Smith, please. Mr. Heiser, will you begin?
Madam Chair, thank you very much. I could spend 2 minutes thanking the sponsors for all the hard work that went into this. But I want to spend 2 minutes doing some other stuff too. So let me make it abundantly clear. I'm here on my own behalf, on behalf of Live Well, and I'm the chair of the Marijuana Industry Group, which is the largest trade association in Colorado. Okay, we support the policies of this bill. We have an amend position on this bill, as the speaker alluded to, but let me be clear. We support research. We support tightening down on looping. We support tightening down on potential diversion, particularly diversion down into high schools. And we support data collection and research as long as it's not arbitrary and as long as it's not targeted. We have done a lot as an industry in the last 10 years to support education, to support research. We have a 97% compliance rate for underage sales. That's better than liquor, and it's way better than some other industries that have age restrictions. It's the best statistic in the entire state. But let me be clear, kids should not be using these products unless they have a legitimate medical marijuana card, right? We know that there are impacts on the developing brain, but we need a lot more research to make a determination as to what appropriate regulation is, and that's why we're behind the research, right? We think we might need some additional folks at the table on research, but we support it. What we don't support is non-data-based regulation like potency limits and potency caps, and I'm glad we landed where we are today because we're having a conversation instead of a battle. And I have 22 seconds. So we support the policy goals of the bill. We ask this committee to vote this out so that we can work with the speaker between now and second reading to get appropriate business amendments on the bill. Thank you very much for your time, and I'll turn it over to Mr. Smith.
Thank you so much for honoring our 2 minutes. Mr. Smith?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the committee, and thank you to Speaker Garnett and Representative Caraveo for bringing the bill forward. My name is Chuck Smith. I'm the CEO of Dixie Brands. I'm also the board chair of Colorado Leads, the state's Cannabis Business Alliance. As Mr. Heiser said, Colorado Leads really appreciates the intent of this policy bill and what it seeks to accomplish, which is reducing access to cannabis by minors. We do, however, believe there are some important improvements that we can make to the bill if we work together. One is ensuring that the research is conducted in a way that is unbiased and results can be embraced by all sides. We also want to ensure that the new requirements of the bill, which are meant to reduce access to minors and provide additional information for patients and consumers, can be properly operationalized by the industry. It is important, I want to reiterate what Mr. Heiser said, the cannabis industry provides thousands of jobs across the state and has provided over $300 million in annual tax revenue that actually supports policy priorities for education and mental health. We urge responsible, business-oriented, and patient-protective amendments for this bill. First, the current language that establishes the research does not really provide comfort that the results are unbiased. The charge should review both the potential negative impacts of cannabis as well as the benefits of those same products. The Scientific Review Council should be appointed by a balanced group of experts that are not involved in the actual research to ensure objective outcomes. Second, many of the policy initiatives, while well-intentioned, are too complicated to be memorialized in statute. In order to properly operationalize these initiatives so they can be commercially implemented, we propose directing the MED to take up these items under rulemaking, working with the broad stakeholder groups that we've done so successfully in the past. An illustration of this would be the serving sample size that the speaker gave. We should be working together to prevent unintended consequences. And thank you, and I'm sorry I'm out of time.
Thank you. All right, Representative Pelton with questions.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And it was brought up in the earlier panel. Either one of you could answer this. So I graduated in the 70s. Marijuana back then was totally different. It was brought up that, you know, now it's addictive. Then it wasn't. Is it because of this increased potency that makes it addictive, or can you kind of explain some of that to me?
Mr. Heiser.
Madam Chair, I think the debate is open on addictiveness and dependence. I do think that's an open debate. What I can tell you is I smoked some really, really strong hash in high school, personally, and I was in high school about the same time you were. But what I can tell you is that we support research. we support research to figure this out so that we can figure out appropriate ways to regulate it.
Other questions? Madam Vice Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I suppose either of you could answer this question. I'd just like to understand a little bit more. When you say you support research, do you support the research done by the School of Public Health, or are you looking for something different, or is it that you want what they're researching to look different?
Who would like to answer that? Mr. Smith.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Vice Chair. We do support the research, but we would like to have other bodies that are involved in the research so that we do know that we're looking at both research that identifies the unintended or negative consequences of cannabis, but also the positive health and wellness benefits of cannabis. And we believe that the people that are doing the research should not be the people that are actually evaluating the data and producing the results. We'd like an independent body that is appointed, that is a cross-section of folks from health and wellness, mental health, medical industry, as well as industry to look at the results that come out and provide the findings in the studies.
Okay, other questions? Seeing none, thank you so much for your time and your testimony, panel. We appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Our next panel, coming forward, please. Tina Marquis, 59, remote. Amy Baca-Oler, 17, remote. Brett Miles, 65, remote. Matt Cook, in person. Becca Manzares, in person. And Angelina Sierra Sandoval, 34, remote. And while this panel is getting settled, these are the people we would like to have on deck. Stacy Lynn, in person. Robert Cohen. Laura and John Stack. Amy Wiley. Larry Thompson. Melissa Klein. Laura Phillips, remote. Okay, let's start with our in the room people. Mr. Cook, why don't you begin?
Very good. Thank you, Chairperson Michael Zinjane and members of the committee. My name is Matt Cook, and today I'm representing the nearly 1,000 locally elected school board members who make up the Colorado Association of School Boards. CASB is here today in strong support of House Bill 21-1317. We would like to publicly thank Representative Caraveo and Speaker Garnett for their sponsorship of this bill. You will hear from speakers more eloquent than I, so I will be brief. There are few things more important to a locally elected Board of Education than the health of their students. Today, students face a dizzying array of choices that potentially negatively affect their health. One of these items is concentrated marijuana. There is little or no information about the use of these products and the long-term problems they cause. Parents and students are left wondering what the effects of these products are. Sadly, this knowledge is usually only discovered after a young person has been harmed by the use of concentrated marijuana. Educators and administrators are vigilant in their attempts to keep these products out of our classrooms, but as you will hear and have heard, these concentrated marijuana products are maddeningly hard to detect. Colorado schools face a tidal wave of student mental health issues. The use of products that House Bill 21-1317 is attempting to regulate only add to that ever-growing list of mental health issues our young people face. The members of CASB would respectfully ask for a yes vote on the bill today as the first step to helping families and students understand the effects these products have on their health, development, and mental capacity as they grow. I'm available to answer any questions, and I thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Cook. Let's hear from Ms. Manzares, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I want to thank the members of the Public Health and Behavioral Health and Human Services Committee for your time and attention today. My name is Becca Manzanares, and I am a high school assistant principal in Douglas County. I should make it clear that I am not here in an official capacity, representing or testifying on behalf of the district. I also have written testimony prepared by a colleague who is a licensed clinical therapist and substance abuse counselor that she asked me to bring to the committee today. Nothing in my testimony today will be as poignant or as powerful as what you hear from the parents. However, I can offer the perspective of a veteran teacher and administrator on the changes we have witnessed in our teenagers and the frustrations and disappointments felt by educators across the state of Colorado. I was first introduced to the term dabbing in 2015. In the past 6 years, we have witnessed the access to and use of high-potency marijuana products skyrocket, with dabbing becoming the use of choice. We have also witnessed the drastic decline in mental stability among these students, many of whom are in the throes of cannabis-induced psychosis. When our mental health team members have attempted to share the impact of marijuana and these high concentrates with families and students, we repeatedly hear, "No, it's healthy, it's natural, it's a plant." They wouldn't have legalized it if it weren't bad or if it were bad for you. In our building alone, we see an average of 5% of our student population drop out because of their high potency marijuana usage. Research says that's a cost of $292,000 per individual, but that's nothing to compare to the cost of life. This bill, thank you.
Thank you so much. Let's next hear from Tina Marquis.
Hi. First, I would like to thank all of the bill sponsors and community advocates for creating and promoting this piece of legislation around high-potency THC products. BBSD was one of the first school districts to support legislation limiting THC in marijuana products. Our reasoning is simple. We are very concerned with the growing market of marijuana-based products available to its students, including dabbing and shatter, and that present even greater outcomes, negative outcomes for our students than traditional marijuana products. In addition, we see that marijuana use is consistently one of the top 3 reasons students are suspended from school, resulting in learning loss, as well as increasing costs to support the student, including some of our most at-risk students and students of color. We are committed to making sure every one of our students can learn in our schools and be college and career ready. The rise in high THC potency products makes our job even harder. We are thankful for this bill. However, we would have also appreciated limits on messaging and marketing of high-potency marijuana products through general advertising and particularly social media that students can access. We also believe that there is a big gap in awareness about the negative impacts of these drugs compared to the old school marijuana many of us voted to legalize. Our district will do its best to close this gap, but funding to accelerate this effort would have been helpful. Finally, we believe there needs to be more funding for mental health and rehabilitative services for our students that need help recovering from drug use. But we thank you for your commitment to this legislation and hope that we'll all support this together.
Thank you. And let's hear from Ms. Baca-Ullert.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. And thank you to Speaker Garnett and Representative Caraveo for sponsoring this important legislation. My name is Amy Baca-Ullert. I am a high school counselor and the proud president of the Colorado Education Association, representing over 39,000 educators across the state of Colorado who do the critical work of educating Colorado's students. I am also a mom of 3 children who attend public schools in Colorado. I'm here today to ask for your support for House Bill 21-1317. House Bill 1317 will help provide more information on concentrates and the impact on the brains of our developing brains of our students. Schools are seeing kids with increasing depression, anxiety, and ultimately increasing suicide rates. With 1 in 5 teenage deaths in Colorado now attributable to suicide, we need to cast a wide net and look at every and all correlations and causes with youth suicide. While the Healthy Kids Colorado survey does show overall cannabis use among Colorado's kids is staying flat, we are very concerned that kids themselves report higher rates of usage of high concentrate cannabis. 52% of students report using high concentrate cannabis in the last 30 days. The concern with dabbing and shatter is that they are higher potency and present an even greater negative outcomes for our students than traditional marijuana products. As mentioned, their use appears to be increasing. My husband is also an assistant principal in one of the metro area middle schools. This serves students who are ages 12 to 15 years old, and almost on a daily basis, he comes home with stories of his time spent having to address students' use of high potency marijuana, including having to ride in an ambulance with a child who had taken high potency marijuana. We must do better for our students, and we ask for your support of this legislation.
Thank you. Excellent timing. Brett Miles, please.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, thank you. I'm Brett Miles, Executive Director of the Colorado Association of School Executives. I'm also speaking today on behalf of the Colorado Rural Schools Alliance. Both CASE and the Rural Schools Alliance are here in support of House Bill 21-1317. Administrators across our state are increasingly concerned about the use of marijuana by our students, in particular concentrate THC. We're concerned with the growing market of products that are available as well. Schools across our state utilize the Healthy Kids Survey, which shows that marijuana use has been consistent for years. But over half of these kids say that they have dabbed, vaporized a high THC cannabis concentrate in the last 30 days. Our students are actually 3 times more likely than adults to use this particular method. It is not uncommon in Colorado schools for marijuana use to be one of the top reasons students are suspended from school. Too many kids are missing school due to drug-related incidents. In fact, it's worse. Colorado has one of the highest suicide rates. 1 out of 5 teenage deaths in our state are now attributed to suicide. And there is a clear connection between the suicide and depression, anxiety, paranoia, which are often frequent side effects for the use of these drugs. There are so many obstacles for our young children to overcome. The availability of a high THC cannabis concentrate doesn't have to be one of them. We need better regulations, better data, more education for our students and for our parents who know very little about today's marijuana. Regulation needs to catch up with the industry. House Bill 1317 is a step in the right direction. We believe it will benefit our students, and school leaders across the state ask for quick passage of 1317. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's hear from Angelina Sierra Sandoval.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and committee members. My name is Angelina Sierra Sandoval, and I serve as the Director of Governmental Affairs for the Colorado League of Charter Schools. The League is a statewide membership organization that represents the interests of nearly 90% of our state's 261 public charter schools, serving over 131,000 students. I am here today to testify in support of House Bill 21-1317. As the state of Colorado and the rest of the nation starts to overcome the public health crisis we have been living in the last 15 months, there is another that has been just as devastating to families and youth. That public health crisis is high-potency marijuana concentrates easily making its way into the hands of our young people. Most parents, like myself, don't know much about high-potency THC products, which are easily accessible to students. Schools are ill-equipped and under-resourced to intervene. This is a recipe for disaster. We support this bill because we know something must be done. We as adults must protect our kids with the appropriate safeguards. This bill represents the first step in doing so. I want to thank the sponsors for their leadership on this bill. We know that this is no easy task. Today is not about a ban on marijuana. Today is about asking policymakers to put basic safety measures in place for our kids and the community. We at the League believe House Bill 21-1317 does just that. We ask you to vote today, yes, on this bill today. Thank you for your opportunity to speak today.
Thank you. Members, do we have any questions for this panel? Seeing none, I would like to thank you for your time and your testimony. And then we're going to bring forward another small panel, Stacy Lynn and Robert Cohen, please. And just so I'm sure we, excuse me, just so I'm sure we have everyone on deck, the panel after this are going to be Laura and John Stack, Amy Wiley, Larry Thompson, Melissa Klein, and Laura Phillips, number 50, remote. So that's who's on deck. All right, Ms. Lynn.
Thank you, Madam Chairman and committee. My name is Stacy Lynn. I am the Executive Director of Cannability Foundation. We serve patients, families who have children who are medical cannabis patients. I'm also, more importantly, the mother of 2 boys that put me in a very unique position to testify in this bill. One of my children, Jack, he has passed away. However, he would have been 20 this year. So this puts him right in this category. He was so severely disabled that we could barely take him to the doctor. We could barely take him out of the house. The most severe disability you can think of, that's my son. My second son is 16 now. So, and I'm very concerned for his well-being, and I want to see safeguards put in place for him. So I stand on both sides of this fence, although let me make it clear, there should be no sides and there should be no fence. I've heard many moms come in here and state their case on either side, and it shouldn't be a side. We should be protecting all of our children. And I love this. I want this bill to pass because I want protections. I want protections for both of my children. Right now, the scale is still a little bit tipped in favor of healthy children because I think people don't realize the impact of some of these things on people with severe debilitating conditions. The people that we created this system for are going to be underserved. So now my child, he's in danger as much as the child who's in danger of getting addicted to high concentrates is in danger. So is my son. It's both, you guys. It's both. We cannot marginalize this very small, it's a small number. We're talking about a small number anyway of people, but we're an even smaller portion and we cannot ignore them. I applaud the speaker and all the work that he has done to try and help and really do some great changes to this bill to make it better for our children. There is a ways to go before Cannability will be in support. We need to tip that scale a little bit further.
Thank you. Mr. Cohen, please.
Good afternoon. You got me?
Yes.
Thank you. This is Robert Cohen. I own Cohen Medical Centers. We're a small family business. We've been helping cannabis patients since 2009 to understand how to use cannabis and to help them with the card process. I speak to amend this this bill basically on the side of the doctors. It seems to me this the new regulations on doctors are federally illegal. A doctor can't prescribe, and when I say prescribe, that means amount, type, or frequency of a Schedule I drug. Cannabis is a Schedule I narcotic on the federal level. They can only recommend it for potential benefit to patients. It's really taxed and not legal. The state asks, would endanger a doctor's license, thus risking their medical licenses because of these changes. A doctor can guide and advise to the extent of their educational standard. The endocannabinoid system is lightly covered in medical school, and cannabis as medicine is not taught at all. Medical uses of cannabis are vast. I could easily list off 10 ways to consume cannabis, all without technical guidelines, because it's on the FDA Schedule I list. You're asking doctors for their best guess here, while limiting the patient's ability to purchase medicine and holding doctors somehow liable if errors occur. Cannabis is a unique medicine as it can act differently from patient to patient. Thus, patients know far more about what they need than their doctors usually do. You're asking the doctors here to limit and regulate on use and type of cannabis without any tools or knowledge to do so or guidelines. I think it's not a good ask. That's what I think.
Thank you. Members, do we have questions for this panel? Representative Cutter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Lynn, I think you suggested you had some fixes that you would like to see. You know, what would you see changed in the bill to be fully supportive?
The first one would be
Ms. Lynn. Sorry, I have to recognize you.
Sorry, Madam Chairman. Thank you. The first one would be definitely the requirement that doctors will now have to prescribe. Pretty much the definition of prescribing is recommending a dose. So we're very fearful that doctors will, no matter what the AG says or anything, doctors will still be liable and they will not want to risk their license. Thus, we only have just over 400 doctors that recommend cannabis in the entire state. And we will even reduce that number for sure. Another thing that would be important to change is requiring doctors to operate in their scope of practice. We have discussed language about this. We're trying to come to a place on this, but we really need to get there, because here's the deal. You will not find any specialists who recommend cannabis because they work for organizations that don't allow it within their organization. Even if they wanted to, they can't. My son saw 20 doctors at Children's Hospital, and they all danced around it, and they can't. So those two things are extremely unworkable. The third one that we're still working on is requiring the two doctors to be from a separate practice. Let me tell you something. I actually like the doctors being in the same practice because, for kids like mine, for your kids, yep, you could just trot them on over. For the 18 to 20-year-olds who are not severely disabled, that won't be it will be a costly thing, but it's impossible. When I tried to take Jack, many times I had to turn around and go home or head to the emergency room because the ride to the appointment triggered him. For kids with autism, they can't maintain for that long, and it's an entire day process, and then you have to repeat it. We're talking loss of money, loss of time, potential danger to the client. And for what would really be a benefit, because we had two doctors in the same practice, it's kind of like, if my primary care physician isn't available, I can see somebody else in the practice. I do that all the time personally. Then there's two doctors in the same practice with quick access to feedback from each other who are following my son. So that would be another thing that would be really important. We have also talked about some of the packaging requirements are alarming to me, to divide them into individually wrapped pieces. So now I'm going to come on to the side of, I'm worried about my 16-year-old at school, because we are giving drug dealers another product to sell. Because the children who can't afford a whole package, a whole container, well, now the drug dealers will have a nice little one dose wrapped in their pocket, and maybe they can't afford the whole thing, but they sure can afford one from their allowance, and that scares me. It really does. I know teenagers. I hang out with them all the time now. I spend as much time as I can with them so I can find these things out. And they will be thrilled about that. We are giving them another thing to deal. And besides that, it's extremely wasteful, and it makes it really, I don't know if anybody thought about this, but a lot of these people, they can hardly get they can't get a jar open, and it makes a very difficult access to the medicine. And also, on that same line, many of the medicines that we take can't be dabbed, oils and things like that, but or Rick Simpson oil or the fecal oil, full cannabis extract oil, that's what cancer patients take. That can't be, it just doesn't work for all the things. And the criteria that I think we should all look at when we're passing a bill is, are we solving the problem? Are we protecting the people we need to protect? Are we protecting the people in the medical system? We designed the system for them. They are a minority, yes, but we designed it for them. Are we protecting them? Are we doing them no harm? These things cause harm. If we can continue to work in good faith to keep going on those things, we could come to a place where we are at a good bill. But if we can't, then we are punishing these children. And why does my child have to be why does he have to be punished in order to protect? Why do I have to punish one child to protect the other child? And I know I'm not the only one in this position. And I don't like it that this whole thing has been put us at odds with each other. We all have children we want to protect. Why are our children not as important? Why are they a secondary thought? Why do we have to amend for them? Why isn't the bill written for them? And that's kind of, and I think we are.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I really appreciate it. Thank you for your time and your testimony and your passion, and for coming in today. Let's move on to the next panel.
Thank you.
The next panel will include Laura and John Stack, Amy Wiley, Melissa Klein, Laura Phillips, number 50, on remote. There's one more seat at the table there if you'd like to take it. Okay, let's start with Laura and John Stack. Are you going to testify separately or together?
Separately.
Separately. Laura, please begin.
Let's see, is this on?
Yes.
Okay. I'm Laura Stack. My son is Johnny Stack, who died by suicide at the age of 19 after becoming psychotic from using high-potency THC dabs. He was a happy boy who was raised in an attentive Christian home. He had a 4.0 GPA. He had a perfect SAT score in math. He had a scholarship to CSU. He got first marijuana at the age of 14 from a friend's brother who had a med card, and he got his own med card at 18, unbeknownst to us. We found the registry login on his computer after he died. Johnny had no mental or physical conditions prior to using marijuana, and his primary care doctor confirmed they were never consulted. These products were not available to my child in my home, and they were not allowed in any fashion. These products have no smell and are very easy to hide. As a result of THC, Johnny almost flunked out of his last semester in high school. He had many legal and social problems. He stole our dog from our home, and he threatened to kill it if we didn't give him money. He had 3 mental hospital stays, many outpatient programs, therapists, psychiatrists, medications, expensive brain treatments, and a suicide attempt before his psychotic break at the age of 19, 3 days before he died. At dinner at our home, Johnny said, "Mom, I want you to know you were right. You said marijuana would hurt my brain. Marijuana has ruined my mind and my life, and I'm sorry. I love you." And he jumped off the top of the RTD garage at Lincoln Station. 3 days later, we recovered his journals after his death, and he wrote that he thought the mob was after him and that everybody knew everything about him. I am very angry at the criminal pot shop doctor who gave my perfectly healthy 18-year-old a med card so that he could get high. He was not depressed, abused. He was not neglected. He was not self-medicating. He wanted to be high. He was paranoid. He was delusional, and he was suicidal because he was addicted to this toxic THC poison. Please, high schoolers can get weed in 5 minutes. All of the 18-year-old seniors are selling to the younger kids. I know because I saw it on my son's Snapchat.
I'm sorry.
He was not a criminal. He was a victim. Please stop this.
We're so very sorry for your loss.
Thank you.
Mr. Stack, before you go, I forgot to thank you for bringing his picture. Very, very handsome young man. I forgot to call up the on deck people, so I'm going to call up the on deck people and then we'll go to you. The people who are going to be on deck that I forgot to call forward, Nicole Sherban, number 145 remote, Susan Morris Mello, number 81 remote, Haley Hutchins, number 46 remote, and Kirk Quitter in person. Okay, Mr. Stack, please begin.
Thank you. I'm John. I'm speaking in support of House Bill 1317 that would tighten marijuana protections for our children. My son Johnny died by suicide on November 20th, 2019, I believe because current Colorado law failed to protect him. Johnny was born on February 7th in Littleton Hospital, ironically in the year 2000 when Colorado voters passed Amendment 20 legalizing medical marijuana. Johnny grew up in a stable 2-parent Christian family in our home in Highlands Ranch. He was a happy child who would play for hours with his big sister and younger brother. In middle school, Johnny gravitated towards technology and computers, so we sent him off to coding camps, including a couple at Stanford. In high school, Johnny started using marijuana he got from a friend's older brother who was a senior in high school and had a medical marijuana card. His disposition changed radically. He became moody, self-centered, and challenged authority. At the time, I chalked it up to being a teenager. We didn't know today's potent marijuana was causing his behavior problems. We absolutely forbid marijuana in our home. Johnny's marijuana usage skyrocketed after he moved out. He proclaimed that he loved weed. He was completely hooked and using every day. He stopped going to school. His grades plummeted. There was a very real risk that he wouldn't graduate from high school. In the end, he did squeak through. When Johnny turned 18, unbeknownst to us, he went out and got his own med card, even though he had no debilitating condition and was perfectly healthy. After that, he dropped out of 3 universities, had multiple mental hospital stays, a suicide attempt, and finally a psychotic break. On November 21st at 1:03 a.m., we were awakened by a phone call. The coroner was there to tell us Johnny had jumped off the roof of the RTD parking garage and was dead. He was 19 years old. That was the worst day of my life. I've survived his death to be here right now to share his story. I urge you to pass the legislation to protect our children, especially those vulnerable adolescents whose brains are still forming. I don't want another parent to go through the hell we continue to go through every day. Thank you.
And I will repeat what I said to your wife. We are so very, very sorry for your loss and thankful to you for coming today. Amy Wiley, please.
Honorable committee members, thank you for your time. My name is Amy Wiley, and I'm here to testify in support of House Bill 21-1317. It is very difficult for me to detail the trauma, pain, and agony that ravished my family because of unregulated high-potency THC and marijuana concentrates. Our story starts with a well-rounded child who is full of life, beautiful, smart, athletic, and intelligent. My child was in a loving home where no one did drugs, and her parents went to every game, parent-teacher conference, award night, and celebration. All of this quickly fell apart once our teenager started smoking marijuana. It quickly escalated to daily use and snowballed once she began using wax concentrates with 70 to 90% THC. By age 18, our child was using these products morning, noon, and night, and it did not take long before she was unrecognizable. Our teenager presented with disorganized thinking, irrational behavior, and extreme paranoia, screaming at all of us for hours. As a family, we were terrified. Multiple M1 holds followed, and with a diagnosis ranging from possible bipolar to a range of mood disorders. Then we heard the words drug-induced psychosis. We had been totally unaware that our child was using high-potency THC, or those substances could cause this. We turned to addiction specialists for help and started a journey that lasted years and included 6 different rehabs from coast to coast. Today, we talk about what unregulated THC is doing to our community and especially our youth. But I would like to remind you that it's not just them that is hurt by this. Our entire family has PTSD. To this day, my husband and I jump when the phone rings. Our other child is still developing a relationship with his sibling after not speaking for an entire year. The smell of marijuana can send me into a tailspin, and simply driving by a dispensary creates an anger in me that I cannot find the words to describe. Yet today, I stand here with my daughter. We are grateful. My child has survived and is living a life of recovery.
Thank you. Let's hear from Melissa Klein, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair and the committee. I'm here to speak in support of House Bill 21-1317. Our child was in middle school when they were given an edible at a youth organization campout, and by the time they reached high school, started smoking flower. When we became aware of this behavior, we immediately sought professional help. At that time, the counselor asked, would we be okay with our child using marijuana to cope with anxiety as long as they were hitting their benchmarks? Or were we zero tolerant? We were zero tolerant. We didn't have any marijuana in our house, nor did we support its use. Their usage stopped until our teen turned 18. At that time, unbeknownst to us, they acquired a medical marijuana card very easily. Later, we were told it was a 10-minute process and that there are links on the internet detailing how to get a medical marijuana card without any physical symptoms. We became aware of our teens' usage as it became a daily habit and tried again to intervene to no avail. Marijuana is everywhere for these kids. They are drowning in it at their schools. Within a month of being introduced to dabbing, our teen experienced the first of what would be 2 psychotic episodes. Nothing is scarier than a mental health crisis. There are no MRIs or CAT scans to diagnose the issue. No surgery or procedure can fix the problem. The only way it can be treated is trying different medications over time. Treatment is a trial and error process which can take months, if not years, and sadly, there are no guarantees that a person will ever find their way back with a therapeutic dose. In our child's case, marijuana is not the medicine it was touted to be. Quite the opposite. Because of our child's use of marijuana, they will be treated for a psychiatric disorder for the rest of their lives.
Thank you. Laura Phillips online, please. We can't hear you, Ms. Phillips. You might be on mute. No. I could read your lips. Okay, you're not on mute, so your computer must be having problems. Do you want to dial in? Do you have a phone near you? Okay. The IT manager is going to text you the phone number so that you can call in. Okay, it's going to take a minute. So members, do we have any questions for this panel while we try and get Ms. Phillips set up? Okay. Thank you so much for your time and testimony. We do appreciate your coming in. Ms. Phillips, I'm gonna ask you to hold on there for a minute, and we're gonna go to another panel, and then I'm gonna add you to the next one. Is that all right? Yes. Okay, we got a thumbs up. I misread my list, and the next panel should actually be, please hold. Okay, Mrs. Melissa Ragsdale, Mr. Renzi Waddington, Mr. Jonathan Holmgren, Mrs. Jacqueline Kovacevich, and Carly Wolf. And they are all remote. So let me give you what those numbers were. 2, 3, 6, 9, 13. That's again 2, 3, 6, 9, 13. And when Mrs. Ragsdale is on, we will start with her. Okay. How about the rest of them? 3, 6, 9, 13. Okay, Mr. Waddington, will you please begin with your testimony?
Yes, Madam Chair and members of the committee and senators. My name is Renz Waddington. I am the owner of Epic Remedy. We operate 3 medical marijuana stores, 5 cultivation facilities, and an infused product license lab in Colorado. I've been a medical marijuana business license holder in Colorado since 2010 and a medical marijuana patient since 2009. I and my company are opposed to 1317 as written. We do not need to restrict medical marijuana access for adults over 21 years old. The low daily purchase limits of 8 grams only permits a patient to purchase less than 15% of the allowed amount under the Colorado Constitution. This unreasonable limit will cause an undue hardship and burden our weakest and sickest fellow Coloradans. Many patients will need to go to the dispensary multiple times a week to get the medicine they need. Doctors to recommend a potency for medical marijuana for patients over 21 is unreasonable when the same patient can go to a recreational store and buy without the restrictions. By limiting a patient over 21 access to medicine, we run the risk of driving patients to the black market. I also question the need for Colorado to fund a new research group with an anti-cannabis approach. The Institute for Cannabis Research already is an established research entity and is funded by the state and is unbiased. I believe we should amend the bill to exclude or to only include the 18 to 21-year-old patients and exclude the patients over 21. Thank you.
Thank you. May we hear from Mr. Holmgren, please?
Hi there. Can you hear me okay?
We sure can.
Okay. Hi, I'm Jonathan Holmgren. I'm 39 years old. I'm an extended plant count medical cannabis patient and a medical transplant from Minnesota. I've lived in Pueblo, Colorado for the last 2.5 years. I love Colorado because the state allowed me to move and save my life from life-threatening medical conditions and legally allowed my medical needs for concentrated cannabis to stay alive. Excuse me. I was born with Ehlers-Danlos syndrome. That's a genetic mutation in my connective body tissues. I also have fully active Crohn's disease. That's inflammation in my entire GI tract and have never been in remission. I have cervical spondylitis, sacroiliitis, mast cell activation syndrome, and pancreatitis. And I also had my hip replaced 6 months ago, and I'll need my other hip replaced within a year or two. I have an extremely high tolerance and medical need of life for cannabis concentrates, especially RSO oil or concentrated cannabis oil. My daily medical need when I can afford to live, when I can afford it living below poverty on Social Security disability income is currently at 6 grams or 6,000 milligrams a day, plus using vapable and smokable cannabis concentrates and using raw flower cannabis in combination. I'm aware that a 6 gram, 6,000 milligram dose of concentrated cannabis oil is enough to treat 1,200 human beings at a 5 milligram dose, but it's what helps me stay alive every day and treat my complex array of life-threatening medical illnesses and symptoms. My medical dispensary, Tweed Leaf in Colorado Springs, sells me 30 grams for $300 out the door. It's $10 for 1 gram if I buy 30 at a time, which is enough medication for 5 days at my current medical need. This is already really expensive for me, and I fear with the unnecessary added rules of HB21-1317 will make my concentrated cannabis medication extremely more expensive. I also need to be able to purchase up to 180 grams at a time for a 30-day supply if I ever afford it in the future. I need these medical options open, legal, and available to me.
Thank you. Your time is up. Let's go to Ms. Kovacevich.
Hello. My name is.
We can hear you.
You can hear?
We can.
Okay. My name is Jacqueline Kovacevich. Thank you for the chance to speak today. I am the mother of an 11-year-old boy named Keaton who has Dravet syndrome, a rare and severe form of epilepsy that is resistant to all pharmaceutical treatments. Before I go any further, let us all be aware this is about actual children's lives, including the siblings. Never forget the siblings. Their entire life changed and changes were forced upon them they do not need anymore. This is about what works for suffering children. It's not about you, me, or past misguided vendettas or misuse. I have seen families ripped apart by drugs, alcohol, deaths and overdoses too, but only by marijuana when forced to separate to move to Colorado just to treat a child. We were fortunate enough to move together, but ripped apart from our own families in 2013 as it was not allowed where we resided. My son's seizure started at 4 months old, so did the nightmare, watching him rushed away, poked, prodded, given strange meds that made him worse, landing him in intensive care with grim chances. He was taking 3 pharmaceuticals at 4 months old. All 3 of them failed by 1. After failing 10 pharmaceuticals, we discovered cannabis. We moved to Colorado on $7,800 worth of pharmaceuticals every month. Colorado doctors added more. We added CBD in 2014. It didn't work. He was airlifted 5 times in the next 2 years, taken by ground more times than we can count. We were at a loss. What were we to do? That was May of 2016. Enter THC and a high potency THC. We watched as rubbing a little THC oil on his gums stopped the seizure.
I'm sorry, your time is up, and I'm very sorry for all that you and your family have experienced. May we please hear from Carly Wolf now?
Hello?
Yes.
Hi, obviously I'm not Carly Wolf. My name is Jake McMaster, and I'm presenting on behalf of Carly Wolf, Normal State Policy Manager, due to a scheduling conflict. She also submitted her full written remarks to committee members. Normal objects to severe explicit provisions included in House Bill 1317. We also question the broader motivations of certain groups that are pushing for this legislation. House Bill 1317 creates unreasonable hurdles for those patients aged 18 to 20, requiring consultation from two physicians from two different practices. This places an undue financial strain on those who can least afford it, and many of whom may not have access to even one physician. To date, young adults comprise less than 5% of all registered patients in Colorado, and this percentage has remained consistent for several years. This bill also provides overly burdensome requirements upon physicians, for the first time requiring them to create an explicit dosing regimen for patients. Currently, no other state program places such burdensome requirements upon authorizing physicians. Many will likely not recommend such highly explicit treatment plans, thereby leaving patients without the access they rely on. HB 1317 adds a new requirement that a healthcare provider must conduct a full assessment of the patient's mental health history, which may be well beyond the scope of expertise of many primary care providers, thus forcing patients to seek multiple doctors and limiting their access. It is unreasonable to require that these patients receive a mental health assessment when there is no indication that these patients have any history of mental health issues, nor are seeking cannabis to treat a mental health condition. Further, studies have also failed to identify any causal relationship between cannabis use and any mental or psychiatric illnesses, regardless of potency. More potent varieties of cannabis have existed for decades, and many patients have grown to rely on them for relief. Currently, the FDA regulates dronabinol, a pill containing 100% THC and is proven to be safe and effective. Prohibiting patients from accessing these more potent products legally will only push them to seek out similar products in the illicit market, not in the best interest of public health. For these reasons, I urge you to reject this cynical effort and vote no on House Bill 1317. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Members, do we have any questions for this panel? Seeing none, I want to thank you for your time and testimony. We'll call forward the next panel. Nicole Sherban, 14, remote. Susan Morris, 16, remote. It's Susan Morris Mello, number 16, remote. Haley Hutchins, number 46, remote. Laura Phillips, who dialed in, and we're probably going to go to her first. And Dr. Sam, I can't even read my handwriting. Let's see. Dr. Sam from Children's Hospital, paging Dr. Sam. Dr. Sam Wang. Okay, as that group is getting itself settled, here is the group that we're going to ask to be on deck. And all of these people are in person, so please listen closely for your names. Leanne Wiebe, Marshall McQuart, Mr. Jason Worf, Kevin Gallagher, and Susanna Grossman. So let me read that again. These are the people who will be on deck after this panel. Leanne Wiebe, Marshall McQuart, Jason Worf, Kevin Gallagher, and Susanna Grossman. Okay, so first let's hear from the panel I just called forward and see who, oh, we don't have many people online yet. We are in the middle of switching IT wizards. Oh, let's go to Laura Phillips. That's a great idea because Laura is called in. Laura, bring it on.
Yes, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of this committee. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you all today. My name is Laura Phillips, and I'm asking for your support of House Bill 21-1317. I support a parent's right to give medical marijuana to a child. My sister suffered a horrible cancer death many years ago prior to the legalization of medical marijuana. If medical marijuana was available 25 years ago, I would have assured that she had it to relieve her pain and suffering. But this is not just about medical marijuana. This is about teenagers experimenting with marijuana. I am the proud parent of a 21-year-old daughter. My daughter graduated from high school as a member of the National Society of High School Scholars, receiving awards in academics, choir, and as a volunteer for her community. She lettered in track and field. My daughter played soccer at the highest levels, winning the Colorado State Cup. My daughter currently attends the University of North Dakota, majoring in aviation. My daughter is on the Dean's List and is a member of the National Honor Society. She participates in Women in Aviation as well as the Kappa Delta sorority. My daughter experimented with marijuana while in high school. She thought, why not? Marijuana is legal in Colorado. What harm could it do? She was at a high school party, was given and dabbed marijuana, felt sick, passed out, and later woke up after she was raped. How many times she was raped, she does not know. Many young women have negative sexual experiences when experimenting with marijuana. According to Laura Resnick, Bakanik, Burkett, and Kilpatrick, marijuana is the second most common substance used in sexual assault when victims, such as my daughter, are incapacitated and not able to say no. My daughter, as with many other young adults, will live with this emotional turmoil for the remainder of their lives. And my daughter's words, yeah, what happened to me was unforgivable, but I am stronger and nothing like this will happen to me again. Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right, let's hear from Nicole Sherban.
Yes. Hi, good evening. Thank you for taking the time to hear my testimony. My name's Nicole Sherban, and I'm the principal at Sierra High School, which is a public high school in Colorado Springs. As a public high school educator for over a decade, I've seen the use of marijuana in our students change over the years. Most recently, I've seen a rise in our students' use of marijuana concentrates at an alarming rate. This year alone, we have confiscated more THC pens and containers of wax than the marijuana flower buds, as these dab pens are more easily concealed and able to be quickly used in a bathroom. When speaking with students about their usage of these products after we confiscate them, students state that they use these substances to cope or to deal with their stress. As you've heard from other testimonies this evening, this is creating a vicious cycle for our students who self-medicate with marijuana concentrates while not understanding that their use of these concentrated substances contributes to the increased negative mental health like anxiety and depression. Nationally, as we see our students' mental health decline, we need to ensure that our students cannot self-medicate with easily accessible, high-potency THC products. So we ask, please really consider voting yes on 1317.
Thank you. Let's hear from Susan Morris Mello, please.
Hello, my name is Susan Morris Mello. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the committee for hearing my testimony. I'm a member of the Cheyenne Mountain District 12 Board of Education, and I'm here to provide testimony on behalf of the board to encourage your support of House Bill 21-1317. Our district and many other school districts around the state have been increasing mental health staffing year over year due to increasing mental health issues, self-harm, and suicides in our populations. And as you all well know, teen suicide rates have been dramatically increasing in Colorado over the last several years. As a school board, we're concerned about research published in prestigious medical journals such as The Lancet showing harmful effects of high-potency THC marijuana and marijuana concentrates. Such effects including psychotic episodes, greater risks of dependence, and lower self-esteem, especially in the cases of the developing brain in the teenage population. It's critical for the state of Colorado to examine scientific, evidence-based research regarding the risks associated with high-potency marijuana products. In addition, the potency limitation in packaging and sales and the statewide tracking system for medical marijuana contained in this bill, much like we currently have for prescription medications, are appropriate regulations to put into place for medical marijuana products that have the risks of negative side effects and abuse, just as many FDA-approved medications do. These precautions should help mitigate the overconsumption and diversion of medical marijuana to minors in our public schools. Thank you.
Thank you. Let us please hear from Haley Hutchins.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Haley Hutchins, and I'm a registered nurse of 15 years who works for Children's Hospital Colorado as both a school nurse consultant and in the emergency department. I'm here today to request your support on House Bill 21-1317 and to share with you what I observed both in schools and in the emergency room. Last fall, I was working in a middle school when two 8th graders visited the health office. Both seemed disoriented. After asking these students some questions, they produced a handful of gummies that were each labeled as having 10 milligrams of THC and admitted that they had each consumed several of them and handed them out to a few friends. Again, these were 13-year-olds. It was really clear that neither of them understood how much marijuana was in these gummies. They were easy to hide in a lunchbox, easy to consume on site, easy to obtain, and it makes it all that much more appealing to these kids and to the youth. My coworkers can tell you the same stories. Kids have shown me how easy it is to hide a vape pen in their sleeve and take an odorless hit in the bathroom. I'm thankful for their honesty because this is what has allowed me to learn about the extent of the issues of marijuana among our youth. In addition to acute overdoses, you've heard stories about the effects of this on mental health. Nearly all of these kids tell me that pot just isn't a big deal, and they frequently share with me that it's not dangerous because it's legal. I'm here to tell you that I'm worried. I'm worried about what I'm seeing and hearing and about the effects of it on the underdeveloped frontal lobe of the brain in our young people. Until this bill was introduced, I really didn't see any hope of pumping the brakes on what feels like an epidemic of young users. Now I see some hope on the horizon. The policies proposed in this legislation have the potential to do just that. House Bill 21-1317 recognizes how marijuana products have evolved since our state legalized it and helps to put science ahead of policy. I urge your yes vote on this bill. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Let's hear from Dr. Sam Wang.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. My name is Dr. Sam Wong. I'm a pediatric emergency medicine physician and medical toxicologist at Children's Hospital Colorado. I'm here today on behalf of the Children's Hospital Colorado to testify in support of House Bill 1317. Children's Hospital Colorado supports House Bill 1317 because it similarly appropriates for the legislature and public health department to evaluate the impacts of legalization based on scientific findings. There's growing concerns about the impact of higher concentrated products, especially in the young adolescent and young adult population. Our state's not alone. California, Washington, and Vermont have all been evaluating regulations behind these products. In 2020, the Retail Marijuana Public Health Advisory Committee, formed by CPHE, published a report summarizing the current evidence behind high concentrated products, concluded that there supports moderate evidence that individuals who use high concentrated products are more likely to develop psychosis disorders such as schizophrenia, and these effects are worse at higher doses. In adolescents and young adults specifically, the use of these higher potency products are more likely to lead to continued use and development of future mental.
Thank you so much. Members, do we have any questions for? Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were done. Do you want to wrap up? I'm sorry.
It's okay. I'll just have a couple sentences to wrap up quickly. It's critical to the public health community as means for continued research and surveillance mechanisms as this bill proposes. We also need to ensure that there's proper oversight and regulations for use in the young adult population, even if it's for medical use. More data is needed to monitor adverse events associated with cannabis, the types of products involved, so we can get better targeted efforts in limiting unintended consequences and health impacts. Taken together, the policies proposed in this bill will help us move in the right direction to protect youth and public health. Thanks for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you, and I'm very sorry for cutting you off there. Okay, members, questions for this panel. Madam Vice Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think Mr. Long, we heard from another previous panelist that they had gone through many physicians at Children's Hospital and that none of them would recommend medical marijuana to treat their child, and that was it was sort of indicated that was a policy of Children's. And I was wondering if that is the case, or can you? Well, I guess I'll start with, is that the case?
Dr. Wong.
Yeah, thanks for that question. You know, at Children's Hospital Colorado, and many of us are affiliated with universities and national organizations, and this is a demonstration of how state legalization has conflicted with federal rules and regulations. And so as some of the speakers that have attested to, it remains federally Scheduled 1. And that makes that conflict, despite states legalizing both medical and recreational use, exist, and that makes things difficult for healthcare providers.
Other questions, committee? Okay, seeing none. Thank you, panel, so much for your time and your testimony today. And I should have said it earlier, Ms. Phillips, but my heart is with you. Thank you all for testifying. So our next panel is all in person. And I'll read it again. It's Leanne Wiebe, and I apologize if I'm butchering your name, Marshall Marquardt, Mr. Jason Worf, Kevin Gallagher, and Susanna Grossman. All in person. We're gonna do a quick shout out into the lobby. And well, we have a volunteer coming forward. So let's see if we can get that group who has all signed up in person. Does anybody need me to say it again, or can we hear it in other rooms? Yes, I'm going to repeat it one more time. Leanne Wiebe, Marshall Marquardt, Mr. Jason Worf, Kevin Gallagher, and Susanna Grossman. And while they're getting settled, who we would like on deck is Laura Trujillo, who is remote, Rosario Mayoko, who I believe is in person, Stacy Harrison in person, Bronwyn Skinner in person, and Rhiannon Lewis remote. So that's who is the on-deck crew. Okay, let's start with Leanne. And since I've been butchering your last name, I'll let you introduce yourself, and then I'll learn how to say it.
Perfect. It'll be great. So my name is Leanne Wiebe. I'm the owner of Apothecary Farms and Apothecary Extracts. We employ over 100 people here in Colorado. We're vertically integrated with cultivation facilities, extraction lab, and dispensaries. We've been operating since 2015 and ultimately haven't been more concerned with the cannabis community and the patients of what's going on right now because of House Bill 1317. Really appreciate the opportunity to express the concerns, and I specifically wanted to draw attention to the packaging mandate requiring manufacturing businesses to separate each gram of concentrate into 10 equal separate portions. Not only does this policy go against the sustainability goals for the state, but it also makes concentrates unaffordable for patients and for customers. The added packaging, labor, and other operational costs will turn a $35 gram of concentrate, for example, into a $100 gram of concentrates for every patient and consumer. This will force patients and consumers to revert back to the unregulated black market. Will be much more competitive, pricing will be found, and product will be available. To put this initiative into perspective, our business last year out of our lab in Pueblo packaged over 1 million grams of concentrate. That's 1 million jars or Mylar bags that were used. If this passes, the same million packages will be increased to 10 million jars or 10 million Mylar bags, which will not only increase the cost tenfold, but will add an additional 9 million pieces of packaging that will just be thrown away. Additionally, to package the grams separately, we'll have to hire 3 to 5 times the number of employees, which will increase our staff from 45 team members at that one facility to 130 to 220. The cost associated with that in labor, benefits, and other applied costs is not feasible. Additionally, most facilities, including ours, cannot even house that many team members at one time or over a 24-hour period. Packaging supplies.
Thank you.
Is that my key?
Excellent stop. That is so your key. Marshall McQuart, please. Have the microphones back there, so don't run away because questions. Okay, Mr. McQuart.
Thank you. My name is Marshall Markward. I am the Director of Dispensary Operations with Apothecary Farms. Limiting patient access daily to 8 grams of concentrate is extremely inhibitive to our medical patients across the state. On average, one of our medical patients purchases 5.5 grams of concentrate. However, our patients who are more homebound or from rural areas do purchase larger amounts as they cannot visit us as regularly given their specific medical needs. Many of the state's medical patients have restrictions on traveling certain periods, length of time, or live in rural communities where there is limited access or no access at all to medical cannabis products, and oftentimes travel 2 to 3 hours to purchase their medical cannabis from these communities. I would be remiss to address the main driver of this bill, youth prevention and protection, which I think we can all agree on is super critical and important.
However, all of the studies have shown that the teen use has not increased since legalization of cannabis in any form in Colorado. Apothecary Farms currently serves over 1,090 medical patients across the state, with less than 1% of our patients being between 18 and 21 years old, and less than 1/100th of 1% of our sales attributed to this age group. It's significantly inconvenient to mandate our medical patients visit us to get their medical product 5 times more often than they currently have to, especially those aforementioned. This is not doing right by any of our medical patients across the state. The part of the bill in terms of packaging and separation of into 1/10 gram increments creates a significant hardship on many dispensaries and concentrate manufacturers in the state. All concentrates are grammed and packaged by hand, which in itself is tedious and cost-heavy operation. Our goal here really should not be cutting grams in a tenth, but educating both medical patients and adult use customers on safely consuming cannabis, not just singling out concentrate. Standard operating procedures at all of my dispensaries is ensuring our medical patients and adult use customers have a good understanding of how cannabis concentrates are made.
Thank you so much. Mr. Jason Wharf.
Thank you, Madam Chair and committee members. My name is Jason Wharf. I'm the Executive Director with the Southern Colorado Cannabis Council. I'm going to do my best to cram 20 years of my experience into 2 minutes, so bear with me. To start off with this legislation, we are opposed strongly as written. There's only one amendment that I think the industry in Colorado would settle for, and that would be to turn this into a study. There was no stakeholder process. We don't shove a bill through like this with no stakeholder process. It's irresponsible to the industry. It's irresponsible to the patients and consumers we're trying to respect, and it's irresponsible to 20 years of legislative work. A couple of myths real quick. You know, hash has been around for thousands of years. This high potency THC, it's a myth. Hash has been found literally in Egyptian tombs. It's nothing new. And there's been claims in the media that the industry was worked with on this. I'm here to say we weren't. The majority of us only saw the draft when it was leaked to us last Thursday night. Here we are 3 days later in committee. The data collection on patients is absolutely unconstitutional. I think that's, really every key point in this bill has already been debated. That's been thoroughly debated. It's been debated through the courts. The same would go with any limits placed on consumption by a patient. If there's things we can debate in medical, absolutely. Access is not one of them. There are at least 4 dozen cases going all the way up to the Colorado Supreme Court protecting this right. To move forward with anything in that respect is completely tossing that aside. So another point that concerns us is with physicians. As you probably heard and will hear, it's unrealistic. The bill, the scrutiny, and the further regulation we put on our doctors, it's not feasible for them to stay in business. The cost of the legislation, what are we spending $3 million on and why? I'll just leave it there.
Thank you. You're leaving it there. Welcome. Mr. Gallagher, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Kevin Gallagher. I'm the Executive Director of the Colorado Cannabis Manufacturers Association. We are in an amending status, and we support youth prevention, preventing looping, and we also support unbiased research. As previously stated through testimony, these products are not for kids unless they have a medical card and have gone through the proper hoops. We should focus on the youth mental health crisis as well as education and prevention. Please keep in mind this industry abides by 443 pages of state regulations alone. We are highly regulated and highly compliant. Placing additional regulations outside the scope of preventing diversion is harmful to law-abiding patients, consumers, and does not protect children. Our largest concern in the bill is the end of Section 8 and Section 9 requiring businesses to separate each gram of concentrate into 10 separate increments. This policy does not solve a pre-existing issue or concern that has been recommended by CDPHE or other applicable state recommending bodies. Our membership ran the numbers, and packaging costs will exceed the total annual revenue of all of our manufacturing businesses. Not only would this drive companies out of business, it will increase the cost of concentrates by about 200 to 300%, making them unaffordable to patients and consumers, and thereby driving them to the black market. The more that the adult market is driven to the illicit market due to cost, the larger the illicit market will expand, thereby enabling access to kids and untested product to adults. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And now let us hear from Susanna Grossman.
Thank you. My name is Susanna Grossman. I am the Sales and Marketing Director for Green Dot Labs, Colorado's longest running extract producer. Since our founding in 2014, GDL has proudly collaborated with regulators, policymakers, and public health and safety officials to produce compliant, safe, rigorously tested whole plant extracts. We have been successful as a company and as an industry because we worked hand in hand year after year to create viable policy solutions that protect consumers and community health and safety. The proposed bill reflects a dramatic and disturbing shift away from the collaborative approach that has made Colorado's legal market a historic success. Industry stakeholders were not invited to participate in the drafting of this bill. This purported research bill is in reality just the latest weapon in prohibitionists' years-long attack on extract producers in Colorado's legal cannabis industry as a whole. If the bill passes as it is written today, the consequences will be significant and widespread. The packaging requirement is arbitrary and will be outrageously costly. Packaging extracts in 0.1 gram increments will increase our costs by about 475%, an increase that our cost profile cannot sustain. Consumers and patients who use dabbable extracts for health and wellness will be unable to afford what few options remain once extract production becomes unsustainable. When extracts inevitably shift to the black market, it will hurt everyone. Patients and consumers will lose access to safe, high-quality products. Coloradans will lose jobs. Our community will lose millions of dollars of tax revenue, and we'll lose out on meaningful opportunities for real, unbiased, scientific research. The astronomical cost profile will sideline existing operators and undo meaningful work on social equity by making it far too expensive for anyone but the biggest, most well-funded operators to manufacture extracts. There are consequences to the environment as well. Existing regulations already require excess packaging, something we work very hard to limit. This new packaging requirement would mean far more plastic pollution contaminating our wildlife, waterways, and ecosystems. This bill must be amended. The proposed legislation is being rushed in the final days of session without stakeholder process. We're calling on the drafters to leverage stakeholder partnerships and expertise to propose legislation that's informed. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, please come forward, stay forward, because questions. Members, do we have any questions for this panel? Seeing none, thank you so much for your time and testimony. We appreciate your coming today. Our next panel will be Kirk Quitter, who is online, but I don't know what his number is. Laura Trujillo, number 15, also remote. Rosario Mayocho, who I believe is in person. Stacy Harrison, in person. Bronwyn Skinner, in person. And Rhiannon Lewis, number 99, remote. And just so while they're getting ready, I'm going to pull forward the on-deck crew. And the on-deck crew will be Mr. Dean Heiser, Mr. Alexander Busher, Ms. Mimi Friedman, Jeremy Johnson, and Stacy Lynn, all in person, and feel free to come into the committee room. So again, just so that we're ready, Mr. Dean Helzer, Mr. Alexander Busher, Ms. Mimi Friedman, Jeremy Johnson, and Stacy Lynn. You are on deck. So let's start with Kirk Quitter online, please. Oh, and he's gone. Let's start with Rhiannon Lewis.
Hello, my name is Rhiannon Lewis, and I am a parent of a 17-year-old in high school who is currently struggling with the use of concentrates. We have been battling with him for about the past year on using concentrates where he is very easily able to get them, from friends, from kids who are 18, from kids who are 21, who have access to get them. Traits and the things we struggle with, we're watching him fail in school when he is smoking and his appetite. He found
Rhiannon, I'm sorry, we are having a lot of difficulty hearing you. I don't know if you can hear me, but I'm going to ask the IT wizard to send you the call-in phone number so that you can testify over the phone if that works for you. And we'll go to Kirk Quitter, who I see back online, and let's see if Kirk can participate. Do we think this IT problem is on our end? Say again? It might be. Okay, so let's go with our people who are here in person, and why don't you begin?
Okay, my name is Stacy Harrison. Thanks for the opportunity to speak. I'm the parent of two teens, 16 and 18. We moved to Colorado for the healthy living. And instead I stand before you or sit before you in this painful context. Freshman year of high school, my child had easy access to THC, high potency THC, and widely available at the school. Started with the flavored drugs, the vaping, edible, moved to dab and shatter, and access through 18-year-old classmates with medical cards. It's not like the beer of trying a beer or the 3% THC that, you know, probably our childhoods were like 15 years ago. He went quickly from being an A and B student to not going to school, being on the couch in the bed using a blowtorch to consume this stuff. We've been through 3 rehabs. The best of insurance doesn't really provide for the kind of long-term cost of the diseases that this produces. He is no longer using, but he continues to experience, you know, neural pathway damage, and the whole family continues to suffer. I'm pretty private. There's a lot of blame and shame in this space of addiction and mental health, and I feel that that's really unfair. You know, shame on anyone who blames the families. Who can ever expect a kid to stand up to a multi-billion-dollar industry that's directly marketing to them and making it widely available to them a drug that's now called a product?
Thank you. Would you like to begin?
Hi, my name is Bronwyn. I'd like to thank you for taking time to hear my testimony today.
You need the mic closer to your mouth, please.
I have a family member well, I lived in Colorado for 13 years, but we left due to some problems that was brought about by today's high-potency marijuana. I have a family member who was a teen at the time of legalization, and they used marijuana 5 times, 2 of them resulting in trips to the ER for a severe psychosis. The first time, the doctor expected to find bath salts or LSD, but they only tested positive for high levels of THC. It took an exhausting 6 weeks for the paranoia to go away and some sense of normalcy to return to our family. This scared them so badly that they stopped using, but a few years later, while attending a Colorado college, they gave marijuana a second try. Again, they were rushed to the ER by ambulance in full psychosis, and as before, only tested positive for THC. This time, the healing took longer. These incidents cost our family dearly, both financially and emotionally. This young adult quit marijuana completely and moved out of state, and I'm happy to tell you is now finishing college as an A student with no further issues with psychosis. But a second member of our family has not yet a happy ending. His child was funny, he was smart, mischievous, caring, lots of friends, a voracious reader until 8th grade. That's when peer-encouraged marijuana use began. This child went to high school with a solid B average and a career path, and it only took 4 months of marijuana use for grades to drop to a low D average. And the more they used marijuana, adding dabs and alcohol, the more their attendance in school and motivation dropped, and life became about partying and doing whatever was necessary to accomplish it. This resulted in a lot of treatment for cannabis use disorder and a terrible car crash with extensive injuries. Again, the cost was devastating emotionally, and financially. Sadly, this child is now facing serious consequences resulting from their substance abuse. I'd like to thank you again.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Let's try Laura Trujillo on remote.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having me today. I'm here to ask for support for House Bill 1317. I am a single mother of 2 girls, one being 16 years old, and I have a very open household. I let my daughter and her friends come in often, and I listen to the stories that they have to say. And I especially listen to my daughter. She doesn't hide much from me. And she explains to me what her friends are doing at school. And I believe that it is our job to teach our children to not self-medicate, because I feel like that's what her peers are blaming their usage of marijuana on. And they don't realize the damage that is being done to them physically, mentally, and emotionally. They don't realize the potency of what they're even getting or what they're passing around to their friends. I feel that it is our job to teach them the proper education and to continue to do proper research to protect our children and to keep them going in the right direction. We need to do research and oversight of the usage of what they're doing. And yeah, thank you.
Thank you. We're going to give one more attempt at Rhiannon Lewis. I don't know if you were able to call in or if we should try your audio again.
Hello, can you hear me better?
Yes.
Okay, I did not get the call in, so we're going to try my audio again, but I turned off my camera, so maybe that will help.
Okay, great.
My name is Rhiannon Lewis. I am currently struggling with a 17-year-old who is chronically using concentrates. We have caught him with many concentrates, no less than 89 to 90% every time he gets caught. He used to be an A-B student, was very happy, funny, popular, outgoing. He now spends lots of time sleeping in his room. He is failing classes. He is a junior in high school and actually may not even pass this year, and may have to repeat his junior year. Every time he is using marijuana, he becomes very angry or very depressed. I notice a full change in his attitude, how he treats other people, how he reacts towards just people in general. It's been a struggle on our family. It's caused a lot of family issues between siblings and even me and my husband. And it's really hard to continue to watch. We have tried multiple things to get him to stop. When he's not using concentrates, we have gotten him for about 6 weeks to not use. You can see his attitude go back to the way he was before, but then he struggles and goes back using these concentrates. They're very easy for him to get. He's getting them from all sorts of people, classmates, older brothers, people who have access to this through medical marijuana cards or just from the legalization. So I ask you to support this bill.
Thank you so much, and we could hear you clearly that time. Members, do we have any questions for this panel? Oh, Kirk got on the phone. Wonderful. I didn't see him on there, so yes. Kirk Quitter, please. Thank you. Kirk, are you able to testify, please? Okay, I'm going to put Kirk on in a panel or so, and let's see if we can try him again. Kirk, we're not giving up on you. Okay, thank you so much for your time and testimony, panel. And now we'll call up our next panel. Our next panel has changed a little bit because I called up some duplicates, and I apologize. I'm working off a lot of lists, and there are some duplicates, and so we'll modify as needed. So for our next one, we'll have Mr. Alexander Busher, Ms. Mimi Friedman, Jeremy Johnson, Hashim Coates, and Mrs. Bridget Serrett.
Bridget just had surgery last night, so she's walking very, very slowly. So
is she on her way to here?
She's on her way.
She can take her time, and we'll get to her last. Sound good?
Yeah.
Okay, wonderful.
Okay.
I think that's wonderful. Thank you. I appreciate that as well. All right, let's start with Mr. Busher.
Good evening, Madam Chair and committee members. My name is Alex Busher, and I'm here representing myself. I graduated Vanderbilt University and DU Law, and I'm a medical patient. I'm also a hemp attorney, medical marijuana advocate, and I drafted the Expand Cannabis Medicine at Schools bill, which passed with bipartisan support earlier this year. I'm here today because I will letting you know that I will be filing a lawsuit to immediately and permanently enjoin this bill if passed without amendments. As drafted, sections of this bill are unconstitutional under Amendment 20. Furthermore, there is an equal protection with animus argument since this bill was not stakeholder with patients or medical cannabis doctors introduced on a Friday night when session would normally be over during a pandemic. Some of the most medically vulnerable people in Colorado are here testifying today, putting their lives at risk. Let's put the work needed in on this bill so we can get a constitutional bill passed that protects kids and doesn't end the entire medical registry system. We all want looping and underage access by teens to end, but if I will sue if changes aren't made because this puts tens of thousands of lives in turmoil. Patients either move to a more favorable state, they ignore statutes and use the broad affirmative defense available in Amendment 20, or they are tracked and felons. To constitutionality, first, sending patient purchase data out of state to a private company, which is Metric in Florida, where it has been placed into interstate commerce, is easily subpoenaed by the federal government. Colorado is handing an irrefutable and indefensible case against some of its most medically vulnerable to the DOJ if there ever were an unfavorable shift in policy at the federal level. Amendment 20 clearly states the registry is confidential and patient caregiver data can only be verified by a state health agency employee when an officer of the law is presented with a card in order to check its validity. That includes the patient's registry number, which is the identifier in this bill, which will be provided to Metric, again, a private Florida company. Please ask me questions on the affirmative defense because it is very broad and strong, and people will go back to that affirmative defense if they don't have access.
Great. Thank you. Ms. Friedman.
Hi, I'm a medical patient, and I'm here to oppose the bill. Oh,
mic closer to you.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Okay, my name is Mimi Friedman. I'm here to oppose the bill as written. I propose adding amendments to it. The cannabis patients in the program do not want underage kids to be able to get this medicine. We don't want 18 to 20-year-olds to have psychotic outbreaks. And if there are doctors writing cards for healthy kids, why are they not being prosecuted under the channels already available for this? When the medical program was written, we wrote in there that doctors would be punished for writing cards, especially for healthy children. So we would like to work with you on getting those parts of the bill passed, and those parts are workable to protect the kids. But I don't understand why people over 21 have to be punished. Like me as a patient, I'm not even going to bother going through my entire list of health conditions because I only have 2 minutes. So we'll just focus on end-stage achalasia. I had my digestive tract surgically rebuilt by robots last year, and I throw up in excess of 60 times an hour without cannabis concentrates readily available. And with that broken up into each gram in 10 different sections, that's just extra packaging, extra annoyance. I don't divert my medicine to kids. I don't. None of us want that. And so I feel like if we could work together to get the workable parts of this bill passed and the unworkable parts out, that it would be a great bill, like a lot of other people have said. But as is unamended, I oppose.
Thank you. Let's hear from Jeremy Johnson, please.
Hi, my name is Jeremy Johnson. I'm the Executive Vice President of Harmony Extracts. We have a cannabis extraction and cultivation in Denver. We've been operating now for about 6 years in the space. We are here to oppose the bill as drafted. I'm here to represent the cannabis industry, but I'm also here as a father. I have 3 girls at home, and protecting them is my #1 priority always. With the bill, how it's currently drafted, I don't feel that we're necessarily protecting the kids. Going through and creating packaging that going and packaging these by hand day in and day out to take something that we're already creating so much waste. To take something and expand that tenfold, it's just cost prohibitive. You're going to see a lot of people, they're going to go out of business because of it. And when you go in and you make us do something like make it a 0.1 gram dab, essentially you're creating a dose. From someone that consumes, a 0.1 gram dab can be a very large dose of cannabis. I would take someone that is new to something like that. You're taking something that's the size of a pinhead and you're giving it to them. If you take 0.1, I mean, that's just, it's going to overwhelm them. And now we have people that are setting the precedent of what the dose should be for patients and individuals. And, that could inherently cause massive issues. Also, the sustainability of it, the waste that we're already creating every day. I don't know if you guys have gone through and seen a cannabis facility. I would invite anybody that would like to come through and see what this looks like to come through and just see what goes into it, all the labeling, all the boxes and all the jars. Above and beyond that, limiting access to patients, we shouldn't be limiting access to adults. We shouldn't be trying to tell them how much they're allowed to consume. They should work with their doctor hand in hand with that, but we shouldn't regulate what they're able to purchase. We've already gone through and have equivalencies that have been set by the state of Colorado. So we're trying to go in and change something that the state has already mandated. So for those reasons, we oppose it as it's currently drafted and would hope that we can get some amendments.
Thank you. Let's hear from Mr. Hashim Coates.
Technology. All right. Thank you, esteemed committee members. My name is Hashim Coates. I'm the Executive Director of Black, Brown, and Red Badge, an organization that represents the cannabis business owners of color. Our organization is unique in that it's the only voice in Colorado cannabis that speaks on behalf of Black, Brown business owners and strives to promote social equity so the industry can be more representative of those who are disproportionately affected by the racist drug wars. BBRB is taking an amend position on this bill because while we respect the mission to keep marijuana out of the hands of teens who are not in need of cannabis as medicine, we continue to have serious reservations about the cannabis legislation that is drafted without direct input from any cannabis businesses of color. The current draft legislation has serious racial bias implications and racial blind spots, particularly in the area that addresses data collection and research. The forced data collection around THC presents in very non-natural deaths in Colorado, which includes homicides, is wholly irresponsible and allows for gross abuse of data to be weaponized against communities of color. We all remember what happened to Michael Brown and George Floyd. Those two black men, one who was only 18 years old, were murdered. That is not a non-natural death. And the drugs discovered in their system in the coroner's reports were used to justify their deaths. Unfortunately, the presence of drugs in black men's system will always be used to justify their deaths, period. The sort of racial blind spot in legislative drafting is precisely why we must have black voices in the room when these negotiations are being had. Sadly, we have been cut out of the conversation entirely. Let me be clear, the entire purpose is how research and data portions of this bill are structured are intended to bias the data to push the narrative of proponents that all cannabis is bad. Why else is this information mandated to be reported to the violent death reporting system? When people seem shocked by how systemic racism take root, look no further than this section of this bill.
Thank you, sir. Okay, let's hear from Bridget Surratt, please.
Hi, my name is Bridget Surratt, and I represent myself. First, I want to say that I oppose this bill, mostly in part because no patients were even considered to be a stakeholder. There was not patient input into this bill until just the last couple weeks, and it has been rushed and we have been ignored. And we asked for months. We knew these conversations had been going on for at least a year, and we were left out completely. So the stakeholder process was not followed with this. As a matter of fact, as late as last week, when we asked about it, the speaker told us that this bill was going nowhere, and there was no conversation happening. This bill has the potential to kill therapeutic access, leaving patients with only recreational amounts, and there is a reason why medical has access to more. Access to concentrated cannabis. If we were to put limits on it, it would leave 2/3 of Colorado without access because they don't live within 100 miles of a dispensary. I sent a map to everybody's email so that you should see how concentrated dispensaries actually are. This makes medical cards unaffordable for most patients and literally yanks life-saving therapy from our most vulnerable children and patients, including myself. It changes how children get their card, and the wording in the doctor says within the scope of practice. As we know, most cannabis doctors are retired doctors, internists, and things like that, and so they might not necessarily be recommending within their scope of access because of the risk of it being Schedule 1. That risk is not a risk that most doctors in Colorado want to take, and less than 2% of doctors are able and eligible to write recommendations, and this would lower it significantly. It limits how much a patient can purchase, so I would have to go to the dispensary every 2 days. Thank you very much for your time, and I oppose this bill.
Thank you so much. Members, do we have questions for this panel? Representative Ricks.
This question is for Hashim Coates. You mentioned that this bill could be racially biased in the way the data is collected. Could you say how you would amend this bill to make it more, racially just or more equity in the bill?
Mr. Coates.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, I would take it back to the very beginning and institute some ethics and honesty as far as having the conversations with the stakeholders and with the Black and brown business owners on that. But definitely the forced data collection, that would have to be the thing that would have to come out of the bill. That's just the science on that.
Okay. Representative Judah.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Coates, you specifically said that, and I haven't seen obviously the other probably 200 witnesses we're at right now, but you are the only person of color or Black man that we've seen, and I would like to hear that specific perspective that you're bringing from the Black community, especially Black businesses. And I know Representative Ricks talked about this a little bit, but the lens that you're bringing not only to stakeholdering, but to potentially what this bill could unfold on the Black community in general would give great insight to this committee.
Mr. Coates.
Thank you very much, Representative Joda. So a lot of that is written in the finishing of my statement, which is like 20 seconds more. So by that, I'll go ahead and finish that to answer to satisfy that question. In addition to the concerns of racial bias in research and data collection, the demands will put on small Black and brown owned manufacturers is untenable. The cost of packaging demands requires the bill be increased portions cost by 300 to 400%. While this might be feasible for large corporate marijuana chains to absorb, as you've heard already from a previous testimony today, this will certainly put our members out of business. Full stop. That's the post. This is nothing more than a backdoor prohibition as the technology to mass produce the packaging mandated in this bill simply does not exist.
Thank you. Members, other questions for this panel? Seeing none, thank you so much for your time and testimony. We really appreciate your coming in today. Our next panel, who I forgot to call to become on deck, is Dr. Sammy Diab, number 29, remote. I'm not sure if Dr. Diab is for questions only. Dr. Libby Stute, in person. Dr. Brad Roberts, number 131, remote. Dr. Lori Odom, 76, remote. So the only one I'm not sure if they're remote. Oh, look at this. We have people in the room in front of me. And you are?
Brad Roberts, Dr. Roberts.
You are Dr. Roberts. Okay, so you are in person, not remote. Okay, and are you Libby? Yeah, okay. All right, so let's see if, why don't we start with Dr. Stute?
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. Good afternoon. My name is Libby Stout. I am a board-certified addiction psychiatrist and have been working in the field the last 20 years in Pueblo, Colorado, both at the State Hospital and the Circle program and in the Community Health Center. In the last 5 years, I have seen significantly increasing problems with the use of high-potency THC by people of all ages, races, genders, and life circumstances. I applaud this bill, the sponsors, and the people who have worked so hard to get it to this point, as it is a start to mitigate some of the harms that have come from the commercialization of marijuana in Colorado. This bill is just the first step to ensuring that Coloradoans are protected from the harms of high-potency marijuana. The biggest disservice that has been done to the people of Colorado is allowing the cannabis industry to aggressively market and advertise THC concentrates as medicine, which makes people believe they are safe. This has resulted in thousands of young people who get medical marijuana cards to purchase things like wax or shatter and use them and provide them for their younger siblings or friends. There is absolutely no research on these high-potency THC products as being safe or efficacious for any medical condition. If you look at the research used by the National Academies to recommend cannabinoids for the treatment of various medical conditions, all of the studies have been done with less than 10% THC in the smoked product. This bill reduces the amounts of concentrates that can be purchased per day from 40 grams to 8 grams and 2 grams for those 18 to 20 with medical cards. This is a critical step in the right direction. To put it into context, the state of Maryland has a robust medical marijuana program, and they limit the amount of THC to 36 grams per month.
Thank you. That's your lovely time alert. I appreciate your testimony. Let's go to Dr. Roberts.
Hi, thank you very much. My name is Brad Roberts, and I am a board-certified emergency medicine physician from Pueblo, Colorado. I represent myself as well as the Pueblo County Medical Society and its over 300 physician members. I also represent the patient and families that I see on a daily basis in the emergency department coming in with cannabis-related complaints. I initially came into this without a strong opinion in regards to cannabis. However, we're starting to see a large number of patients in my practice that were related to this. I got on PubMed and typed in cannabis and started reading a large amount of the research and was ultimately asked to write a large review article in regards to this that was published in the Western Journal of Emergency Medicine. I found after my review that there was substantial evidence in multiple highly regarded medical journals and from places across the world around the adverse effects of cannabis, including multiple things that have been spoken of today, including psychosis, suicidality, cannabinoid hyperemesis syndrome, or intractable vomiting as a result of the use of cannabis, as well as decreases in IQ, increases in other substance abuse, and in addition to others. I wanted to take a second to take you through a day in the emergency department. This was a single shift I had several months ago. It started with a mid-20s-year-old male that was taken to a psychiatric facility after he was combative at home with his family, was screaming help repeatedly. His dad finally did get him into the car, got him to the psychiatric facility. There he was extremely combative and assaultive towards staff. Ultimately was brought to the emergency department by EMS after receiving 5 milligrams of Haldol, 50 milligrams of Benadryl, 5 milligrams of Versed, and was still combative upon his arrival to the emergency department. After evaluation by our psychiatrist, his girlfriend shrugged it off and said, yeah, he always gets like this when he uses cannabis. Second case, the same shift. This is a 48-year-old male. He's got a history of Crohn's disease. He had stopped taking his normal regimen for his Crohn's disease and instead decided to only treat with cannabis. He developed a large intra-abdominal abscess that required surgical drainage and admission to the hospital. Another mid-20s-year-old female had intractable nausea and vomiting. She had 9 visits in the last 6 months for vomiting to the emergency department and had 5 CT scans. There were multiple others, including assaults and trauma related.
Thank you. Dr. Harms, please.
I'm not a doctor. I'm actually.
I'm sorry. I just made an assumption. You are a doctor today.
Okay. I'm here as a concerned citizen. I don't have a personal marijuana story to tell.
I'm sorry. Will you bring the microphone closer to your mouth? If you can move it.
All right. Anyway, I don't have a personal marijuana story to tell, which makes me unique to this audience, but I have a lot of perspectives given the things that I'm involved with. So I'm not a doctor, a scientist, a lawyer, a lobbyist, an educator, none of those. I'm a retired CPA. I worked in the business community for 40 years. I now run the largest private foundation in the state of Colorado. And so I'm involved with a lot of people that help people. And to a person, they all tell me the high potency marijuana is impacting a lot of the folks and families that we deal with, whether they're addicted, whether they're homeless, whether they're suicidal. By the way, I was on the State Suicide Commission for 7 years. I'm a board member of the National Mental Health Innovation Center, so I have perspectives on all of those things. I congratulate those that bring the legislation. It's time Colorado stood up and really was counted as a leader in what to do with marijuana. I did this 5 years ago, and unfortunately it didn't pass then. And now 5 years worth of problems have happened since then. I don't want to see that happen again to the youth of our state, because they're the next leaders, the workforce that are going to pay my retirement someday. Mm-hmm. And we can't let them all go down the drain like we've had let too many so far. So with that, I appreciate what you're doing, and I certainly endorse 1317, and let's get it right this time and stop youth from getting taken advantage of. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Harms. Let's hear from Dr. Sammy Diab, please.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. So thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Amy Goodman, and I am reading testimony today on behalf of Dr. Sammy Diab, President of the Colorado Medical Society. CMS does not have a formal position on this bill yet, but we have many physicians who feel strongly about issues related to the regulation of marijuana. CMS has adopted policy supporting many of the goals of this bill, including the following. CMS recognizes the potential health benefits and adverse health effects of marijuana. CMS supports increased funding for cannabis research as well as education and prevention of cannabis use disorder. CMS encourages increased data collection on impacts and outcomes from cannabis use and cannabis use disorder. CMS supports the identification, monitoring, and publicizing of results of healthcare and social costs associated with cannabis use. CMS supports a cap on the potency of THC products and further pharmacologic research on cannabis potency. CMS recommends that patients being treated for a particular medical condition with cannabis be under the care of a physician and, if necessary, in consultation with a physician with specialty training in the condition for which the patient seeks care. CMS supports recommending providers practice within their scope of training. CMS encourages physicians, when approving a medical marijuana card, to only do so in relation to a specific condition and with a specific time frame for use for the patient. And CMS supports creation of a monitoring program to prevent abuse and misuse. However, we have some serious concerns, both legal and policy-based, about new requirements that would be imposed on physicians by this bill that we think need to be addressed. CMS does not support physicians making detailed prescriptions for medical marijuana. CMS supports rescheduling cannabis from a Schedule I to a Schedule II drug to enable the development of prescribing and dosing guidelines congruent with the FDA drug development process. Overall, we want to protect patients and the public while being mindful of federal law. We look forward to continuing to work with legislators to address this issue. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Let's hear Dr. Lori Odom, please.
Madam Chair, honorable committee members, thank you for the opportunity
testify. Speaking as a retired pediatrician and advocate for the health and safety of youth, I believe it's crucial for House Bill 1317 to be passed. As you've heard, youth currently have easy access to high-potency marijuana products. I hear far too many stories about healthy, high-functioning teens with a productive future inadvertently succumbing to the adverse effects of high-potency THC, dropping out of school, hyperemesis syndrome, generalized anxiety disorder, having hallucinations, or developing psychosis and harming themselves or others. Our youth, and much of the public for that matter, are not aware that marijuana today is so vastly different from that several decades ago, with THC concentrations now as high as 65 to 95+% compared with 2 to 4% in the 60s and 70s. Our Healthy Kids Colorado survey showed that 10.6% of youth were vaping marijuana in 2019 compared with 5.1% in 2015. And dabbing wax rose from 4.3% in 2015 to 20.4% in 2019. Many users of high-potency marijuana begin by vaping it in middle school. It's known that the developing brain is especially vulnerable to the detrimental effects of drugs like marijuana. Because brains are not fully mature until age 25 or later, there is mounting evidence that high-potency THC has even more damaging effects on the physical and mental health of teens and young adults. I believe it's incumbent upon us to protect our next generation from the often lifelong harmful consequences of high-potency THC products. It's very important that this bill also includes a campaign to educate the public about the vast differences in marijuana.
I'm sorry, your time is up, Dr. Odom. Okay, members, do we have any questions for this panel? Seeing none, I would like to thank you so much for your time and testimony today. People who are here, I apologize, I keep forgetting to call the next panel, the on-deck panel. So all of the next people that I'm calling are here in person. So I'm looking for Nicholas Heater, Mrs. Michelle Walker, Mrs. Amber Wan, Mr. Brad Wan, and Louis Zarobnik. So I'm going to say those names again. These are the people I'm looking for in person. Nicholas Heater, Mrs. Michelle Walker, Mrs. Amber Wan, Mr. Brad Wan, and Louis Zarobnik. While they're getting ready, the next group that's going to be on deck will be Ed Wood, Ann Hassel, who is number 37 remote, Constance Boyd, number 94 remote, Paula Waldhoff in person, and Elise Luter. So that is our on deck list. So who is, I'm looking for, so just one more time, I'm looking for Nicholas Heater. Are you Nicholas? Nope. Come on over. Oh wait, who did you say were? Juan. Yep, please come. Thank you. So we have Brad and Amber Juan. We're still looking for Nicholas Heater, Louis Zarobnik, and Michelle Walker. So Mr. and Mrs. Juan, who would like to begin? Mrs. Juan.
Go ahead, okay. Thank you for having us today. So the governor just signed our bill, SB 21-056, to expand access for medical cannabis at school to a qualifying student less than 2 weeks ago, and you all voted in support of it, and we thank you for that. This bill 1317, however, is in its current form would void our bill if this is an attempt to dissolve the medical marijuana program with an out-of-state private party tracking, because my son wouldn't be updating his medical card and unable to use his bill at school to save his life. He is a young adult at 19 years old now, but in a public school bridge program.
He doesn't drive, he works a part-time job and still learning how to live independently. But if he's going to be asked to pay more in his card in terms of a second doctor and have an MD sign off on his recommendation, which they can't and won't, our son loses his ability to have a medical card altogether, forcing him to be a criminal, but not the young adults actually committing crimes in regard to illegal cannabis use. My heart goes out to those families who have lost a child or fighting to save their child from accessing cannabis when it's not for medical purposes by way of either abusing it, using it illegally, or lying about an ailment to gain a medical card. We have also experienced the same horrors and traumas of these parents here today expressed, but for us, those behavioral changes were from pharmaceuticals and their side effects that come with a warning for suicidal thoughts and actions, while cannabis has healed him. But everybody's different and responds differently to cannabis, we know that. But why should patients like my son suffer for their lack of access to his medicine for a higher price and be added roadblocks at the expense of individuals who lie, cheat, and skirt the system?
Thank you. Mr. Wan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Brad Wan, Highlands Ranch, Colorado. I'm here on behalf of my family, my son, Benjamin Wan. As my wife just explained, we just went through this whole process for the past 3 years. And you know, my dad taught me something when I was a young man. He taught me the most important part about human beings is conversation. It's okay to disagree with your neighbor. It's okay to have conversations and not be in line with them, but you got to know where they come from. You have to sit down with the people and you have to talk to them. That did not happen in this bill or in this amendment that we're looking at here in 1317. So we hope that in the future, we're at the table. At the future, we have a voice in this because it matters. It absolutely matters. To skip over us is a tough thing for us to process because we have been doing this for a long time. I've had battles with the DEA, the DOJ. I have letters from Jason Crow, Ken Buck, Michael Bennett, and Corey Gardner, all on our behalf, going after the DEA to help settle these issues. We have more knowledge, more paperwork, more letters, more phone conversations than you can imagine, probably more than Phil Weiser has when it comes to this issue. We have been doing this for a long time. We can represent patients, we can find middle ground, and we can be the steady information that you need to make great choices. But when we're absent because we're not invited, it's what hurts. It doesn't get you guys where you need to go, or the sponsors of this where they need to go. So I do hope that in the future we have that access to you, we have that seat at the table, and we have the ability to speak on behalf of the children that need this medication the most, and we're protecting everyone involved. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, and I'm very sorry for the feeling that your voice was not heard. And I just want you to know that we hear that.
Thank you.
And I'm sorry, you are?
Nicholas Heater.
Go ahead, Nicholas.
Hello, I represent myself as a cannabis patient and also as a member of the cannabis industry working for Harmony Extracts. From our viewpoint, we see this as a bill that we oppose as written. We don't support the limiting of medical patients' access to their medicine as prescribed. We see that forcing doctors to write a prescription can go against their certifications and can make them remove their license. Also, on the business end, we see that this is only going to fuel the black market and make it thrive, because you're taking a product that's already expensive to make, already creates a ton of excess and waste, and we are literally multiplying that by 10. That makes every part of the process, from packaging to fulfillment to getting it in the stores, raise that price on the consumer to make it where it's unaccessible to any patients or any retail consumers. When they raise the prices like that, there's only one place for people to turn, and that's the black market. That's a group that I believe, if any of them would stand up and talk to you, would say that they are very in support of this bill, because that will help them. It will help their business expand. It will help their business thrive. And I understand that that is not your goal with this bill, but that's exactly what will happen.
Thank you, Mr. Heater. Let's hear from, oh, I forgot I was paying too close attention. Let's hear from Louis Zarobnik. Is Louis Zarobnik here? No. Did we get Fran Mays here? Come forward, Fran. Would you mind letting her sit in one of the chairs? Thank you so much.
Get under. Good boy.
All right, let's hear.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Madam Chair and committee members. My name is Francesca Mays, and I live in Thornton, Colorado, and I'm in Ward 1, and I represent myself today. I believe that this bill, I was for the bill with amendments, but now I'm not, because I feel it needs to be, I feel sorry for all the family members that lost loved youth from suicide. But I also believe we have a major mental health problem in this country and in Colorado. And we put Band-Aids on it, and then we end up with other issues. And I believe our mental health system is totally broken. And so we have broken kids that self-medicate. And it turns into a disaster. I also believe that we're not addressing the people with disabilities. We were not invited at the table with Representative Caraveo or Speaker Garnett. And I thought we should have been at the table since the beginning, because we have older senior citizens and they're disabled, and the disabled community just was not involved. So the last we heard it through the grapevine, basically, at the last minute. And I don't think that's really appropriate. I think we need to, what happened to these kids that they killed themselves? What happened prior to? What did they eat? What did they drink? Substance abuse is a major problem. Well, how much are people spending on their kids in treatment centers? It's all about the mighty dollar bill, I believe. I mean, marijuana is not cheap. If you're on disability, you get an eighth or 2/8 month, and you don't get the medication that you need. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Do we have Mrs. Michelle Walker? You can just use one of those standing mics if that will work for you. Just come close.
A little short.
You can turn it down too. Yeah, go ahead. There you go.
Madam Chair. Good evening. My name is Michelle Walker, and I'm the mother of a pediatric medical marijuana patient. I'm testifying as amending on this bill, but please know that it's going to take significant amendments for me to become in support of this bill. I have 2 minutes to try to explain to everyone here why my son's medicine is so important to him and how any kind of roadblocks could affect him negatively. You've heard several testimonies before mine today. Some of them have been around what medical marijuana is, and you've heard, no, this isn't medical marijuana, but you've also heard from many people that it is medical marijuana. And so I think it's dangerous to write policy around medical marijuana when people who are not knowledgeable about what it is are involved in the discussions. Medical marijuana takes a lot of forms. It's nasal sprays, it's topicals, it's oils, and all of these things qualify as concentrates by the definition in this bill. So we need to discuss about more than just wax, shatter, dab, whatever these terms are that we're using in discussing the bill. You heard it throughout the day, and I don't want to be a broken record. My phone decided to lock up on me, apologize, that there will be a requirement for specialists. And you heard why this is problematic. My child is epileptic and has level 3 autism, including several other diagnoses. The specialist for autism and epilepsy is a neurologist, a psychiatrist, a developmental pediatrician. None of those doctors will recommend medical marijuana for a child. They cannot, and the hospitals do not let them do this. This is not only a barrier to access, it is an entire brick wall. That language alone will end my son's access to medical marijuana as a whole. So I have 2 choices. Do I become a felon, again, because I'm from Texas and I moved here for access, or do I let my son die? And I'll tell you right now that I'm going to wear orange before I let my son die. And I know that's not the goal of anyone here today. I know I had 2 minutes, and I'm going to go ahead and wrap up quickly, but 2 minutes is an awful long time when you're holding your child as they're seizing.
This was a short 2 minutes, but please think about those long 2 minutes as I'm praying that my son doesn't die, and keep that in mind as we discuss our son's medicine, our children's medicine. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. May I please hear from Margaret Rose?
Thank you, Madam Chair and committee members. I'm representing Antonio from Pueblo West. He is my son. He's 13 years old. I am his CNA. I am a veteran, his mom. We moved here in 2016. He had spent 9 years beating himself severely since he was 18 months old, headbanging, punching himself, kicking himself. He had to have ear surgery twice. His ears are permanently cauliflower now. He tried every pharmaceutical possible. I lived out of a hotel.
You can take your mask off if that will help.
I lived out of a hotel in Atlanta for him to go to a school that specializes in self-interest behavior, and nothing worked. He came out even worse, hitting himself thousands of times a day. A school recorded him 700 punches in 3 hours. It was, I can't even describe. If you have kids, watching an 18-month-old up until he's 9, 10, beating himself severely, it's not easy to watch, and it takes an effect on your entire family. We are here to oppose House Bill 1317. We would not be able to find a specialist willing to recommend medical cannabis for my son. When we moved here, my son went from all those hits. He went from being on all those medications. He's now on 0 medications. He's bruise free. He's actually in the lobby cuddling with one of my friends. Y'all are more than welcome to meet him. He is so bright, and he's able to leave the house now because of medical cannabis. And this bill will hurt him because he will not be able to get a card.
That buzz was your sign. Thank you. Thank you. We certainly hear you and all of you, and none of us wish any harm to come to your children at all. Members, do we have any? Yes, Representative Geithner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just wanted to say to Mr. Juan and to Michelle, Mr. Juan, I know you and I just met outside. Obviously, we've exchanged phone numbers and we're in contact now. And Michelle, it was a good opportunity to speak with you yesterday, but I think we have something that will be helpful and that will come later. But I appreciate you both being here and just wanted to take the time to acknowledge you, and to you, ma'am, as well. I understand your story and I can hear you, and I just wanted to acknowledge that and make sure that you heard that. So thank you.
All right. Thank you, panel. Thank you so much for your time and testimony. We appreciate it. Okay, so our next group coming forward is Ed Wood, Ann Hassel, number 37, remote, Constance Boyd, 94, remote, Paula Waldhoff, in person, and Elise Luder. And we're gonna go for third time's a charm and Kirk Quitter. Let's see if we can get Kirk to testify. This will be our I don't know, let's see if it happens. Okay, and while this group is getting ready, the next group that we will be calling forward is Brian Ortega, Ms. Jerry Shepard, Mr. James Teeter, Mr. Chuck Smith, and Brent McDonald. You all are on deck, so if you could come forward into the room, and we will get started with our panel at the table. Who would like to begin? Go ahead.
My name is Connie Boyd, and I'm here to speak in support of House Bill 1317. I thank you for letting me share my son's experience. I hope that I take time to read my written testimony, because I'm not sure I can do this. My son was a gifted student in school. He was part of the Johns Hopkins CTY program. He took the SAT test beginning in 5th grade at CSU, and he was part of Odyssey of the Mind. During his first year in college, he was in the honors program. He was also a gifted athlete, and as a freshman, he was in the statewide cross-country tournament here in Colorado and was one of the best runners in his age group. He played varsity basketball as a freshman and was an accomplished three-point shooter. He was introduced to marijuana by a senior on the basketball team. He was also introduced to marijuana his freshman year by 2 sets of parents who seemed to think that it was the casual marijuana that they were familiar with. Garrett failed every class his sophomore year. The doctors told us it was depression. It took us through the next 2 years with family and outward bound, but Garrett rebounded and he came back and he graduated. He then went to college, and after two semesters of straight A's, he was invited to get high again. But this time he had a prolonged psychotic episode and dropped out of school. This is a journey that no one wants to go through with their child. He had hallucinations, he was hearing voices, and became suicidal. The symptoms came and went, but controlled his decision-making. He lived homeless for 2 years. We were unable to get guardianship because of his age. He moved to Illinois to live with family, but the voices and psychosis continued, and he was admitted to the hospital.
I'm sorry, I have to stop you, but we do have your written testimony, so thank you.
Just one thing, please. Today, he lives in a nursing home. He didn't die like some of the others. He's living in a nursing home, and he is tormented by the voices daily, and I am begging you to please read my written testimony.
And we will, and I think, please stay, we're gonna possibly have questions. So thank you so much, and thank you for submitting your written testimony.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Elise Luter, and I'm from Littleton. I'm here to speak in support of House Bill 1317. These are just a few of the people that I know in my community of Littleton that have been personally affected by high-potency THC. The first time I ever heard about dabbing, wax, and shatter was when my neighbor's teen, who was 15 at the time, was taken away in the middle of the night for intake at a wilderness rehab facility in Utah. My neighbor described to me what they had previously found in their teen's room, marijuana concentrates called wax and shatter. She also described something called a dabbing rig and what it was used for, and recommended that I keep an eye out for these products in my household since my son was just a year younger than her teen. Within this teen's close circle of high school friends, all who were known high-potency THC users, 4 of them died by suicide. My neighbor was afraid that her teen would be next. Fortunately, he came back from rehab and attended an alternative high school in order to graduate, but still has mental health issues to this day at 20 years old. 6 months later, another friend's teen ended up going to a rehab facility in Utah because of an addiction to dabbing high-potency THC. These drugs were obtained through a friend of similar age that had a medical marijuana card and was selling to friends in high school. This teen was failing high school and was having violent psychotic outbursts towards his parents when they tried to discipline him about marijuana use. One of the outbursts involved swinging a golf club at his parents and smashing multiple pieces of furniture with it. This teen also called a suicide hotline several times from school, unable to control suicidal thoughts. After rehab, this teen attended 2 different therapeutic boarding schools and also finished high school at an alternative high school and was barely able to graduate from this school. Another friend's teen at the age of 17 tried twice to commit suicide.
Thank you.
Thank you for taking my testimony. My name is Paula Waldoff, and I'm a school nurse with Boulder Valley School District, and also have a personal story as well. It echoes a lot of the experiences that you've heard here. My child started using THC when he was a sophomore in high school, and he was dabbing daily. By the time he graduated, he barely finished high school. Since that time, he has had 2 suicide attempts, and he's been hospitalized twice for psychosis. Each time he would be hospitalized, we were told he was either bipolar or schizophrenic, and we would take him to see therapists for this, and then it would happen again. And being a nurse, I felt like I should know what he was doing, and I should be able to know what to do. And I just couldn't figure out if this was marijuana, why this was so hard to do. I just knew he was going to kill himself. I got myself ready for that because I knew that he would. I felt that he would. So we had to ask him to leave the house. He was homeless for a while. I think he's improving some. I don't think he's had any psychotic breaks in the last 6 months, but I really don't know how much he's using now. So I'm also a nurse at a local high school, and it's really hard to see these things happening to my students as well. It's really prevalent in high schools because it's very insidious, it's very easy to do and undetectable. Typically, students will seem like they're having a really bad panic attack or with nausea. And when parents take them into the emergency room to do a tox screen, it just comes back marijuana. So again, the parents wonder, just like I did, how can this just be weed? How can they just be using marijuana and have these things happening? And I know there's a lot of my Black and brown families are really impacted by this at the high school that I am a nurse at. They don't have the money to send their kids to wilderness programs or to put them in expensive rehab. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Do we have Ed Wood? No, Ed Wood. Okay. And Ann Hassel, please.
Yes, thank you and good evening, Madam Chair and committee members. My name is Ann Hassel. I worked as a bud tender in a Massachusetts medical marijuana dispensary for 1.5 years. The founders of my marijuana corporation came from Colorado, where they had established marijuana corporations and the marijuana industry group. Before going to work in the industry, I was mentally healthy. I was experienced with marijuana, having consumed low THC cannabis. After starting work in the marijuana industry, I began consuming the high THC products it encouraged. The first time I did a dab hit of 98% THC shatter, it was an incredibly powerful high. After this, high potency THC concentrates became my main method of consumption. I became a great promoter of high potency THC concentrates. At my bud tender counter, I educated and upsold high THC concentrates to customers, which included 15-year-olds. I parroted what my management told me to say, that high potency THC concentrates were more medicinal. However, I began to witness harms of high THC upon coworkers and customers who started to demonstrate escalating psychological problems, aggression, and explosive outbursts. Yet I was incapable of perceiving the harmful effects that high THC had upon me. I developed a severe marijuana addiction, having all 11 out of 11 characteristics of a cannabis use disorder. I began to pass out after dabbing and experiencing cannabis-induced psychosis, paranoia, hallucinations, and vivid daydreams of committing violent acts. Cannabis-induced psychosis brought me to the brink of killing people and committing suicide. I am fortunate to have been a middle-aged woman with a fully developed frontal lobe, able to survive high THC and recover. Please do the right thing. Do what is long overdue. Follow the science and common sense and pass House Bill 1317. This is your chance to protect the people of Colorado, including your family and loved ones. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's try again for Kirk Quitter. I think you are on the phone. Let's see if we can, he's not. Please tell Kirk we're so sorry. Okay, members, do we have any questions for this panel? Seeing none, we thank you again for your personal testimony and for sharing that with us, and thank you for your time today. So our next group that I had hopefully called on deck includes, no, I didn't call these names on deck. Oh, Lord. Lordy, Lordy. Okay, we are looking for Mr. Christian Gardner Wood. No, I'm sorry. Excuse me. We are looking for Brian Ortega, Ms. Jerry Shepard, Mr. James Teeter, Brent McDonald, and Mr. Patrick Stevenson. And while they are coming forward, The group that should be getting on deck is Jeff Riley, Avani Dilger, Trina Thotz, Duke Roomley, and Tim Hebert, and I believe they're all in person. Okay, let's begin.
Hi, my name is Brent McDonald. I represent Apothecary Extracts and the cannabis patient community here in Colorado. With over 35% of the Colorado cannabis market choosing concentrates as their main source of consumption, adding in these additional regulations will have a significant negative impact on patients, consumers, and our industry alike. With these new regulations, the consumer cost for concentrates will increase 3 to 5 times the amount to account for the new production and operating costs. These unnecessary packaging restrictions and purchasing limits will drive patients and consumers back to the black market to purchase untaxed and untested concentrates. The consumer demand for these concentrates will not go away. They will be forced back to the unregulated market to purchase their desired limits and more affordable product. With Colorado being on the forefront of cannabis legalization and regulation, this seems like 5 steps backwards. We can all agree that more patient and consumer education is necessary, but destroying the fabric of the concentrate industry is not the answer. Thank you for your time today, and I appreciate the opportunity to support amending this bill.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is it okay to take my head?
Yes, but I think you just turned the microphone off.
Oh, sorry, my bad. Okay, it's green. My name is Jerry Shepard. I'm an attorney from Greeley. I am on the board for Colorado NORML. I'm a communications director and on the member of the NORML Legal Committee as well. I respectfully oppose this bill and ask this committee to vote against it. My thought is this: there may be some amendments that we could agree with. Unfortunately, we were not brought into the process to say what would work and what wouldn't work in terms of research, in terms of education. We're all over those things. In fact, Colorado has done a good job on some aspects in educating people about dosage units, about taking it slow in the, for lack of a better phrase, the rec market. But what we're doing now is we are hurting a lot of people with no guarantee that these laws will help the people that are intended to be helped. There is a lot of tragedy, but there is also a lack of scientific evidence, and even one of the proponents of this bill concedes that it wouldn't fix the total drug crisis as it was phrased. We also are aware that since Amendment 64 has passed, there has not been an increase in cannabis usage by young people. There are existing laws, and one of the people who recently testified was clearly in violation of the regulatory framework. Almost everybody I know who's in the industry goes out of their way to make sure they're not selling to underage people. It would be a bad business decision, and it would be bad for them morally and logically for them to go against these regulations. That makes sense. That's a big part of why we have a regulated market, is to protect young people. What I suggest we do is take the bill and we start from scratch and see where we can agree, where we can disagree. Please include patients. Please include advocates. Please include people in the industry. You know, we knew this, somebody knew this bill was coming down, but we were told, oh, there's not going to be happening this year, nothing to worry about. We support patients. This bill flies in the face of that contention. I'm always afraid I'm going to miss something. I did send an email to the committee in the hopes they've had a chance to look at it, but I'll try to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, members of the committee. Thank you for being here and allowing me to testify before you today. My name is Brian Ortega. I am a 100% medically retired combat veteran, a father, and a medical marijuana patient. I was retired in 2009 with PTSD, multiple traumatic brain injuries, crushed and degenerated disc in my upper and lower spine, as well as knee and foot conditions. The med board said they were sorry for what happened to me, but they were going to take care of me. Unfortunately, that help was in the form of maxed out prescriptions for opiates, psychotropic medications like lithium. My blood was drawn weekly to make sure my levels were therapeutic, not toxic. I went from hero to zero in no time flat. I used a walker to get around for the better part of 2009. I battled suicide and depression for the next 10 years, as well as chronic pain and PTSD the pills weren't fixing. I was dying. I constantly thought of taking my life to escape the misery I was in, or possibly having an accidental overdose from the sheer volume of medication I was taking alone. In 2017, I sold everything I owned and moved out of Texas and came to Colorado trying to save my own life. Thanks to the medical marijuana program here, my primary care physician was able to write me a recommendation for medical cannabis. I needed high potency concentrates and the quantity. I was able to access them, and in the method of application, I needed them when I needed it to break free of the chains of addiction or opiate dependency. Since 2017, I'm free of my dependency to opiates and psychotropic medications. I have 6 successful semesters at CU Boulder. I helped started and directed a nonprofit that helped veterans, worked as a customer relations specialist in a cannabis retail store. I was the director of logistics for a courier service that specialized in cannabis. And I am currently a policy analyst for a Texas state senator in the 87th legislative session. But I can't medicate in Texas, and my daughter still lives here, so I plan on coming back in August. Because of this medical program, I'm not just surviving, but thriving. I am proud of who I am again. I feel I am somebody that my daughter can be proud of. Cannabis saved my life. Please don't take that away.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, representatives. My name is James Teeter. I come today as a cannabis patient, advocate, and member of the industry. I have been an employee within the industry for the last 6 years. I've seen a lot of changes for the positive. I would like to say one thing. Colorado seems to be a leader in the United States as far as cannabis legalization, the recreational market as it proceeds. We're a leader. There's a study, if I can pull out my phone here. There is a study that shows for the last 14 years, since Amendment 20 was passed in 2000, we have had 14 years of decreased opioid death. I come from the Midwest, where opioid death has ravaged every single community, every family, every group that you can think of. Cannabis in Colorado is one of the strongest things that people outside of markets with access to legal cannabis, they look to Colorado as an option and an alternative to opiates. I don't want them to lose that. I don't want anybody else in the United States to lose sight of that as well. Cannabis has saved many lives, and I feel that this bill will limit access, which is a problem. Speaking from my own perspective, I have about a 4-hour window every week to go obtain my medicine. With your purchase limits, it would make it impossible for me to continue functioning, for what it's worth. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Please stay here, sir, just in case there are questions. Is Mr. Stevenson in the room? Okay. Members, do we have any questions for this panel? Seeing none, thank you, panel, for your time and your testimony. We appreciate your being here today. We are going to call forward next Jeff Riley, Avani Dilger, Trina Fotz, Duke Rumley, and Tim Hebert. So I'm going to say that again since it's, we've got the long last name. Oh, yeah. Okay, so we have 1, 2, 3. So Jeff Riley, Avani Dilger, Trina Fotz, Duke Rumley, and Tim Hebert is who we're looking for. And on deck, following this panel, we will have Ms. Christina Johnson, Austin Jarrett, Rose, I'm starting not to be able to read anymore, Rose Terlage, Mrs. Amy Berlon Hilterbrand, and Matthew Alvarez. So, so that is who we're calling forward. So again, on deck after this panel, we will have Ms. Christina Johnson, Austin Jarrett, Rose Terlage, Mrs. Amy Berlon-Hilterbrand, and Matthew Alvarez. And I'm going to hand the gavel over to Madam Vice Chair.
Okay, let us start with Jeff Riley. No, not here. Okay, moving on to Avani Dilger. Nope, okay, also not here. Next, let's try Trina Fat.
Hi, I'm here, I'm remote.
Okay, great. Please go right ahead, Ms. Fatz. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair, and I am speaking in support of Bill 1317. I wanted first to just comment on the fact that I know many people with personal experience, and I have to say that coming here and speaking publicly takes an immense amount of courage that we don't normally see. The ridicule, shame, and prejudice that is shown families whose child or loved one has had a negative effect from cannabis is very difficult to shake off. I know in my own social circles, I can't talk about this openly because people look at me as if I'm the black sheep. Cannabis is touted. There is a huge weed culture in this state. It should be legal. It should not be criminalized. But we need to know that we have created a culture here that is very, very absorbing and very intoxicating, and that people of all ages are getting drawn into this, and concentrates are a large part of that, as we have heard. I work with families through an opioid response grant-funded program. These families come to us from all over the state, and we provide classes to them on a regular basis, which run in 10-week sessions. Every 10 weeks, all of our classes are completely sold out, and we are supposed to be doing education for parents who are struggling with children of any age, be they 40 years old or 13 years old, who are struggling with a substance use disorder, primarily an opioid use disorder. In the 3 years we have been providing this program under a grant, 9 out of 10 of every family that comes to us has an offspring that is suffering from cannabis use disorder and has had severe psychosis or some sort of mental or physical health problem due to this. I'm asking you to pass this for these over 200 families that we work with, and for the families that need medical care to have some sort of exemption, but we need to pass this for everyone in Colorado. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, let's hear from Duke Rumley.
Hi, everyone. My name is Duke Rumley. I'm the Executive Director of Sober AF Entertainment. We create safe spaces and fun places. I am here in support of Bill 1317. I want to say we need to keep the language. We really need to limit the potency. I'm asking you to protect our kids. Really on page 4, middle of the paragraph, sentence 7 through sentence 14 really discusses the developing of the brain and the effects that we're seeing concentrates on for kids. So I am a guy who's 32 years sober, who got sober at a young age, at age 21. What made that possible was there was a sober support group inside the Grateful Dead. It made this idea of getting sober tolerable. Fast forward 28 years later, I have a 20-year-old and I have a 16-year-old. And my 20-year-old's at Red Rocks texting me she needs to take an Uber home. Turns out all of her friends had taken ecstasy. My son, who is 16, his best friend got a hold of a brownie, and the brownie had way too much THC in it. And my son's friend ate the whole brownie, ended up in the hospital. And I thought, this is BS. These kids have no other culture besides this high-potency weed culture that we have here in Colorado. So we started this nonprofit that sets up these sober sections at music festivals, concerts, and sporting events. So I would say this is the #1 impacted area of my sons and daughters' generation. Their life expectancy as a generation has gone down because of drug overdoses. And I think this high potency weed is an accelerator to that. So thank you for what you're doing. We're watching, the potency for flower go up to 32%. And so I would just say keep the verbiage in there. Don't let this thing lose its teeth.
Thank you, Mr. Rumley. And next, Tim Herbert.
Hello, I'm Tim Hebert. Thank you for letting me talk. And I'm here in support of House Bill 1317. I'll tell you just a quick story. Two of my kids, one I can just tell you is one of the brightest, most phenomenal, caring, engaged in life person. And I used to tell her as she was a little girl, I said, you could be president. I mean, this was a leader. And she had that kind of, when you walk in a room and you sit up a little bit when they come in, those kind of people, she was like that. About halfway through her junior year, she started smoking weed. And I was thinking, it's weed. It's not the end of the world. I didn't like it. But it quickly turned into concentrates. And the way she's getting it is because these 18-year-old kids that are in school can have these med cards and buy large amounts of very high potent stuff, and they're selling it. Fast forward, the last several years have been 8 treatment centers. It's been a financial toll that I can't even begin to describe to anybody. It's been my other daughter getting involved in the same and is in the same situation. She has lost both of her kids at this point. And she'd had almost 100 days of being sober after this last treatment. When she got out, she got into a sober living house, and within a couple of days, she ripped them off, and then she's been on the run, and I haven't seen her since or heard from her since. And it's been this thing over and over and over, and it all starts with this THC that we have now. So I've lost hope for my daughters, but my hope is this will pass and help other families and other kids to not go through what we've had to go through. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Committee members, are there any questions for this panel of witnesses? Seeing none, we thank you all very much for your time and testimony and for sharing your stories.
You guys.
Okay. So let's hear from Ms. Christina Johnson, Austin Jarrett, Rose Turlage, Mrs. Amy Burlon Hilterbrand, and Matthew Alvarez. That's who's up next. And on deck for the panel afterwards will be Sean Morris, Rich Gribben. Sean Morris is number 35 remote. Rich Gribben, number 25 remote. Amy Gale, Chris Lazarus, Carol Heffler, number 24 remote, and Jaswan Swanson. So you guys are up on deck. And I see 3 people. I called 5, so I'm gonna try it one more time. Ms. Christine Johnson, Austin Jarrett, Rose Turlage, Mrs. Amy Burlon Hilterbrand, and Matthew Alvarez. Okay. Mrs. Turlon Hildebrand, why don't you begin?
I was getting off the hook and getting to start a few in. Thank you so much to the committee members. My name is Amy Dawn Burlon Hildebrand. I represent not only my family, but over 500 families of the American Medical Refugees and over 400 different families of the Cannabinoid chapter here in Colorado. The language of House Bill, I'm here to oppose, formally, strongly oppose House Bill 1317. And I want to start by simply saying, the road to hell was paved with good intentions. And everything that you're trying to accomplish with this bill cannot be accomplished with this bill. I understand the intent. I understand there are problems. There are problems with alcohol. There are problems with tobacco. We're all tired of hearing about it. I have a 19-year-old son with Gervais syndrome, the catastrophic form of epilepsy, who is alive today, 6 years later after doctors said that pharmaceuticals were shutting down his organs because he uses high concentrate THC to stop his grand mal seizures.
It's nothing sexy. He's not smoking a joint or doing a dab. He's getting suppositories after I change his diaper and feed him. This bill will hurt all of the 80,000 plus cannabis patients in Colorado. Generally, it is harmful to law-abiding citizens. It would require all cannabis patients to have medical records for mental health. Certainly, you could see this is overreaching. The language itself, which was sponsored by a medical physician in this great state, creates conflict with medical professionals in this great state due to the current federal language. This can be addressed, but not in this bill. While the approach to hinder 18 to 20-year-old abuse is commendable, I wish my son could be in some of the situations where he had to make the personal, responsible decision. As a young adult, 18 to 20-year-olds can serve this great country. What are we doing? Treating them like children because they made that bad decision? My point is simply this. I do want to thank the committee, especially those of you that have stayed for all of the testimony, and simply close by saying a mother's tragedy should not be the inspiration for other mothers' sons to be punished, and this bill could cost my child his life. Please oppose it. I beg you. Thank you for your time.
And thank you for coming and bringing your passion.
Just push the button.
It's on.
All right. My name is Austin Jarrett, and to begin with, I'm a medical patient who consumes 4,000 to 5,000 milligrams a day. The only reason I'm here, you can see my anxiety levels right now. I usually am throwing up, getting out of bed. The fact that I can go and pick up an ounce or more of concentrates at the beginning of the month and use those concentrates to make my edibles and to dose myself for what I need to see fit has saved my lives. And not only am I here for me, but I'm here for those that are too sick to get out of bed. If you pass this bill, it'll make the reality that the story I'm about to tell you reality for many people. A lot of our patients are so sick in bed, they wake up, they can't even get out of bed to eat. They take a dab. It gives them the motivation to get out. I've seen firsthand my aunt having seizures. She takes a little bit of marijuana and fixes hers. Now imagine these same patients waking up sick, throwing up, ready to die, goes to grab their concentrates, but they can't because they're only allowed to pick up 8 at a time. And they can only go to the dispensary once a month because they're too sick and too ill to do that. This is not only destroying a community, which is what this is a community. It's not supposed to be an industry. It is sad, as she said, the death of this young man. It does suck, but kids in high school are going to party. Kids in high school are going to get high. I understand that you guys are trying to cap it. I do believe there should be something to help 18 to 20-year-olds understand that, and that is through education, not destroying something that people fought for the right of in 2000. We're 21 years later, you're about to destroy the rights for elderly patients that need this medicine because of some sad stuff that has happened to our teams. The education is the route to go. It is better to take a step in no direction than to take a step in the wrong direction. And that is all I have to say on this matter.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairwoman and members of the committee. I really appreciate you having me here. My name is Matthew Alvarez. I'm the former network director for Normal of Miami. I'm a recent transplant to Colorado, leaving Florida's medical cannabis system. It has been detrimental to my mental health. I'm not able to afford my medicine living in that state. My mother is a current bone cancer patient and did radiation this morning. She is not able to access the medicine that I work with every day. As a member of this cannabis industry in Colorado, I'm able to see the medicine help people. I'm breaking at the heart right now because my mother is dying in a state that has a medical program that has limited her access and financial ability to get the medicine she needs. I didn't come here to lose that freedom. I'm strongly against House Bill 1317. I do believe this is an issue that is about our children. This is not about our medical patients as adults. The children, yes, I do think the children should be limited access to this. I don't believe it's right. I was smoking cannabis as a teenager, but I did not have access to high THC concentrates. I do believe this bill should be rewritten if you do want to do anything. Thank you so much, everybody, for taking the time to hear my view. I really appreciate it tremendously. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your testimony. Is Ms. Christina Johnson here? Is Rose Terlage here? Members, do we have any questions for this panel? Oh, did I miss somebody who's... No, that's next panel. Did we hear Lance? Okay. All right. Thank you so much for your time and testimony. We appreciate your coming today. Yeah. Our next panel is Sean Morris, 35 remote, Rich Gribben, 25 remote, Amy Gale, Chris Lazarus, Carol Heffler, 24 remote, Deswan Swanson. And while you all are getting ready, on deck, we are looking for, that was a duplicate because we already heard from him. We are looking for Gabriel Sanchez, Mr. Randall West, Ms. Mary Carnila, Brooke Garner, and Melanie Breingar. So again, the people we're looking for the next panel are Gabriel Sanchez, Mr. Randall West, Ms. Mary Carnelia, Brooke Garner, and Melanie Breingar. Okay, let's start with, I only see 3 of the 5, but we're gonna give it a go. Why don't you begin, please?
Hi, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you.
Would you mind pulling this closer to you? It actually moves.
Oh,
there you go.
Thank you. My name is Chris Lazarus, and I am here in support of House Bill 1317. I had a son who was absolutely brilliant, gifted and talented, programs from the 2nd grade, received a Presidential Academic Achievement Award from President Bush. He was a black belt in Taekwondo by the age of 13 and a 4.0 student. The kid could have done anything. He was a musician. He was the most loving child I have ever seen in my life. He was also bullied for being smart. And in 9th grade, Matt started using THC and pot. And I am very anti-drug. Caused a lot of problems. I was a single mom, but I was a stay-at-home mom. I watched my kids. I was very much in cue with what they were doing. Matthew's youth started to step up, and he became a heroin user. Unfortunately, Matt lost his battle with heroin use, but the week before he passed, he told me that, in his opinion, it was definitely his gateway, because he had argued that with me for many years, that it was not a gateway drug and it was just pot and it wasn't harmful. And the week before he died, he admitted that I was right and left me an apology letter on the stair, saying that he didn't know what he'd do without me. And now my other son and I live every day not knowing what to do without him. So I strongly urge you to pass House Bill 1317. Thank you.
Thank you, and we're so very, very sorry for your loss.
I'm Amy Gale. I'm speaking in support of House Bill 1317. Thank you for giving me time to speak. I'm one of countless parents that I know personally who have watched marijuana, high-potency THC stuff hijack our children's futures, break our hearts, and who have paid thousands of dollars to try to save them from what weed has done to our lives. I've been involved since 2013 with an outpatient drug rehab program for teens and young adults, and have seen hundreds and hundreds, probably about 1,000 kids now, Colorado kids deeply affected by marijuana and then often other drugs. Both my kids were honor students, top athletes, and musicians at their Douglas County High School. The high THC legal and medical marijuana, which has permeated Colorado, derailed both of them. They both got in legal trouble. Their mental health suffered terribly. They were suicidal. Our family went through hell. We're good, attentive parents. We didn't ever allow drugs in the house, but they were able to easily get it. I wasn't aware when my kids were in middle school, that they could easily get marijuana in all its accessible forms. I was shocked again to find out when my daughter told me in high school in her honors classes that kids were coming to class high all the time. My oldest child got most of his supply from a 15-year-old friend who easily got a medical marijuana card, and he was 15, my son was, when he started using. My child's marijuana addiction led to anger problems, 24/7 use, psychosis, depression, anxiety, paranoia, sleep problems, dropping out of school, sports, music, everything. We tried counseling, psychiatrists, rehabs. We had my oldest child kidnapped in the middle of the night and sent to wilderness therapy, spent thousands of dollars. We're blessed because my kids found help at a drug rehab for young adults in Centennial. Every kid who's in that program will tell you that high THC is what got them started. It's addictive, it's a gateway drug, and it's dangerous. Every single one of them said it was easier to get weed than alcohol. Last thing I'll just say real quick is I've been to 4 funerals for these kids in my kids' rehab, and it's been absolutely heartbreaking. I think it's beyond time to put regulations in place, and I implore you to please pass this bill. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for having me. It's an honor to be before you all. My name is Jaswan Swanson. I am a student at the University of Colorado Denver, and I'm also here as an intern with Smart Colorado. I am in support for this bill and urgently implore you to pass it. I do think that there are benefits with this bill and that it will limit restriction access to anyone under the age of 21, in addition to allowing for more research to be conducted on the effects of cannabis. But I also want to address at this time a lot of the concerns with this bill and for the cons that have been against it. I want to remind people that this country was not founded perfect. There were many flaws and imperfections, and the same applies to every bill that we pass. But even so, there is room to grow, room to chisel, and room to perfect it to the best ability that is most representative of the people here today. And so I do think it will take lots of editings and revisions, but I don't think that this bill is entirely faulty or unrepresentative. I do think there are some good benefits that can outweigh the cons, and even with those cons and everything else said, I do think that we can come to a compromise in a way in which all parties will be happy with this bill. Thank you for allowing me to speak before you. That's what I wanted to say.
Thank you. Let's see. I'm looking at my list. As the night goes on, I'm able to read a lot less. Sean Morris?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, thank you for your consideration of House Bill 1317. My name is Sean Morris, and I know some of you, and I miss you all. When my son Jackson turned 16, he was exposed to high potency marijuana, and from then on was obsessed with finding more. And unfortunately, it was everywhere, as other teens were able to purchase it legally and resell it to him, and he could easily get it on Snapchat. Jackson, who was a Cherry Creek swimmer, was popular and quickly became anxious, depressed, agitated, sometimes violent, and isolated. On May 2nd, 2020, my baby slit both of his wrists from wrist to elbow, trying to kill himself, and poisoned himself as well, trying to take his life in a psychosis. We almost lost him that night, but thankfully we found him in time, and he was in ICU for 4 days and then was in psych treatment for a week. I immediately took him from treatment, put him in a car, and drove him out of Colorado, as we knew that he was surrounded by high potency marijuana, and we would not win this battle to try to keep him away from it. It was ever present, and the industry will do everything they can to stop this regulation in Colorado. And Colorado has been blinded by cannabis industry's money. But I urge you that our children are paying the price. In looking to legally deal with the industry, the cannabis industry will try to tell you it's medicine, but even medicine needs to be regulated. And we are urging you to do just that, regulate this industry. Thank you for your kind consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Carol Heffler.
Yes, hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. My name is Carol Heffler. I'm a progressive Democrat and a 25-year resident of Colorado. Thank you for this bill and for hearing my story. My nephew was a vibrant young freshman and star athlete at his high school. He was just 15 years old when a senior with a medical card introduced him to shatter and showed him how to dab. The first time my nephew got into trouble, coaches and school administrators told my sister, "Don't be too hard on him, it's just pot." Marijuana dispensary operators cite their high ID compliance rate, but the medical card construct makes it easy for young people to buy large quantities and resell to younger friends. With no limit on THC potency, young kids are being sold marijuana that is proven to have a severe and lasting impact on developing brains. For my nephew, high THC marijuana was addictive. He found quitting impossible in his community. He disconnected from life, from sports, from girls, from forever friends. He quit fishing, stopped going to classes, and started stealing. At times, he was desperately depressed. He threatened suicide. His parents could not believe what was happening. It was just pot. In an act of desperation and love and at great personal expense, they handed their child over to strangers in Utah who could contain him from these drugs. Much later in his addiction, when my nephew got his own medical card, he would be hospitalized 11 times with cannabis hyperemesis syndrome. I witnessed his suffering, and it was horrible. CHS eventually curtailed my nephew's addiction, but the fallout from his use of strong marijuana at a young age persists. About 4,000 18 to 20-year-olds hold medical cards in our state. They can't buy tobacco or alcohol, but a med card gives them unfettered access to all dispensary drugs. MedCard doctors sign off on access to marijuana, but they give no guidance as to strength, amount, drug interactions, or side effects. Users are completely uneducated by these medical professionals. The state of Colorado administers a medical card program that is hurting our young people. These are not isolated cases. I urge you to vote yes on this reasonable and desperately needed legislation. Please protect our young people. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have Rich Gribben? Rich Gribben.
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
All right, we're ready.
Okay, so I am testifying in support of House Bill 1317 and closing the loophole for 18 to 20-year-olds getting a medical marijuana card without having actual need and then giving access to high potency THC to minors. Over a 6-month period, our 15-year-old son went from being an engaged and active kid to a drug user with no other interests. Our son and our family lost so much, and there has been permanent damage that can never be repaired. My son's story is very similar to so many of those who testified today about the effect high-potency THC has had on their children and their families. I heard marijuana industry advocates today testify and urge you to vote no on HB 1317 until more research can be done on the effects of high-potency THC. There is already ample research showing that marijuana is harmful to the developing brain. Where was the research that should have been done prior to high THC products being legalized? I urge you to vote yes on HB 1317 now. Don't allow another generation of Colorado kids and families to lose so much in order to give a pass to an industry that profits from our loss. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, do we have any questions for this panel? Seeing none, I want to thank you so much for your time and testimony. We appreciate you coming in today. Our next panel that we're going to call forward, Daniel Hope, remotely. Gabriel Sanchez, Mr. Randall West, Ms. Mary Carnelia, Brooke Garner, and Melanie Breingar. Anybody else that I called forward, coming forward? I'm going to call that list one more time. We have Gabriel, Randall West, May Carnelia, Brooke Garner, and Melanie Breingar. And while hopefully they are coming forward, I will get the next group on deck, which include Dr. Ken Finn, number 4 remote, Dr. Karen Randall, Dr. Eric, number 10 remote, Eric Messamore, number 10 remote, Dr. Adler, and Jennifer Cunningham. You all are on deck. Let's start with Daniel Hope online.
Hi. Hi,
Hello.
are you able to see us?
Yes.
Okay, wonderful. It's just my husband. He's just putting our son to sleep. He's coming down right now. Thanks.
Ms. Hope, we can, oh, here you go.
Hey, sorry guys. Hi, my name's Dan Hope. I'm a dispensary owner of oil well extracts in Colorado Springs. I'm here today to talk about that these are serious issues, and keeping marijuana out of teen hands is obviously a very serious issue. But I think that we're taking the frustrations out on the wrong people here. The black market in Colorado is very alive and well. It is thriving. Just on May 22nd, 2020, a hash lab exploded in a home in Manitou Springs. On January 31st, 2021, less than 4 months ago, a garage doors were blown off of a home in Firestone, Colorado because of a hash lab explosion. So anyone that thinks that the black market isn't making these extracts is wrong. They are making them, they are our competition every day, and they're the reason that these dispensary owners are so concerned, because we know we can't compete with these guys with more restrictions upon us. These illegal labs are just in Colorado. There are illegal labs all around the country. They're in California, they're in Colorado, they're everywhere. If you look up on Google, a Google search of teen busted with vape THC in high school, you're gonna see stories from Nebraska, Colorado, Texas, Wisconsin, all around the country, many states that are legal and not, because the black market doesn't care whether your state is legal or not when they sell to your state. The black market has significant advantages over the legal labs. They don't pay taxes, they don't pay insurance, they don't pay workers' compensation, they don't pay anything, and they don't have Class 1, Division 1 labs, which is why they blow up all the time. There are better ways of controlling the use of marijuana in teen hands, and it would be to work with the industry and work collaboratively together so that we can limit this, rather than working against each other while the black market thrives. That's all I had to say. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let's hear from Mr. Sanchez, please.
This button here?
It should be on.
And hello, thank you, and thank the committee for hearing me out today. I can really only speak on behalf of my own testimonial, being a patient and actually a new resident of Colorado. I just moved here from Florida. Hopefully, in the understanding, as you guys can see, that I myself am a victim of child abuse. My father was extremely aggressive with us as children. My brother is just now coming out of the military, learning about all these new issues that he's been experienced throughout the entirety of his 6 years in the service, all due to what turned out to be parental abuse, you know, constantly coming down on us in ways that are just inhumane. I suffer myself, but I've been diagnosed with PTSD. I wake up about 2, 3 in the morning screaming with the image of my father's hands around my throat just about every other day. Cannabis has been amazingly successful, and especially high potency, of allowing me to get a night's sleep. But if anything, I'd like to point out the fact that I didn't even start until I was 18. I was offered many situations during my time in school. I was wise enough to say no to these situations. But the thing that kills me the most is knowing this entire time, throughout all of the abuse that I'd been through and the roller coaster situations I'd been in, you know, my father would tell you we were a normal home. No, I've never hit my children. No, we take good care of our kids. Or we don't talk about that outside of the house. These are all indications of an abusive home, as any therapist or psychology expert will tell you. So to know and hear so many horrific stories today, and they all pain me so much, these children that have been through rough situations, I hear the parents, and I know you mean well, but really ask yourself, is this bill helping, or is there something you're missing in the home? And it's really easy to miss. It's very easy to miss a minor thing that you just might be saying offhand that's actually tearing your kid apart internally. And they're not going to tell you, either because they're afraid or because of whatever situation may be.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sanchez. Okay, Mr. West, Randall West, no. Ms. Mary Carnelia, nope. Brooke Garner, and Melanie Bryangar. Okay, members, do we have any questions for this panel? Seeing none, thank you so much for coming and for your time and for your testimony. We appreciate it so much.
Survivor of 2 suicide attempts.
We're very glad that you're here with us. Okay, let's call forward our next panel. Dr. Ken Finn, number 4 remote. Dr. Karen Randall. Dr. Eric Messamore, number 10 remote. Dr. Adler, Jennifer Cunningham, and Michael Doherty. Okay, and on deck, so we are getting ready for who we'd like to hear from next. We are looking for Mr. Brett Fritzl, Logan Nuss, Dr. Oh, I think we heard. Did we hear from Dr. Bidwell? I'm not sure if we heard from Dr. Bidwell, so we'll call Dr. Bidwell. Okay. And Mrs. Melissa Ragsdale, and Mr. Okay, we heard from Renz. All right, thank you for bearing with me. Mr. Jonathan, oh, we called Jonathan. Patrick Riley, who is number 7, and he is remote. So that is our on deck, and I'll call that again so that we are sure we've heard it. Mr. Brett Frizzle, Logan Nuss, Dr. Cinnamon Bidwell, Mrs. Melissa Ragsdale, and Patrick Riley. Okay, let's start with all the millions of people we called here. Why don't we start with you?
Oh, thank you. Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair and committee members for this opportunity.
Oh, I'm sorry, you have to talk into the mic. Otherwise, the millions of people listening online, and there are many, will not be able to hear you.
Is that okay?
A little closer. It's really got to, yeah.
All right. Thank you, Madam Chair and committee members for this opportunity to testify. My name is Jennifer Cunningham, and I'm here today to urge you to support Bill 1317 and make a positive difference in the lives of Coloradans. If we knew in 2012 what we know today, I'm sure Amendment 64 would have been written differently. I urge you to have the School of Public Health analyze the impacts of high-potency THC, implement safeguards on prescribing medical marijuana, and ensure the sale of THC products are tracked. As representative for the National Alliance on Mental Illness and a NAMI Family Support Group facilitator, I've heard from a growing number of families who believe high-potency THC is harming their loved ones, inducing psychosis and death by suicide. As a parent of 2 teens, I've experienced firsthand how hard it is to detect when a child is using THC products and the ease of purchasing high-potency products from high schoolers with medical marijuana cards. Without my knowledge, my 15-year-old started using THC to self-medicate for anxiety. The use of THC only exacerbated his illness. When he confided in us, finding an adolescent substance abuse program was close to impossible. Mental illness is costly emotionally and financially for families and the state. Depression is the leading cause of disability in the U.S., costing $210 billion a year.
84 million U.S. citizens spend approximately 32 hours a week caring for loved ones with a mental illness, making full-time work difficult, if not impossible. Did you know 50% of mental illness begins by age 14? And 18 to 24-year-olds have the highest prevalence of mental illness. Marijuana's influence on the developing brain only exacerbates the mental health crisis we are in. We did not vote for this Frankenstein toxic level concoction. The Netherlands, land of the red light district, and progressive ideals have already concluded THC concentrates over 15% should be categorized as a hard drug. Please protect the health of the citizens by placing safeguards around the responsible marijuana use and improve the budget to identify toxic levels of THC that make people sick.
That's your stop.
1 second. For every dollar spent on mental health, the return on investment is 2 to 4 times.
Thank you. All right, let's see. Do we have Dr. Ken Finn?
I'm here.
Okay, go ahead, Dr. Finn.
Thank you, Madam Chair and committee members. Thank you for allowing my testimony. I am a member of Colorado Medical Society, and they've asked me to correct the record before I proceed with my own personal testimony. The correction is, and I will add my personal support for this fact, that it is not illegal for a physician to provide guidance to patients about the amount, potency, and frequency of prescription drugs or marijuana. While CMS does not have a position on this bill yet, there are many things in this bill that align with current Colorado Medical Society policy. So I'm going to proceed with my own testimony, and I'm testifying for myself. I support House Bill 21-1317. I am a board certified in physical medicine and rehabilitation, pain medicine, pain management, and have been practicing in Colorado Springs for nearly 27 years. And I am a qualified Colorado medical marijuana patient. I served on the Colorado Governor's Task Force on Amendment 64, Consumer Safety and Social Issues Work Group. I served on Colorado's Medical Marijuana Scientific Advisory Council for years. I'm the editor of Cannabis in Medicine, an evidence-based approach, and I'm a founding member of the International Academy on the Science and Impacts of Cannabis. My position really pertains to Section 25 of the bill, and I support potency caps and protection of Colorado's youth, as what was previously discussed in other testimony. Regarding my own experience in medical marijuana, I had a 15-minute telehealth visit that was completed in 5 minutes, and I was authorized for my medical marijuana card in 60 seconds. No medical records reviewed, no MRI reviewed, no pain levels asked, yet I was approved for severe pain. I can't even reach my recommending physician in the event I have an adverse event consuming medical marijuana products. Anecdotes and stories do not equate scientific evidence. We have guidelines on opioid limits through the CDC. Why do we not have guidelines for high potency marijuana products? I don't even know if my recommending doctor has any pain training or what background she has in medicine at all. Currently, in my experience, it's virtually impossible to obtain medical records on my patients who have medical marijuana cards. I have submitted to CDPHE documents from medical marijuana clinics stating that they are not required to maintain medical records, and it has been completely ignored. Who will enforce Section 25 since it's been law for over 10 years? CDPHE has
Dr.
ignored.
Finn,
yes.
I'm sorry, I'm going to have to ask you to stop. Your time has run out.
That was 2
Thank you,
minutes
Dr.
already.
Finn. It was actually 2.5 minutes. We gave you a little extra since you qualified who you were testifying for. Okay, Dr. Karen Randall, please.
Hi, my name is Dr. Karen Randall. Can you hear me?
We can.
Okay, great. I'd just like to cover a few of my credentials. I am actually certified in cannabis science and medicine. I'm a trained emergency medicine, pediatrician, and family practitioner, and I work in the 3rd busiest hospital in Colorado. And I'm here to testify on behalf of the patients that I see simply every single day that I go to work.
Mm-hmm.
If you look in Google, you can find quickly that those kids, and it's an unfortunate diagnosis, but 0.0064% of the population in the US has Dravet syndrome. But I'm going to tell you that every day I go to work, I see children who suffer the effects of cannabis. And I'm speaking for them because there is no help for them. We are very limited in resources for addiction treatment and rehab therapy for children. And I'd just like to tell you a few stories. Last week, I saw a 1.5-year-old male whose parents let him get into or assisted him to consume some cannabis. And this child seized all night long. And when he came to our ER, he was still seizing. And the likelihood that this child will be normal ever again is very slim. Last week, I saw a 13-year-old girl who was started on her cannabis journey by parents who thought it would be harmless. It's natural, it's healthy, it's safe. But she soon rapidly became addicted to the high-potency cannabis and exceeded what her parents would give her. So at 13, this child was in my ER because she was suicidal because she was turning tricks in her middle school for cannabis. And even with the best of therapy and the best of treatment, how do I get this 13-year-old back to a normal life, back to the life that she should have as a child? I saw a 12 and a 14-year-old who bought their product on Snapchat, and they were told it was from the back door of a dispensary and it would be safe for them. Each one of them took a half of a medicated candy that was 500 milligrams in one piece of candy, and both of them ended up in my ER. I saw an 11-year-old male who came in addicted to cannabis, who was acutely psychotic, and he had to come in with police. And he waited in our
sorry,
ER
Dr.
for
Randall.
days. Let me finish this. He waited in our ER for days to be placed. And these are the consequences.
Dr. Randall?
So I would just like to say, please come visit me so you can see the end point of all the high potency products. I see it every single day. Thank you for your time.
Let's hear from Dr. Messamore, please.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak here today. My name is Eric Messamore. I hold a PhD in neuropharmacology. I'm also a board-certified psychiatric physician. And in the course of my practice, I've seen quite a few people who, like so many of today's witnesses, had to learn the hard way about the potential harms of cannabis concentrates. The adverse effects from concentrates that you've heard about today can actually be easily predicted by anyone familiar with the full picture of the pharmacological actions of THC. Studies have shown that THC inhibits the release of serotonin, which is a neurotransmitter crucially involved in mood stability. THC decreases the release of GABA, which is the brain's primary anxiety-reducing neurotransmitter. Decreasing GABA levels will translate into rising levels of anxiety and panic. THC increases the release of dopamine, which probably accounts for its tendency to cause addiction or unhealthy use. And notably and importantly, THC decreases the output of a neurotransmitter substance called glutamate, which is the brain's most widely used neurotransmitter. Drugs that decrease the signal for glutamate reliably have psychosis as a side effect. And the glutamate inhibiting properties of THC probably account for the psychosis side effect of THC concentrates. In fact, recent imaging studies in which it's possible to visualize glutamate levels in living human brains have captured decreasing outputs of glutamate in people who are experiencing psychosis from THC administered in clinical laboratory settings. Modern legal definitions of cannabis allow for things like 70% vaping oils or 80% waxes, but these high potency extracts and concentrates are actually delivering THC in forms and concentrations that simply don't exist in nature, and they pose risks that have not been studied. It would be very wise to carefully review the safety profile of these products. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's hear from DA Doherty, please.
Good evening, members of the committee. My name is Michael Doherty. I'm the district attorney for the 20th Judicial District, which is Boulder County, and I'm here today in strong support of House Bill 1317. I want to start by acknowledging and thanking the sponsors for bringing forth this important legislation. Colorado has been and continues to be viewed as a leader in the legalization of cannabis and having the appropriate protections in place. Since 2012, the legislature has put forward protections to ensure that kids and the people of the state of Colorado are kept safe and healthy, while also allowing what the voters of Colorado passed with cannabis legalization, individuals to have the right to possess and use marijuana and cannabis products. Despite all the protections that the legislature has already enacted, and despite the many good business actors in the cannabis industry, significant areas of concern remain. And from my perspective, it's the potency, the black market, and most of all, the impact on our young people. When I'm out in the community as district attorney, from parents, time and time again, I hear the greatest concern they have is cannabis use by young people, its impact on their kids, and also the frequency of use in the schools. And here in Boulder County, we have 2 school districts, and from speaking with them, and I believe you've heard from them, it's clear that it's a tremendous issue for the schools. The cannabis of today is far different than the cannabis of 30 years ago, and that's why I applaud the provision in the bill that would call for a public awareness campaign, but also the provision of the bill that will require medical marijuana stores to immediately record transactions. That's much like the prescription drug monitoring program that we currently have in place to ensure that drugs are not being purchased and resold or used to too great an extent and looping back to kids. And the black market is a real concern that we have currently. When it comes to protecting the kids of Colorado, it's not just the parents' responsibility, it's not just the school's responsibility, it is our state's responsibility. We need to continue owning our responsibility for it and taking the lead. Thank you.
Thank you. Just a last call for Dr. Adler. Okay, seeing no Dr. Adler. Members, do we have questions for this panel? Representative Larson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I've got 2 questions. My first one is for Dr. Finn from earlier, and I was just hoping that you could repeat and clarify the opening part of your statement with regard to CMS. So for physicians that are not medical marijuana card doctors, but your standard issue specialist, are those physicians put in risk if they were to recommend but not, because obviously there is no prescription for marijuana because it's Schedule I substance. But if you are for instance, in your practice, if you were to recommend marijuana to your patients, so that would not be a violation of the terms of your license, and I'm just trying to get some clarity there, because I think that's something that's come up by both proponents and opponents of the bill.
I don't think so.
Dr. Finn.
Yeah, I don't think so, but I think it's important to understand that we have a lot of medications that come from plants, but plants aren't medications. And I will just reread what I was asked to provide by CMS, that it's not illegal for a physician to provide guidance to patients about amount, potency, and frequency of prescription drugs or marijuana. They do not have a position yet, and there are many things in the bill that currently align with their policy. Is that helpful?
Representative Larson.
Yes, and yes. Thank you for that. And then I believe it was Dr. Randall. You were speaking about a lot of the pediatric patients that you had seen. Could you talk about, because you've heard a lot about the psychosis, could you elaborate a little bit on some of the instances that you've seen in your ER around psychosis specifically, if you're there?
Dr. Randall.
Yes, thank you. I'm still here. I spent 18 years as a teaching physician in Detroit, and I thought I was coming here to kind of slow down. And I have seen more very acute psychosis than I've ever seen before. Yesterday on my shift, I had 2 different 17-year-old males who were both intoxicated with high concentrate THC, who both had to come in by police because the psychosis that they have is usually very aggressive and very violent. And I have never seen anything like this in my career. And like I said, I spent 18 years in Detroit. The youngest acutely psychotic patient that I saw from his own personal use of THC was the 11-year-old boy. And again, he came in with police because the families and the school personnel or the people with him, they're actually terrified. They don't know how to control this. And it's very out of control. I saw a younger kid who chased his family with poultry shears and what he called a blackout rage. He was 12. He came in with police. And we see this a lot. We see this every single day that I go to work. I see problems with cannabis and I see kids with cannabis. And here's the issue for us in Colorado. Treatment for adolescents and treatment for young kids is almost impossible to find. So these kids not only present with acute extremis, they present and I can't find a place for them. They're acutely suicidal, they're acutely depressed, or they're acutely psychotic. They may wait for days to get treatment in my emergency department. Or if they can get treatment at all, and a lot of times what we have to do is send these kids home with family members who are terrified. And I would be terrified too if I didn't know my kid was going to chase me with a poultry shear. And this psychosis oftentimes will not resolve on its own and requires this sedative or antipsychotic medicine called Haldol. And I'd like to say that it's unusual to see this, but I would guess that in our ER, we see at least 1 or 2 a day. And if we add the young adults and we add the adults who come in psychotic, we see this every single day.
Thank you. Members, do we have any other questions? Seeing none, thank you, panel, for your time and testimony. We appreciate your being here today. Our next panel that we had called forward included Logan Nuss, Dr. Cinnamon Bidwell, Mrs. Melissa Ragsdale, Patrick Riley, and if Rose Terlage is here, we would like to also hear from Rose Terlage. Okay, so let's see. Who do we have online for us? Let's start with Dr. Bidwell, please. Oh, wait, I'm sorry, before you start, I apologize. Let me call up the group that's going to be on deck next.
Okay, thank you.
The group that's going to be on deck next will include Colin Mudd, Carly Wolf, Mr. Ahmad Dumas Dirali. Oh, I'm sorry, these are all remote, so let me start over. I've lost my place, people. Colin Mudd is number 11. So let's see, we're gonna start with Colin Mudd here. Number 11, Carly Wolf is number 13. Mr. Ahmad Dumas Dirali is 19. Mr. Brock Chapman is number 20. And Mr. John Ramsey is number 21. Okay, so let's go back to who we had on deck now. Do we have Logan Nuss? We do not have Logan Nuss. Do we have Mr. Alex Gadsden? Hold on, I went to the wrong page. Do we have Rose Terlage? Dr. Cinnamon Bidwell.
Yes, I'm here.
All right, we're ready for you.
Hi, thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. Again, my name is Dr. Cinnamon Bidwell. I'm a neuroscience professor at CU Boulder and the governor-appointed chair to the governing board of Colorado's Institute of Cannabis Research. I'm here representing myself, but I will speak from both of these professional roles today to request amendment to this bill. The Institute of Cannabis Research is your statewide cannabis research organization. In 2019, this legislative body established the governing board for the Institute of Cannabis Research and approved me as the chair. You did the right thing. You chose a clinician and an experienced academic researcher and provided financial support to fulfill a vision of conducting cutting-edge, public health relevant cannabis research across Colorado. I'm a huge advocate for additional cannabis research, and I'm encouraged to see research on potency included in this bill. However, this bill establishes a new scientific advisory council at the Colorado School of Public Health and asks this group to produce a report on the state of high potency research. I can tell you the report you're asking for already exists. In fact, there are multiple recent reports summarizing the state of the science on high potency products from very respected sources. The National Academy of Sciences, the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment, the state of Washington, individual labs. And all these reports come to the same conclusion, establishing specific and clear knowledge gaps that should be the top priority for research on high potency cannabis. Myself and the scientific community already know the research gaps that need to be prioritized to answer concerns about potency. However, Colorado's cannabis research experts were not brought into the development of this bill. My request is that you amend this bill and name the ICR as your research partner on questions of potency. If you have questions or concerns about the ICR, I'd love to work with you to make adjustments to the statutory mandate or the board membership. It is thanks to your early vision that the Institute of Cannabis Research is here, unbiased and ready, not only to summarize the current research, but to actually conduct the work that can answer these priority questions around concerns about potency. And I respectfully point out that by forming a second research body at the School of Public Health, you're splitting out additional funding.
I'm sorry, your time is up, Dr. Bidwell. Do we have a Mr. Brett Frizzle in person? Mr. Brett Frizzle. Okay. Do we have Mrs. Melissa Ragsdale? Do we have Patrick Riley? No, Patrick Riley. Sir, I'm sorry, I don't see your name. Can you introduce yourself and start your testimony? Gentleman in the black shirt. That's you. Yeah. We're ready for you. We can't hear you.
You can hear me now?
Yes, we can.
John Ramsey.
Or did I see your name as John Ramsey?
Yes, that's correct, Madam Chairwoman.
Thank you. We're ready for you.
Thank you so much for your time, and I respect everybody else's time here today. Specifically, what I wanted to talk about was the lack of bringing in the stakeholders, specifically the Institute of Cannabis Research, who we already use a lot of funding for to bring us a lot of this education. I'd also like to talk about dose limits and potency, understanding that the benefits of serving these concentrates to consumers does a lot more than just give somebody high potency. It also eliminates a lot of the carcinogens that we would ingest if we were to just smoke flower, due to the fact that if a flower's potency were 30%, let's say, as another person had noted earlier, that would mean that there are 70% of something else that I am just burning just to inhale to get that 30% of the medicine that I find on the leaf. I'm a disabled veteran, an everyday user of concentrates. I'm also the chief executive officer of a company that does millions of dollars in revenue manufacturing end user cannabis products. And to be honest, when I was able to look at this bill and really take a look at it, it was really surprising that we didn't take in all of the different points of view of different stakeholders. That was the most glaring thing. I think it's going to drive a lot of business to the black market. And ultimately, it's going to do the opposite of what you want to do. Most of that black market oil is what is making people sick. I've been in this industry for over 15 years, knowing people who have gone above and beyond dose limits, things that you would never imagine people would consume. You've never seen any of them have any of these reactions that we're hearing. A lot of this sounds like it came from, reefer madness. When we think about people with psychosis and like becoming aggressive, and it's something I've rarely ever seen, if at all, in my 15 to 20 years of using this plant as a medicine after I got out of the service in 2006. And I just think that I would definitely recommend a lot of revisions and a lot of more stakeholder participation. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Ramsey. Okay, we have two people who are on with phone numbers, and we are not sure who you are. If you are 303-949, if you could unmute yourself and please tell us who you are, who you represent, and begin with your testimony. Again, that's 303-949. Okay, let's try for 720-648. Again, that's 720-648. Okay, we'll assume that they are no longer available. All right, members, do we have any questions for this panel? Representative Larson.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. And this is, I believe it's Dr. Bidwell.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So you had mentioned that your group had kind of already identified some gaps in the research around the high potency THC products. I was hoping if you could elaborate on some of the specifics on that, and maybe talk about some of the other research that you're currently doing around this space.
Dr. Bidwell.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, and I appreciate the question. Yes, so the ICR has been tasked with the mission of conducting statewide research in Colorado, and that includes clinical research, that includes biomedical research, that includes harm reduction research. And I've spent the last year and a half since I was appointed chair developing the infrastructure to actually allow us to do that work. And we've been doing that on a pretty limited budget. But at this point, we have established funding mechanisms, and we're now funding research that evaluates some of the key areas that have been identified for concern with cannabis risk, including high potency questions. So we have starting to fund research on the impact of high potency on developing brains, which is a primary topic for this legislation, as well as the public as a whole. We're concerned about high potency and driving performance and traffic safety. That's a huge public health question that needs to be addressed. That's not only been identified by our group, but across these other scientific organizations as well. We're also very interested in the idea of evaluating the accuracy of label claims and concerns about contaminants in these products. And this is the type of work that the ICR has started to do on our very limited budget, and we're ready to do more and engage more. The other thing that the ICR does is part of its mission is to disseminate this work, right? And so providing data to stakeholders and the public is part of the mission of the ICR and part of the infrastructure to immediately disseminate the information.
Rep. Ortiz.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The first question is going to go to Dr. Bidwell, and the second is going to go to Mr. Ramsey. And just take a minute each if you can. Dr. Bidwell, where does your funding come from for these research projects?
Dr. Bidwell.
The funding for the ICR comes from the state of Colorado. So you have allocated $1.8 million for this year, which we appreciate that restoring of our old allocation. We did get our budget cut the prior year with COVID, but we have $1.8 million to conduct research on statewide on cannabis across a wide area of topics. I will say that in our recent funding competition, we received $10 million worth of applications that we considered high quality research that we could have funded, but we were allocated a much lower amount, and we're only able to support such a smaller slice of that research.
And Mr. Ramsey, I want to thank you for your service, but if you would prioritize one or two amendments, what would they be?
Mr. Ramsey.
I would prioritize first and foremost breaking it up into 10 individuals, like the actual packaging constraints and how much waste that's going to create in the cannabis industry and trash. A lot of this packaging, when we buy it from companies that make us sign waivers that state that this won't become litter down the road one day, or it won't become environmental hazard. So I would say that would be the number one utmost priority for me there. Secondary to that, I think that we just need to revise this to make sure that we're really focusing this on minors and not just all medical patients. There really are active medical patients that are under the age of 20, over the age of 17, that truly benefit from this. Limiting their ability to buy their medicines or get them, the way that they need to would be really hard. And for record, like buying 40 grams, I know that this is brought up many times. I'm a 43-year-old CEO of a company that makes well over 6 figures, and I can only afford to buy 8 grams at a time. And so I want to make sure that we're keeping that relative to the amount of money that the kid has. If a kid's got $2,000 to spend on 40 grams, then we might want to look where that kid's getting that money. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Members, do we have any other questions for this panel? Seeing none, thank you so much for your time and testimony. Okay, everyone bear with me as we call forward the next group. I am looking for Victoria Robertson, Crystal Beatty, Lauren Shoup, Ashley Weber. Just you come forward and sit in the chairs. Yeah. And then remotely, I'm looking for number 9, Mrs. Jacqueline Kovacevich, who I feel like I called before, Jacqueline Kovacevich. Colin Mudd, number 11. Carly Wolf, number 13. Mr. Ahmad Dumas de Raleigh, number 19. And Mr. Brock Chapman, number 20. Let's start with those of you in the room.
Hi, my name is Victoria Robinson, and I am a medical cannabis patient. In 1996, I suffered a traumatic brain injury, started with seizures, was put on 14 different medications. I was on all those medications at one time. They left me a zombie. I missed my son's graduation. I was presently there, but I was not there. They wiped me out. I started using cannabis in 2015. It's given me my life back. I've lost 150 pounds. I am being able to work now. I can actively participate in my life, something that I couldn't do for all those years. Medical cannabis has given me everything back that the medication had taken away with the brain injury. And I am just opposed to this. I really think that you could amend the bill so that the 18 to 20-year-olds aren't getting their hands on these concentrates, but we as patients still get what we need so that we can take care of ourselves. And that's all. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Oh, I think you turned it off. There you go.
Good evening. My name is Lauren Shep, and I live in a rural area between the border of El Paso and Douglas counties. My son, Kale, is a middle schooler, and I just want to start out by saying I hear the other parents of the middle school students and the high school students here today, and most of the medical community stands with you. Healthy children should not be given access to cannabis recreationally, and I haven't heard anyone advocate for non-medical use for 18 to 21, even coming from this side of the aisle. My 12-year-old has a severe, potentially life-limiting illness called alternating hemiplegia of childhood, and in short, high concentrate THC cannabis has given him his life back. He can travel, and he can attend a mainstream school at this point in time, even with level 3 autism and severe medical problems. The way that this bill is written, despite my son being unquestionably qualified to use medical cannabis in the state of Colorado, we would not have access. I heard a doctor testify that it does not go against their license to make cannabis recommendations. However, if you ask doctors if they have or if they're comfortable doing so, I think that you would get a different answer because I've always been told, I'm sorry, we're not comfortable. I'm sorry, the money we've received does not allow us to talk about cannabis. I'm sorry. There's so many things, but they basically said they can't talk with us about it. Anyway, this bill particularly hurts medical patients by limiting access to therapeutic doses of cannabis. It puts undue stress and expense on people with disabilities. And at worst, this bill targets those with disabilities and is frankly discriminatory. In direct violation of the Constitution, no patients were involved in the stakeholder meeting, and all we're asking for is a voice at the table. This needs to be highly, highly amended. And I'm just asking you as the mother of a high potency patient, please don't make me choose between being a criminal and having to watch my child suffer. Vote no, because taking a plant to live, thrive, and survive should not be criminal.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Crystal Beatty. I am a medical marijuana patient as well as medical refugee. High potency cannabis concentrates have been my primary medicine since I moved to Colorado. I was on tons of pharmaceutical medications. I suffer from hemiplegic migraines, which is like having a horrible migraine, stroke and seizure symptoms, and it's not fun. I only respond to high potency THC cannabis oil, and I oppose this bill because I feel that this bill specifically discriminates against all Americans with disabilities that live here in Colorado that need this medicine to survive. There are many of us that will die without it. And any cancer patient that is seeking out cannabis rather than because their other medications are not working for them, This takes that away from them. We're talking about children as well. You're talking about 17 to 21-year-olds. Well, many of those children will be graduating from high school soon. Many of them played football in this great state of Colorado. They love football. And many of them maybe have suffered from traumatic brain injuries, and cannabis may be their only option one day, especially in concentrates, because many people don't respond to flower whenever it comes to brain injuries or brain disease or anything like that. So if you take it away from all of us, you take it away from them as well. You take away our option to keep on living as we're living here. I came here after spending about 4 years in bed because I couldn't function on pharmaceuticals. I am intolerant to them. This is my only medicinal option. It's a natural medicinal option that, yes, many times I faced wanting to kill myself because those pharmaceuticals were making me hate my life more than my own pain was. Cannabis brought me back into the light. Cannabis gave me back my life. It made me able to be a mother again. It made me able to be a wife again. Soon, I plan to start my own business and go back to work and be a productive member of society again. Please don't take that from us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ashley Weber, you want to just come forward and we'll share a microphone? Yeah, bring it all the way forward. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate you guys all being here and taking the time to hear everybody's testimony and staying so late. My name is Ashley Weber, and I am Executive Director of Colorado Normal. I'm here to represent my organization and also represent myself as a medical patient. Our position is to oppose unless amended for House Bill 1317, as the bill language currently reads. We'd like to see the amendments go towards the dosing and the percentages that were included in the certification. Patients with higher plant counts not be limited to the 8 grams. We would like to see a carve out for an exemption for full extract cannabis oil, which is whole plant. And this is for cancer patients specifically, and for the people who spoke earlier, there are people who do need 40 grams a day, and that is specific to cancer. We talked about the grandfather clause exemption for 17-year-old medical marijuana patients exempted from the 2 doctor evaluations when they turn 18 and through adulthood. We need clear language on physician scope of practice. We would like this bill to sync with Rep. Gray's bill, which allows telehealth for medical marijuana recommendations. Anywhere that it says a mental health record in the bill, we would like to see existing, and we wouldn't like to see a mental health evaluation done for medical marijuana recommendations. We would like to amend and carve out the packaging for the 10th grams of concentrate. Bud tenders also shouldn't be acting as pharmacists. We need to protect doctors who recommend medical marijuana. They are no less than any other doctor, and we need to give them that respect. We also need to carve out language for an independent, non-biased language. And you will see our organization allies with both youth prevention, mental health support, and also education. And I will also be sending an email around to all of you to finish up what I missed here. So thank you all very much.
Thank you. Okay, do we have Mrs. Jacqueline Kovacevich? No. Do we have Colin Mudd? Also no. Do we have Carly Wolf? No. Do we have Mr. Ahmad Dumas Dirali? No. And do we have Mr. Brock Chapman? Nope. Members, do we have any questions for this panel? Seeing none, thank you so much for your time and testimony. We appreciate you coming out today. Okay, I'm going to breathe for a second. Okay. Our next panel, which I forgot to call in advance, Aubrey Adams, Hazel Gibson, Richard Ledden, Christine Hansen, number 44, remote. Kim Paletti, number 18, remote. And Lisa Skatina. Okay, let's start with you.
Hi, my name is Aubrey Adams. Thank you for allowing my testimony. High potency THC hurt my son and forced my family from Pueblo. In 2015, I was witnessing my son having a psychotic break. He was irrational, paranoid, and he was repeating things that did not make sense. And one night he was so violent towards my younger son that he ran barefoot through the snow to get away from him. He attempted suicide and was hospitalized in a different town because the Pueblo Adolescent Psychiatric Hospital was full. He told me he was using dabs and he knew dabs were making him feel crazy and he was trying to quit. He described dabs as crack weed. Through my research, I found dabs are highly concentrated THC. I was horrified that such a dangerous drug could be legal. I read the science of marijuana, and I found out it increases the risk for suicide and causes psychosis. I volunteered my family for crisis intervention with the Department of Social Services because I could not find treatment. My son had developed the pediatric disease of addiction. And by the next year, he was also using meth and heroin.
Jesus.
After my son's fourth hospitalization in another state, I knew I could not bring him back to a community that embraces high-potency marijuana. In 2016, I found a recovery community in Houston. My son found peers that supported him being sober. He lived there with host families for 2 years. My younger son and I joined him in 2018 and started our recovery process too. We had a good year with my son. He relapsed, and I haven't seen my son since June the 27th of 2020. Now my younger son who doesn't have a substance abuse problem attends a recovery high school, Archway Academy, and we host teens in recovery in our home. I'm almost done. High potency marijuana changed my home and my family forever. I've been speaking out about this since 2015. People told me more people needed to be harmed for anybody to care or pay attention. That day is now. It's now. It's enough. Please support this bill. High potency THC is stealing our children and destroying our families. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And I have an op-ed that was published in the Pueblo Chieftain that I'd like to give you a copy of.
If you leave it on the corner of the table, we'll grab that. Thank you. Sir.
My name is Richard Ledden. I'm a Colorado resident for 20 years. I live in Boulder. Thank you, Speaker, members of the committee, for this opportunity to speak in support of HB 1317. The truth about HB 1317, it's not going backwards on legalization. It's about telling the truth about appropriate and inappropriate use of a psychoactive compound found in cannabis, THC. There's a lot of excitement that we hear about the pot industry growth and increased revenue streams to the Department of Revenue. But the situation is far more complicated than that, and I know you guys have heard testimony all day that speaks to that. My experience with this drug was through my sons and my coaching in Boulder. I coached basketball, soccer, and tennis in multiple levels and multiple ages from elementary school through high school. I've seen a lot of kids go through a lot, and this drug has taken people in the wrong direction, taken a lot of kids in the wrong direction. My son, prior to his exposure to THC, he would be up at 6 a.m. before school, training for tennis. He was a nationally ranked player. He was getting good grades. He was top 50 in the nation. He was well on his way to college and a happy and healthy experience. He got pot from a high school senior with a med card, which started a massive spiral that placed our family in crisis. His motivation for academics, friends, family, sports, and basic behavior was no longer a priority. The priority was getting pot. He stopped hanging out with his best friend because he said he was sober and boring. Instead of getting up to train for tennis, he could barely get out of bed and make it to school. How did he get access to this? Now he's older, much older, and he can tell me about it. He said it was hard to get at first, but it got easier every year after legalization. There were more and more pot shops on every corner. More and more seniors got their cards and supplied more kids. If you couldn't find it, you could just ask somebody. Unbeknownst to me, when he turned 18,
I'm going to need you to wrap up.
All right, he got a med card. A urologist in Louisville, advertising on Craigslist for $120, said he could get a card for chronic pain. He doesn't have chronic pain, but he has a med card and he has a very expensive addiction. The truth is, there's a very small number of people who benefit tremendously from an industry, and they don't really represent your constituents. The public health and medical experts do not gain financially from telling the truth about how THC impacts your constituents.
I'm sorry, sir. I really need you to wrap up.
Got it. The truth is that by moving so quickly on everything pot-related in Colorado, we are promoting inappropriate use. Inappropriate use is causing the real suffering these families face. Please vote yes on HB 1317.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, committee, for your time. I am a double board certified physician, but I come to you today as a humbled parent impacted by the perils of high-dose THC. My teen was introduced to THC.
I'm sorry, what's your name?
Dr. Lisa Scatina.
Thank you, Dr. Scatina.
My teen was introduced to THC in a locker room. He went from vaping nicotine to vaping THC to dabbing this yellow goo, more affectionately known as butane hash oil, wax, or shatter. Don't be fooled. Good, loving parents that love their kids can be naive. THC concentrates are a perfect storm for a teenager. It's an out-of-body high, it's odorless, it's easy to hide, it's inexpensive, and most important, it's readily available. Our teen told us his dealer, who was another kid with a med card, only sold dabs these days because that's what's in demand for high schools right now. When COVID lockdown began, our teenager accelerated his use right under our noses, and he was dabbing over 1 gram a day. Our teen went crazy, literally crazy. He was amped up, he didn't sleep, he didn't eat, he was sweaty, disheveled, exhibited pressured speech. He lived in his own delusional, paranoid world, and it culminated with him trying to jump out of a second-story window. His brother grabbed him and prevented him from falling. The urine tox screen was only positive for THC. And mind you, there is no family history on my side or my husband's of any type of mental health illness. It took 6 weeks to even recognize my son again. I voted for legalization of marijuana. I prescribed medical marijuana for a dying patient, and I would do it again. But what the hell are we doing making concentrations of 90% or more legal for public consumption? I had to jump through more hoops to do research on mice in a lab than a THC dispensary has to do without randomized placebo-controlled trials. I have a couple things I was hoping to point out on the bill that I think are important.
Dr. Scatina, why don't we, somebody's going to ask you that question. Thank you. Okay, Christine Hansen, please.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good. I don't know how to start the video.
You don't need to start your video. Go ahead, just go ahead and give your testimony, please.
Okay. All right. Hi, my name is Christine Hansen, and I want to come before you as yet another mother of a teenage son who is very addicted to THC. And I also want to give you another perspective from a physician standpoint. I am a single mother now because my son's father died last year of complications of drug and alcohol use. My son started doing dabs at the age of 14, and now he is 17 and smoking regularly. He has been opening up to me recently, and he has been talking about what dabs do to you, and he said it's the most incredible high he's ever had, and it only lasts for 15 minutes, and you want to do it again because you felt so great. And he said you can totally see how addictive it would be. He is now doing, he says 30% that medical marijuana that he gets from his friends who are 18, and he really has no intention of stopping or cutting back, and it's very much a part of his life. I feel like I'm a parent on standby because I haven't had a son that's gone to the ER or had a psychotic break, but it's just a matter of time until I can actually intervene and get him under some better treatment, hopefully. My other perspective as a physician is that to have our DEA, we have to do a monitoring program called the PDMP, which is a prescription drug monitoring program, where they monitor all our prescriptions with narcotics, benzos, and any other controlled substances. And then they send us a report yearly telling us how we compare to our peers in overprescribing narcotics. We also have to do a 2-hour narcotic program as physicians so that we prescribe narcotics appropriately. And this is for addictive substances. It just does not make sense to me. It's crazy that doctors, any doctor, whoever they are, can just prescribe very addictive THC with no monitoring and no, formal education on that. Thank you very much, and I support 1317.
Thank you. And let's hear from Kim Paletti, please.
Hi, can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, sorry.
Okay. My name is Kim Paletti, and I'm here as a parent of a child who also suffered severe effects of THC concentrates. I would like to thank the sponsors for bringing this House Bill 1317 forward. Our child is now 18 years old. 2 years ago, they began experimenting with marijuana they obtained from coworkers in a restaurant where they worked. It started out with vaping, which turned into smoking marijuana. At the time, our child was taking anti-acne medication, which in hindsight, we discovered was causing them depression. Our child began smoking more marijuana to self-medicate their depression. The smoking eventually turned into dabbing, and their depression became noticeably worse. Then on December 12th, 2018, they drove their car 80 miles per hour into a concrete wall in an attempt to end their life. It is truly a miracle that they lived. We found our child in the ER with 6 broken ribs, 5 broken vertebrae, a broken collarbone, a broken ankle, and several lacerations on their body. Over the ensuing months, during conversations with our child, we learned they looked up the definition of the word psychosis during the time they were dabbing and said that it felt like exactly how they felt. They felt psychotic. They were feeling suicidal for months prior to the attempt. Our child told us they noticed their suicidal ideation got worse when they were dabbing. He spent a year in therapy, and with the help of excellent therapists, our child was able to quit the dabbing and reduce their consumption to infrequently smoking marijuana now. We talk to our children about drugs and have open and frank conversations with them about the dangers and the fact that their brains are still developing. We ourselves do not use cannabis products. And as many people have already mentioned, the marijuana of the 80s is not what is available legally today. And very little, if any, research has been done to understand the effects of high potency THC and what it does to the human brain, especially a developing one. It is clear to us, my husband and I, that our child suffered greatly from the effects of dabbing, and it sent them into a deep spiral of depression and suicidality. We feel very strongly this impact needs to be far better understood and communicated to the general public. We urge you to vote yes on this bill, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, questions for this panel? Representative Woog. Dr. Scatini. Scatina. I'm just not going to get that, Dr. Scatina. I'm so sorry.
Please, Dr. Smith.
Okay, Representative Woog.
Thank you. I would like to know if there were some points in the bill you wanted to address. Thank you.
Just a couple. I had written down, please create a scientific council to evaluate peer-reviewed literature and create public health campaigns to educate patients on this deadly trend. I had no idea this existed until it was right in my face. Number 2, please consider tighter restrictions on access to medical marijuana cards, specifically in that 18 to 20-year-old population. Limit the quantities. And I said, folks, some of these kids with their medical marijuana cards have been selling to my kid in my driveway with the swipe of a Snapchat message. Number 3, consider requiring all prescribed physicians to complete a standardized curriculum that reviews potential risks, benefits, and alternatives to high-dose THC. I was asked to do this by the Colorado State Medical Board when I renewed my state license to prescribe opioids. Finally, collect autopsy data with meaningful metrics. Let's understand what this wild card variable is doing to our Colorado residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Ortiz, did you have a question?
Representative Woog asked my question, so I'm good.
Okay. Anybody else with a question? All right. Thank you so much, panel, for your time and for your testimony. We appreciate it. Give me 1 second. Yeah, hold on. I need to do this first. Okay. Let's call forward, and I am having a hard time reading the handwriting. Robert Haley, John Gray, and then remotely, number 27, Mr. Alex Gadsden, 28, John Hartso, 31, Mr. Benjamin Olin, and 33, Mr. Justin Zaba. So in person, we were looking for Robert Haller or Haley, I'm not sure. And John Gray. Are either of those people? Okay, if we can somehow get a message out to him, that would be wonderful. And we'll start online. I'm sorry, please hold. All right, I'm seeing names that I didn't feel like I called. Okay, Justin Zaba. Go ahead, Justin.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you for inviting me to speak. So I began using, I'm sorry, I'm against the bill. I began using medical marijuana in 2019 in a different state for PTSD and continue to do so today. I was able to discontinue the abuse of alcohol as well as several VA medications to include trazodone, Klonopin, sertraline, prazosin, hydroxyzine, and others, as well as all tobacco products. While other medications typically induce less than desirable side effects, medical marijuana has given me hope in managing my medical issues without pharmaceuticals and harsh drugs. I believe this bill will harm patients like me who are already spending a lot of money on their medical marijuana. Furthermore, that the state's regulation on concentrate potency will have an adverse effect on patients like myself who typically require 100 milligram servings to be able to manage their day-to-day symptoms. High potency cannabis concentrates have become an important part of my medical regimen, and I am strongly opposed to this bill, as I believe that it will impair my ability to manage my medical issues. And having talked and discussed with others, I've learned that I'm not alone in this plight. Thank you.
Thank you. And John Gray? No. Okay. Do we have Mr. Benjamin Olin?
Yes, I'm here. Just give me one moment.
Go ahead.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair and the committee, for hearing our voice in opposition to the quantity limitations of this bill. This proposed protection of children only comes at the expense of medical patients. On January 1st, 2020, medical patients' concentrate purchasing was cut by 28% unless they obtained additional marijuana documentation, which generally comes at great personal expense. On that day, the Sunset Bill went into effect. This bill overhauled the Colorado cannabis rules and gave a 10-year period for review. This overall hasn't even been in effect for 1/5 of its intended lifespan, and yet this bill seeks to strip patients of access to an additional 80% of their medication. How is this an objective or impartial review of data? Access to affordable medication shouldn't be impeded, especially after the last round of restrictions has not been fully reviewed to determine success or failure of the program's implementation. To clarify, if this bill were to pass, medical patients' access to concentrates would be reduced to just 14% of what they could purchase even 18 months ago. This leads us to the enormous glut of packaging this bill would require. It took 6 years to get any kind of real sustainability initiatives on the books, and now the deluge of packaging will wipe out any positive progress made so far. In regards to determining the success of our sustainability initiatives, the MED is still requesting responses through metric for the MED Sustainability Survey. Certainly, they have yet to determine what level of impact this has been, and those results will shine a light and really should tell us what the next steps should be for helping us determine our sustainability initiatives moving forward. Additionally, our patients and consumers hate seeing this astronomical excess packaging. Many medical patients actually prefer bulk purchasing to reduce packaging waste and cost. This has led most companies, if not all, to sell multi-gram jars, which is an effective reduction of packaging as well as a reduction of single-use waste. With such restrictions on legal sales, this could very easily lead us back to where we were in 2012 and 2013 and force the black market and home grows to pop up all over again. This may drive patients to leave established medical providers as they try to create medicine themselves.
I'm going to need you to wrap. Thank you.
Just to wrap up, this has led to explosions, fires, and deaths in our community. Please, please, please allow us to do our jobs and continue providing medicine for the patients that need it. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have John Hartso? Okay. Do we have Mr. Alex Gadsden? I'm sorry? Mr. Gadsden, are you available? Can you hear us? Mr. Gadsden, going once, twice.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
How about now?
Yes.
Okay, now. Thank you, Madam Chair and committee members, for the opportunity to testify against this bill measure. This bill will kill us before it makes us criminals. I'm a medical cannabis patient with an extended pet count and a father of two. I have PTSD, Asperger's, clinical depression, generalized anxiety disorder, and I need medical cannabis to cope with these things. I also don't want a computer database tracking my usage and personal information to be freely exchanged. I was called psychotic by my parents when I was addicted to opioids. Never smoked cannabis up to that point. They threatened to throw me in jail. After I started medicating, I became a father to a beautiful little girl with achondroplasia dwarfism, and the Department of Social Services threw me in rehab for just cannabis when my ex, her mother, molested her in South Carolina. I'm still fighting custody for my child to this day. That is a zero tolerance state. That is how they treat privately medicated cannabis users, a junkie. I'm clearly stressed from another legal system imposing themselves on my family unjustly. Colorado isn't too far behind. I knew the risk. I did the research, and now I'm prepared to raise my children without awareness in mind because I extensively researched not just the plant's medicinal benefits, but the legal ramifications thereof. I came here to Colorado to escape that. This is also a parenting issue, not a legislative issue. Please amend this bill to exclude medical marijuana patients over the age of 21, because I'm not responsible for not teaching their kids moderation and their desire for escapism, and I nor anyone else shouldn't suffer for their negligence. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Robert Haley or John Gray? Robert Haley, please come forward.
Hello, my name is Robert Haley, and I hope this evening finds you guys well. The packaging would increase waste exponentially in a time where we are trying to decrease waste as a state and as a people. This pandemic has shown us that cutting down on exposure and limiting trips is a key facet to long-term health, especially for at-risk medical patients. Limiting sales could increase exposure to at-risk patients. Mandating multiple doctors and appointments unnecessarily bogs down doctors' offices and increases exposure to potential illnesses. I believe the amount and quality of medicine should be between the healthcare provider and their patients. Citizens the age of 18 plus are legally adults and should be treated as such, They neither deserve nor require special treatment. They're adults after all. The medical industry and doctor-patient relationship has done the opposite of fail, so I fix it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Members, do we have any questions for this panel? Seeing none, thank you so much for your time and your testimony today. I'm going to call forward our next panel and then get our panel after that on deck. So let's call Jaden, number 39, Jaden Burkhardt. Number 40, Mr. Travis Barker. Number 42, Mr. Jared Travis. Number 43, Mr. Michael Morris. And number 45, Mrs. Summer Morris. And then on deck, we will be looking for John Fott, Danielle Felder, Andrea Stochelevic, and Jose Escobar, and I saw Avani Dilger online there, so we could try Avani again. So let's start with Jason Burkhardt. Are we not finding any of them? Oh. Are you still frozen? Okay, so I'm gonna, since they are all online and then next panel I think has a lot of people in person, while we try to unfreeze, let's move forward with John Fott, Danielle Felder, Andrea S., because I can't pronounce your last name, I apologize, Jose Escobar. Do we have any of those people here? You, sir, how about you begin?
Whoever's available. Well, thank you, Madam Chair.
Please bring the microphone to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, members of the committee. My name is John Fott, and I'm the Executive Director of Public Policy for the Kemp Foundation, and I'm here today to testify for the foundation on behalf of or in support of House Bill 1317. So thank you for having me. I first want to applaud the committee members for the work that you do and the stamina that you have. It's been a long day, and I think it's going to continue to be a long day. So thank you for the work that you do. I would also like to applaud the sponsors, Speaker Garnett and Representative Caraveo, and the work that they did in putting this bill together to help protect Colorado's children and families. It's an important piece of legislation and one that we encourage you to pass. You've heard testimony from many perspectives today. And a lot of that was heartfelt and heart-moving, but it's difficult to ignore the testimony of the youth who have personally experienced the addiction and the harmful effects of high-potency THC. And you also have heard from the families and the impact that this has had on the families. When I was thinking about my testimony, I thought, well, do I just talk about youth or should I talk about the families as well? And I was particularly moved today by the impacts that this addiction to high-potency THC has had on the families generally. And that's why this makes it such an imperative issue. It's clear that we have a problem, and it's clear that this problem needs to be addressed and can't be postponed. There's been testimony today about the need for research. But there was also testimony a couple of panels ago, and I think it was by Dr. Bidwell, who said that there is research. There is research out there. And she alluded specifically to a report that was done by Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment, published in July 30th of 2020. And that report concluded the use of high THC potency products is correlated with negative mental health outcomes such as anxiety, depression, and increased incidences of psychosis.
Yeah, 2 minutes does go a little bit fast, but we are very grateful that you stuck around.
Sure, there'll be a question, right?
Okay, there's got to be a question. Okay, we are looking for Danielle Felder. That is going to be Kayla McGannon. Or Tibble, sorry.
Okay. Hi, Hi, members of the committee and Madam Chair, thank you so much. I'm here today on behalf of Danielle Felder, who had to leave. So I'm going to read her testimony. My name is Kayla Tibbles, and I represent the Boys and Girls Clubs Alliance of Colorado. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and committee members. My name is Danielle Felder. I am the Executive Director for the Colorado Alliance of the Boys and Girls Clubs, which is responsible for advocacy and statewide programs and initiatives for clubs across Colorado. And I'm here today to testify in support of House Bill 1317. You have heard many stories about the impact of high-potency THC on young people and their brain and cognitive development. Boys and Girls Clubs see this bill as a great start to keeping dangerous substances out of the hands of our young people. It is a fact that when high school students can access these types of marijuana products, it makes it more likely to be sold to, given to, or found by younger students. At clubs across the state, we have seen the growing addiction rates and suicide among young people and the new need to use substance to cope during COVID. It is our responsibility to educate young people on the dangers. Research on high-potency THC for medical purposes is necessary to give us the data to make informed decisions and help our young people make informed decisions. I want to thank the sponsors and partners for being ambitious enough to address this issue on behalf of young people. We hope that as this research determines the negative effects of high-potency cannabis on young people, we start to look at primary prevention and early prevention efforts of the Boys and Girls Clubs as well as others to help curb the new public health crisis for our young people. I encourage the committee to vote in support of House Bill 1317 and for taking some of the first steps to enhance primary prevention efforts and stop potency THC marijuana products from making it into the hands of young people. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good evening, and thank you, Madam Chair, committee members. My name is Andrea Stoysavlovich, and I am...
Stoysavlovich.
You got it.
I'll get it next time.
And I am the policy manager at Healthier Colorado, a nonprofit, nonpartisan organization that seeks to provide every Coloradan the opportunity to live a healthier life through policy-oriented solutions. I'm here today to urge your support for House Bill 21-1317, as this bill represents a step towards balancing and prioritizing the public health and safety of Coloradans, especially for our youth when considering the regulation of marijuana in our state. We've seen several alarming trends in both data and associations and research when it comes to these products, many of which I know you've already heard through the extensive testimony given today. But for example, the drastic increase in THC potency over the past couple of decades has raised more concerns about the negative health impacts, in particular on the developing brains of our youth. The risks of physical dependence and other negative consequences increase with exposure to high concentrations of THC in the younger the age of initiation. Use of products with high concentrations of THC are associated with higher rates of acute psychotic symptoms such as hallucinations, paranoia, and higher risk of mental health issues like depression and anxiety disorder. I also know you've heard about Healthy Kids Survey data today, but from 2019 in particular, we know that this is an issue of high school age students using these products, with over 50% reporting having dabbed in the past 30 days, and over half of students surveyed saying that would be easy or very easy to access these products. I know with this committee in particular, you know that substance use can be a risk factor for suicide. Alcohol has consistently been the top substance detected among suicide deaths in Colorado, but over the past 5 years or so, marijuana has become the second highest. From 2014 to 2018, 30% of suicide deaths among youth ages 15 to 19 had marijuana present, which is a substantial increase from 19.8% from 2009 to 2013. And I know you heard from many parents today, so I thank you for your time.
Thank you. I'm still looking for Jose Escobar. Okay, no Jose Escobar. Members, do we have questions? Representative Pelton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Mr. Fott, I think you're just getting ready to really enlighten us with something.
I'll make very quickly 2 or 3 points. One is I mentioned that there's research already about the harmful effects of high-potency THC, but we're not opposed to more research. And the bill correctly allows or provides for that more research. So that's very important. But one of the things that it does that I think is very important to collecting data is the provision that requires a coroner to order a toxicology screening to test the presence and quantity of THC along with alcohol and other drugs in each of the non-natural death of a person under the age of 25. I think that is a really important data set that we need to see, and particularly because I recently had a report that in Colorado, between the years 2016 and 2019, we had an increase of 58% in teen suicide in Colorado. And we were the highest in the country of the increase by a factor of 2. The rest of the states were around 20%, and Colorado is 58% increase in suicide. We need to know, and this requirement is an important piece of that, but it also shows that it's time to act. And we don't have time to wait. This is an important problem. Yes, I think there are things to be worked out, but we need to move forward.
Thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you so much, panel. We appreciate your time and testimony. We are still trying to work out our online excitement and adventures. So I believe the following people are here in person, and we will call them forward. Haley Dennis, Courtney Brown, Don Moore, Ray Padilla, and Robert Corey Jr. I'm going to call that list again. And hopefully someone can go outside and, I don't know. Haley Dennis, Courtney Brown, Don Moore, Ray Padilla, and Robert Corey Jr. Did I call your name? Come forward, please. Yes, feel free to sit down in one of the chairs, Haley.
Oh, sorry.
No, these. And you can begin your testimony.
Awesome. Hi, my name is Haley D. Dennis. Sorry, it's a late night. I'm a senior at the University of Colorado, Denver, studying pre-med and biology. And I'm a sitting member of the Smart Colorado Advisory Council. I'm here speaking as a student, as a sister, and as a native Coloradan. I'm from the San Luis Valley, and I fear for the future of my home without the regulations that this bill puts in place. I have 2 younger brothers, and the 3 of us have had a hard childhood because of the choices our mother has made. While my 16-year-old brother and I are trying to break the cycle, my middle brother is struggling to overcome the childhood traumas. It didn't take much for drugs to attract him, and the highly potent THC to become a gateway to speed and other drugs. In rural areas, there's not much to do, so teens turn to highly potent marijuana products in order to fill their time. That's what my brother did, and my high school boyfriend did the same. One day, while in a psychotic state from high potency THC, he hit me, and I left. And I left the lifestyle that was toxic because of his marijuana use as well. My brother and my ex were both told the same lies that we've all heard. Marijuana is natural and it's a plant, so it can't be harmful, right? I mean, hemlock's a plant too, and it's harmful. What do we really know about this bioengineered plant that is being grown today and the effects it has on our bodies and our minds when consumed? If the federal government would have allowed research of it, maybe we would know more outside of anecdotal experiences. Right now, we have the power to do something that our country hasn't done in a long time. Agree on something. Let's agree that the lives of kids and young adults matter. Let's agree that the more knowledge never hurt anyone. And let's agree that if we're calling something medicinal, we should treat it like medicine. Take this power and do something amazing with it. And otherwise, Colorado kids are going to continue to suffer. And thank you guys so much.
Thank you, Haley. Everybody else on that panel was online. Are we back up and running? It kind of looks like we are. We are. Awesome. So the people we were looking for are Courtney Brown, Don Moore, and Ray Padilla. That's Courtney Brown. I see Courtney Brown. Courtney, we are ready for your testimony.
Yes, thank you. Good evening, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you tonight, and thank you to Representative Garnett, Representative Caraballo, and Representative Geithner for your commitment to the formulation of this bill. My name is Courtney Brown, as you heard, and I'm testifying in my capacity as a Senior Policy and Strategic Plan Analyst overseeing medical marijuana regulation for the City of Colorado Springs. The testimony I will give is based solely on recommendations from the City of Colorado Springs marijuana enforcement staff in strong support of HB 21-1317, regulating marijuana concentrate. It is our belief that this bill reflects an enhancement to the medical use and need intended in the original Amendment 20, which, as you know, legalized medical marijuana in our state in 2000. Specifically, we are championing provisions in two sections of this bill, but I may only have time for one. The first section being Section 8, which outlines provisions to expand the seed-to-sale tracking system as a real-time database. With the passage of this bill, upon the provision effective date, all medical dispensary stores in Colorado will have immediate access to the expanded seed-to-sale system alongside their point-of-sale system at any given day or time. This will ensure up-to-the-minute purchase history of a patient would be provided with automatic triggers to the statewide network when a particular patient reaches their certified dosage or constitutionally permitted amount. In turn, making the medical marijuana program more patient-centric, where medical marijuana is treated more like pharmaceuticals for recommended dosages and potency. Most importantly, the automatic real-time update of information entered into the system is the best means to enforce and monitor looping, as well as avoid or limit any diversions from the medical market, benefiting both the dispensary owners and regulators. Was that my time?
Thank you. Yes. Okay, do we have Don Moore? Are you seeing online Don Moore or Ray Padilla?
No.
While we're looking for them, Avani Dilger. Avani, are you there?
Yes, hello.
We are ready for you.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you so much for allowing me to speak today in support of House Bill 1317. I thank the sponsors in their effort to protect the mental health of young people in Colorado. My name is Avani Dilger, and I have worked as a substance abuse counselor and mental health counselor for over 20 years in Boulder County. I'm the executive director of a substance abuse prevention and intervention program called Natural Highs, Healthy Alternatives to Drugs and Alcohol, where we partner with young people as peer mentors. So we work directly with youth on the ground and hear from them what the biggest challenges are for them in terms of substance use in Colorado. I have also served as a co-chair for the Colorado Substance Abuse Task Force, Trends and Response Task Force. And we have identified high THC concentrates and mental health risks for teens as a priority for the year of 2020. So I want to tell you a few things that I see as the biggest concerns around high THC concentrates. I see a concerning rise in psychosis among young people. The reason you don't hear about it is because there's still so much stigma around, in particular, psychosis, that it really then is the burden of the individual teen and their family to deal with this issue. You've heard plenty of testimony today of what that actually means to a family and to a teen, and we see a very concerning rise in that. The other concern I see is the rise in suicidality. I work as a substance abuse counselor with teens who attempted suicide and can later identify that the suicidality was indeed caused by high THC concentrates. We also see very serious addiction to high THC concentrates. And when teens try to stop, that they suffer from serious mental health issues like anxiety, depression, and suicidality. So I urge you to vote yes for this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. One more call out for Don Moore or Ray Padilla. And we're not seeing them online. And members, do we have any questions for this panel? Yes, Representative Geithner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And my question was actually for Courtney Brown. I thought maybe there was one more thing that she was going to say, and I was curious as to what that was.
Sure. Ms. Brown, were you cut off, and what would you like to add?
I was going to say one other provision that we were championing, and that was Section 1, which outlines the process by which the Colorado School of Public Health will review and conduct an independent scientific evidence-based research analysis on the mental health and physical effects of high-potency THC. And we strongly believe this analysis will provide much needed empirical evidence to unpack the complexities of THC for policymakers, doctors, caregivers, and industry representatives to create shared information and a shared understanding around the usage of high potency cannabis. Research findings and recommendations from an established scientific review council will move our state's medical marijuana program toward the requirements and regulation of the mainstream pharmaceutical drug companies. And that's all.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Members, other questions? Seeing none, thank you so much for your time and testimony. We appreciate you spending some time with us. Is there anybody who is, we are not done, so don't anybody feel like this question is gonna be the end. But is there anybody in the room who would like to testify in person in opposition? In opposition, come forward, please. Anyone who is waiting in any of the other rooms who is in person in opposition, please come into room 112 because we are going to call you forward. All right, let's begin with you.
Hello and good evening, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Megan Harlow, and I am here to speak against House Bill 1317, just as it is currently written. I am a founding member and current owner of LaserCat, a cannabis cultivation and extraction company whose primary product is solventless concentrates. However, I'm also a registered nurse and a certified nurse midwife. I used to work at the University of Colorado Hospital on the Anschutz Medical Campus as a midwife and clinical educator, and have dedicated a large portion of my life to promoting the health and well-being of all people. Regarding this bill, let me just start by saying I believe the intent behind it is something we all support. Cannabis is not for children, and we do need to take steps to prevent teen and child access and recreational consumption of cannabis. And the stories that we've all heard today are truly, truly heartbreaking. But however, actually looking at the bill, most of what's in it really has nothing to do with children. It includes many provisions that would have huge negative repercussions for legal Colorado cannabis businesses, the workers they employ, the tax revenue concentrate sales generate, but most importantly, the health and safety of medical marijuana patients of all ages that rely on concentrates to manage their chronic medical conditions. First, the passage of this bill and its provisions would ultimately put an end to the legal cannabis concentrate market in Colorado. Concentrates are by definition high potency, and so if limits are established, concentrates will no longer be sold legally. Instead, this bill would just drive it all underground into the unregulated black market, which without lab testing and the other safety measures would really endanger patients, while legal businesses would be forced to close, and while the state would forfeit the tax revenue associated with the production and sale of concentrates, which is a third of the entire market and generates 60% of the revenue.
Your time is up. Okay. Thank you so much. Sir.
Hi there. My name is Joseph Fitzpatrick, and I'm basically representing myself. I am a cannabis user. I have used cannabis since I was 19 years old. When I was younger, I would like to propose this actually, just a hypothetical. When I was really young, my mother introduced me to milk. I'm sure most of you did. And this led to cereal, and this led to chocolate milk and other things that may be considered what milk would be the gateway to. So milk being a natural thing and plants being a natural thing, I don't see much of a difference in this, and I believe that this bill, I mean, should we really put our milk down to, like, let's say the half a quart level, and you can't sell it any more than by the half a quart? That makes no sense. So I implore you, this isn't doing anything for children under 18 who shouldn't be using this product anyways. It is marked on the packaging that they should not be using this product. And 18 to 21-year-olds, you know, they have the right, they're an adult. And I'm sorry if your children are adults and making poor decisions. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Hi, my name is Julie Richardson, and thank each and every one of you for being here so late this evening. I am a patient, and I'm not going to spend a whole lot of time on that. I'm basically the walking breast cancer patient. You know, breast cancer is extremely difficult to deal with, but then again, so can I be it sometimes. I had the opportunity to meet with Zoom with many of y'all over the past few months, and one of the things that as a board member for Colorado Normal and also a patient in many of the patient groups that we have tried to get across is these concentrates. This is taking the places of very heavy duty pharmaceuticals. With cancer, spinal cord, and epilepsy, I can have all the drugs I want. The problem is I don't metabolize. Now, it's very dangerous for me to be here because I don't metabolize them all, so I'm not vaccinated. But this bill is just as much a threat to my life and to my livelihood and my quality of life. I want to correct something. We have a dispensary on our board, and I've also took a lot of time to talk to a lot of different dispensaries. Every single sale, if you don't have a driver's license or an ID, you're not getting in the dispensary and you're not buying anything. Every single sale is uploaded every night. Now, a patient like me, it'd be very easy to see that I am not one that would be buying products to divert. I buy the same thing every time. However, since it is uploaded every single night and you weren't told that, it would be very easy to see who was buying excess products and not sticking to a regimen, because a cannabis patient will stick to a regimen. Now, these doctors that are writing these prescriptions, we need to take a good look at that as well. I have lovely doctors. I go to Healthy Choices in Denver, and I have a plan of care that includes concentrates, and I'm up.
You are, thank you. Would you mind passing that microphone over to your right?
Sure.
Hello, my name is Victoria LaChapelle.
Victoria, I'm sorry, what's the last name? LaChapelle? Okay.
I'm here to testify in opposition of this bill. I am a pediatric private duty nurse. And I tell you what, it was listening to the parents' testimony today that drove me up here after my third straight 12-hour shift from Colorado Springs to be in this chair to testify. And it's the children who are at risk of losing their access to the only medication that's worked for them that I am here to support. You know, I heard an ER physician talk about the different kinds of negative effects he saw caused by cannabis. I heard an addiction specialist discuss the negative effects she felt she saw from cannabis, but I'm here to talk about what they don't see because the parents at home are using cannabis as medicine to keep their children out of the ER, suffering from status seizures, from self-injurious behavior, from intractable pain, from dystonia and cancer. Those kids they don't see them in their ER as often as they used to because of cannabis. And that's why I'm here today. Just a couple of weeks ago, we passed a bill to allow cannabis to be administered in schools. As a school nurse, a former school nurse, I applauded because for years I knew that nurses had their hands tied when it came to helping children in schools with cannabis medicine. But as a former school nurse, I can also tell you the disgusting and horrifying things that teenagers will get into, including hormones meant for bovine that are used at home to cause their own abortions, used illegally, used under the table. That's dangers that we need to protect children from, not the medicine that helps so many children. There are already laws on the books to stop underage use of cannabis. Why we have to impact these children, I don't understand.
Thank you, and thank you for making the drive. I saw some other individuals step into the room. Are you here to testify in opposition to the bill? No. Okay. Anybody else in the room who is wanting to testify in opposition to the bill? Anybody else out in the other rooms who are here physically who would like to testify in opposition to the bill? Okay. Members, do we have questions for this panel? Seeing none. Thank you so much for your time and testimony. We really appreciate it, and especially the drive up from Colorado Springs. That is up, yes. Okay, I'm gonna call some people online. Number 39, Jaden Burkhard. Number 40, Mr. Travis Barker. Number 42, Mr. Jared Travis. Number 43, Mr. Michael Morris. Number 45, Mrs. Summer Morris. Let's start with Travis Barker.
Hi, thanks
Mr.
for
Barker?
letting me speak today. I moved here from an illegal state because the VA refused to treat me with cannabis. Instead, they wanted to give me pharmaceuticals with severe side effects. The reason why I chose Colorado is because we were pioneering the industry. However, limiting THC percentages, changing the size of concentrates, and lowering daily limits would be a huge step back. It would be forcing patients such as myself towards the black market for my medicine, or it'll push me to a state that is not currently putting up barriers that retard progress. If there really is an intellectually honest concern regarding the effects current regulations have on teens, then let them focus on shops whose products are reaching the wrong individuals. Stop trying to limit my ability to access medicine under the guise of yet another moral panic. It is insulting enough that cannabis is the only medicine that gets taxed. We don't need to add more cost to patients. Stop trying to make felons out of loving parents by changing the requirements for acquiring a medical card. Looping and selling to children is already illegal. Enforce the law is already on the books. After all, it has never been easier to solve crimes thanks to smartphones. Access to mental health resources and more parenting time would go a longer way than making it harder for veterans like myself to have access to medicine. My heart breaks for the parents who have lost children due to abuse and mental illness, but I find it abhorrent they would use their grief to remove the only hope for other parents whose children rely on high concentrated THC to live. Religion has destroyed more lives than cannabis has. Maybe the reefer madness parents should focus on kids being exposed to toxic, cult-like environments found in many churches, rather than ignoring the voices most affected by this awful proposal. Even if this bill was perfect, I would oppose it on principle that interest groups representing the most vulnerable and affected patients were not consulted. Shame on those supporting this bill, and shame on the medical professionals who had no problem pushing opiate painkillers and mood stabilizers for testifying in support of this bill today. And I do appreciate the time.
Thank you. Do we have Jaden Burkhard? Were we able to find Jaden Burkhard, number 39? No? What about Mr. Jared Travis? Okay. Mr. Michael Morris? Do you have him pulled up? Mr. Michael Morris, are you there?
Yes,
Or is
I'm
there
here.
another? Yeah. Go ahead, Mr. Morris.
Alrighty, so I am in opposition of the bill. My name is Michael Morris. I have 2 bachelor's degrees from the University of South Carolina, Columbia. I specialize in criminal justice and sociology. I have actually consumed marijuana concentrate since 2011 for its medical benefits, for cyclic vomiting syndrome, as well as Meniere's disease. To set these potency limits would increase costs for the medical patients that struggle to afford it daily, as well as decrease the amount of medicine that we can use daily. I roughly use about 10 to 20 grams of marijuana concentrate. That's strictly hash rosin, which is the strongest form possible. And it has had no adverse effects on my life or my schooling or anything. Combustible smokable flower actually irritates my throat and my stomach and health issues and actually causes my stomach to have seizures. Concentrates do not actually. So with that being said, thank you.
Thank you. And is Mrs. Summer Morris by any chance with you?
She is.
All right, we're ready for Mrs. Summer Morris.
Hi, again, my name is Summer Morris. As my husband stated, he suffers from cyclic vomiting syndrome, and this bill would prevent him from having access to medicine that he needs in order to live a normal everyday life. He's over the years, probably at least 10 years or so, I've seen him go from struggling with his illness, not being able to get out of bed, not using marijuana at all, using all of the medications the doctors recommended, trying every single one on the market that they have that's known to help with his symptoms and help control his illness. We were in the emergency room in the hospitals for probably at least 3 or 4 times a month. And when we got here to Colorado and he was able to have access to medical marijuana, I was able to visually see him go from being pale white, not able to move, trying to force him pretty much to go to the hospital and get help that he desperately needed. And then he could smoke the concentrates that he was talking about. And within a few minutes, he was up out of bed, functioning like anyone else that didn't have any health issues at all whatsoever, that was just perfectly healthy. So by passing this bill, that would prevent him from being able to have that normal everyday life. Everything else that he's ever done for it, all it did was cause more problems. So this is literally the only way that he has access to having an everyday life that we all have rights to, just like anybody else that's healthy. So I'm definitely opposing this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, do we have any questions for this panel? Seeing none, thank you, panel, for your time and for your testimony. We will now call forward Annette Moore online, Nadia Halstead, and Hazel Gibson. And I'm wondering if we have a Cindy Arangua, Cindy, or a Bill Thomas here. Hi. You can sit. Okay, just leave them on the corner of the table there and we'll grab those.
Madam Chair, my name is Nadia Halstead, and it's my privilege to testify before this committee in support of House Bill 1317. My husband and I have lived, worked, and raised our family in Boulder for 22 years. Our kids are 14 and 18. Our district public high school has a stellar reputation and ranking, but also a dark side. Vaping, THC, and drugs were commonplace and accessible, and my child fell into the trap. Fast forward 4 chaotic and mentally unstable years, my child manages to complete 12th grade and starts a part-time summer job in construction. After work one July day, my teen drove around hanging out with friends and smoking THC until about midnight. Sadly, our teen never made it home that night. Our worst fears became a reality. Our child fell asleep high at the wheel, doing 40, and crashed through a fence, totaling the car. A Good Samaritan a block away called 911. At 2 a.m., we got the knock on our door every parent dreads and rushed to the ER. But our teen's injuries were so critical, they were transferred by helicopter to Level 1 Trauma Care Center at CU Anschutz before we could see them. They kept our teen alive in a coma on a ventilator in the ICU for over a week. A team of surgeons rebuilt the massive skull and facial fractures and bruised temporal lobe. Before and after the accident, I witnessed my child's torment, pain, suicidal ideation, and disfigurement in the prime of youth. Emergency room's toxicology report detected THC only, no alcohol, and no other substances the night of the accident. My child turned 18 in the hospital and missed their high school's in-person graduation ceremony. I grieved, raged, and prayed for solace against these extreme consequences for my son's experimentation with marijuana, and I clung to the hope that the 41-day-long hospital stay would actually detoxify my teen.
Thank you. And we do have your printed testimony, so thank you.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
My name is Flora Jewel Stern, and I'm actually speaking for Annette Moore.
Okay.
And thank you so much for letting me be here. I'm also in favor of the bill. THC is when it's consumed at this potency is not only addictive, but it causes depression, anxiety, sleep problems, hallucinations, psychosis, and increased suicide. And I've seen this firsthand in my community of Littleton, Colorado, where we've had many youth suicides and other issues because of high potency THC. The Netherlands, where many things are legal, labels pot above 15% potency as a hard drug, the same category as heroin. And I've seen firsthand how this is tearing families apart. Colorado's teen suicide rate increased 58% from 2016 to 2019, and THC is the #1 drug found in these teens. I hope that you will support this bill.
Thank you. I see there's a Catherine Ante online.
Yes. I was told to unmute.
We're ready for your testimony.
Okay. Can you see me okay?
We can't see you, but we can hear you, and that's just fine.
Okay. My name is Catherine Antley, and I'm a Vermont medical doctor, double board certified physician and laboratory director. I'm a contributing author to the textbook Cannabis in Medicine, an Evidence-Based Approach, and a founding member of the International Academy on the Science and Impact of Cannabis. I'm testing on my own behalf and in support of House Bill 1317. In the last decade, since Colorado began to legalize and commercialize marijuana, Vermont has also experienced an increase in marijuana use and related impacts. At this time in Vermont, right now, we are experiencing a crisis of so many kids seeking psychiatric care in our ERs that space is limited, and they're having to wait for days for treatment. Vermont doctors are now becoming very concerned about this and about the frequent association of these psychiatric admissions with significant cannabis use, often high THC product. The research now suggests that use of cannabis is a significant psychiatric risk for a whole host of problems, most notably psychosis, but also suicide and aggression. The Vermont Health Department representatives have testified recently that they fear this could become a significant burden for our mental health and substance abuse treatment system moving forward. First in the nation, Vermont law will soon put into effect a THC cap of 60% for concentrates, 30% for flower. This is good, but the evidence is quite clear that the limit should be much lower, a maximum of 15% THC and preferably less. Reviewing the literature, international experts also recognize the link between cannabis and psychosis. Sir Robin Murray, one of the foremost authorities on schizophrenia in the world, states, quote, "No serious scientist continues to dispute that cannabis is a component cause of psychosis." Nearly half of patients who present with cannabis-induced psychosis will
I'm sorry, your time is up, Miss Ante. Thank you. Dr. Ante, I'm very sorry. Okay. Hazel Gibson. We've been told she's online. You found her? Okay. Hazel Gibson, we are ready for you.
Hi. Thank you. Sorry. Hi, my name is Hazel Gibson. I'm asking that you vote in favor of HB 1317. The requirement that the School of Public Health do a systemic review of the research of high potency THC is a reasonable compromise between instituting immediate potency levels or limits, and no regulation of potency at all. What other drug do we allow to hit the streets in unlimited potencies without years of clinical trials? And quite frankly, I don't want either of my children having access to a drug that requires a glass pipe and a butane lighter to administer. Regarding the regulation of medical marijuana, as a mom to a special needs child, my heart goes out to the other moms who have kids with serious medical conditions that are apparently only treated with marijuana. But I feel like there has to be a way to allow those kids to get their medicine while protecting the thousands of other kids in Colorado who are being inundated with this drug. This bill does just that. It does not go back to the days of so-called prohibition. It simply requires doctors who prescribe marijuana and patients who want to access it to go through reasonable measures to do so as we do with other drugs in this state. I just want to also note that Speaker Garnett has said they are working on an amendment that exempts ages 0 to 17, and I wholeheartedly support that amendment. To quote one of my favorite historians, the overall responsibility of power is to govern as reasonably as possible in the interest of the state and its citizens. The duty in that process is to keep well informed, to heed information, to keep the mind and judgment open and resist the insidious spell of wooden-headedness. If the mind is open enough to perceive that a given policy is harming rather than serving self-interest, and self-confident enough to acknowledge it and wise enough to reverse it, that is the summit in the art of government. Barbara Tuckman. That is what is being asked of you all, and I would appreciate your support on this bill. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Members, do we have any questions for this panel? Seeing none, I would like to thank you so much for your time and for your testimony. I'm going to call forward another panel. And I'm now hearing myself echo in the WebEx. It is that time of the night, people. Oh, it's early yet. Okay. We'll call forward in person Riley Copper, Hagen Archer, Jennifer Yates, Julie Drydalt, and online Jennifer Wright. You can pull over another chair or stand however you want. It is late. Yeah, chair's good. Chair's good. All right, let's go down the row.
Good evening. My name is Riley Cooper. I'm a junior in high school at Peak to Peak Charter School in Lafayette, and I'm speaking to you on behalf of myself and other Colorado teens. Thank you for dedicating your precious time to consider this pioneering bill. I speak in enthusiastic support of it, and now I'm relying on your vote for the sake of all Colorado teens. I'd like to put your feet in my shoes. I'm extremely dedicated to sobriety, but surrounded by those whose potential has been completely robbed by the lack of protection against high-potency THC. It's really heartbreaking to see some of my brightest peers lose their immense potential all from a single drug from which they lack any protection. One of the many peers I've seen victimized by the insecurity of high-potency THC was my chemistry lab partner. One class, he trudged in 5 minutes after the bell, leaving his normal enthusiasm for chemistry behind. It reeked of marijuana, and as he sat next to me, I immediately asked him what he was thinking. It took him about 20 seconds to process what I was asking him, and he responded with, "Chill, it's just weed." This certainly wasn't the first time I heard that statement, nor was it the last. Today's students have a common misconception that marijuana is harmless. It's a toy that so many of us really believe we're completely incapable of having fun without. I don't need data to tell me that high-potency THC usage is correlated with decreased high school success. I see it every day from my lab partners, friends, teammates, all dropping like flies from the bullets released by high-potency THC and the scarce protection from it. High-potency THC products are not by any means a high-hanging fruit either. I could easily get THC-infused gummy bears on my way home from this very testimony. Loopholes that give teens access to these products are abundant, and I could assure you that every teen involved is completely blind to the risk to minors posed by high-potency THC. They're all under the "it's just weed" spell. Now it's on your vote to protect teens from the dangers of underage high-potency THC usage. This bill puts an end to these loopholes that make accessing high-potency THC products easier than passing our AP exams, improves product disclosures, including risk to minors, put an end to the "it's just weed" spell, and ultimately preserves the future of my peers and Colorado altogether. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, yes, please share the microphone.
Hello, my name is Julie Dryfault, and I'm thankful for your time and attention so very late tonight. So I will promise to be very brief. I'm a working mother of 3 teenagers, and her family loves Colorado. Well, not everything. I hate that there are as many dispensaries as Starbucks in our incredible state. Hence, our kids see dispensaries everywhere, and their perception of their harm for their adolescent brains keeps reducing. Confusion abounds for our kids. Is it a party drug? Is it medicine? Is it organic? Or is it bioengineered? Is it a natural plant? Or does it have 90% shatter? I hate the fact that my kids have attended the funerals of 4 friends that have died from suicide in their 4 years of high school. Anecdotally, it was well known that all 4 kids use marijuana on a regular basis. Hence, there are 4 empty chairs at graduation next week. I hate that medical marijuana has dangerous loopholes for 18 to 20-year-olds to purchase pot in higher quantities, hence the diversion of these high THC products by highly entrepreneurial high school students. I hate that our kids are collateral damage in the marijuana commercialization landscape and the race for higher and higher THC innovation. Hence, you all are part of this solution. I'm asking you to change this outcome and know that I support Bill 1317. Thank you for your time and sweet dreams.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jennifer Yates, and again, thank you all for taking your time this evening. My son used THC products on numerous occasions over the past few years, even though he knows well the harmful effects that it can have. He is 17 and a junior in high school. Westward is a purchase mouthpiece for the industry and does its best to give opportunity to the industry without regard with what's best for our kids. Of a 90-page publication, over 52 pages are dedicated almost exclusively to marijuana ads. There is no reliable evidence that readership is limited to those over 21 when publication racks are outside or in the entryway where a kid can reach in and grab one. Within this publication, there are ads specifically geared to our 18 to 20-year-olds, urging them to get medical marijuana cards so that they can purchase while on probation, higher ounce counts, and save money on products and taxes. If they truly believe this is medicine, why would these reasons top the advertising list? I believe the wax and shatter I found in our house was purchased by a youth that has a medical marijuana card. I also believe that my son is waiting to turn 18 so that he can get one of his own. He will then be able to purchase a virtually unlimited amount of product. Being the entrepreneur that he is, he will purchase amounts that allow him to resell at a profit to others in school. Just like nicotine, the ability of any 18 to 20-year-old to purchase ensures that our schools are fully stocked with any product requested. The only way to limit availability in our schools is to limit the availability to purchase and take that away from those in that social circle. This will not stop it completely because sadly there will always be adults that do not understand the damage that this can cause to a young person's brain and therefore their future. But we can and should shut the floodgates. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Hagen Archer. I'm a senior at East High School here in Denver. I'm speaking to you on behalf of myself and my peers. As a student at East, I've gotten all too familiar with the marijuana and the culture that surrounds it. I was first brought to this harsh reality within 2 months of my freshman year, where I remember witnessing a kid in the parking lot just outside the subway I was eating lunch at come in, grab a plastic cup, and immediately walk out to fill the cup with marijuana. This accessibility to marijuana surprised and disturbed me, as shortly thereafter I walked back to school and reported it to the resource officers on campus. My point is that in this story, it is apparent that marijuana is not only a part of everyday life of Colorado teens, whether they participate in the consumption of it or not, but that is also easily accessible to those teens who can easily obtain it within a 5-minute walk from school. I have, along with my peers, witnessed the harmful effects of marijuana with some of my close friends who I knew to be bright and promising, having the productivity and personality completely changed by marijuana. One such friend, in fact, told me about the time they greened out in class, which was a way of saying that they consumed so much marijuana they passed out and then had to be attended by medical personnel outside of the school to improve their condition. This, while rare, wasn't too outside of the ordinary for East. This should not be the case. Currently, high-potency THC products are easily accessible to Colorado teens. In fact, I know that if I walk outside of this building, I would be able to obtain an edible or some sort of high-potency THC product. This harsh reality that I, as an 18-year-old, along with many of my peers, can easily obtain marijuana products that we are prohibited from possessing is due to the number of loopholes that currently exist with high-potency THC products. With your vote on House Bill 21-1317, you can close many of these loopholes and make it improbable for teens to just walk down to the subway parking lot and buy some weed. I hope that with my testimony, you consider preserving the future of so many bright and promising individuals who will guide Colorado into the future. Thank you so much for your time and consideration. It is truly an honor to be able to perform my civic duty in front of you all today. I would also like to thank you for putting the health, safety, and futures of my peers above any special interest that might be at play.
Thank you. Members, do we have any questions for this panel? No, thank you so much for staying up so late and staying with us. Before I call anybody else, according to my records, everybody else is online. So if there is anybody in the building who, within the sound of my voice, who would like to testify in person, please come forward, except for Dawn and Diane. Okay. Anybody know if there are like people hanging out in the, or does it look like everyone has gone home? It's very quiet out there. Okay. All right. So now I am going to go through the names that I believe we have not called yet, and we'll start with online. And so if you will let me know if you can find these people, and if not, okay. Mr. Andrew Waterhouse, number 47. Amanda Hepner, number 48. Mr. Matthew Serrato, number 49. Ms. Andrea Freigang, 51. And Ms. Sharon Gavin, 52. Okay, let's start with Andrew Waterhouse, please.
My name is Andrew Waterhouse, and I speak for myself. I have end-stage organ failure and safely and responsibly consume THC in various forms with the blessing of my team of doctors who say even Tylenol could kill me. As such, THC is literally the only recourse I have for pain. However, that is not why I am thoroughly opposed to HB 1317. Cannabis advocates such as myself want effective legislation that they and I participate in writing. We absolutely do not want easy access for marijuana to our youth, and to characterize us as wanting this is unfair and untrue. This bill will not get us any closer to precluding youth use of marijuana. I hope that others are as shocked as I am that the committee was not only unaware of Dr. Bidwell or the current body of research and budgeting for ICR on such a landmark bill calling for just such research. This calls into question the motivations for the bill if the state legislature hasn't even performed a Google query to find out as much. This is made worse by vocal opponents, not just vocal opponents who are not only seeking to, I'm sorry, I will start that sentence again. Many problems in the bill have been covered by others, so I will speak to one specific pernicious lie. Cannabis sativa is our grandfather's Woodstock marijuana, the same active ingredients, inactive ingredients, down to the nucleotide. Saying otherwise is patently lying. Neolithic samples show as much. As for decreased potency, selective breeding has been used to promote certain phenotypes of cannabis and other plants for centuries. This is not Dr. Frankenstein stuff. Botanical distillation is literally the oldest recorded chemistry process dating back to Babylon. Hash has been made since the 11th century. This is all perpetuating propaganda that some new club drug is affecting our youth. This is simply untrue. Obviously, this bill is being born out of one side of the argument, and not all stakeholders have been heard. I beg you, please vote this down and consider the other side. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, let's hear from Amanda Hepner, please.
Thank you for having me today. I fully agree with Mr. Waterhouse, in addition to many others in opposition of this. Mr. Wolf, Mr. Gallagher, sorry, Ms. Wan, Mr. Wan, Dr. Bidwell, Dr. Robert Cohen. He's actually my child, one of my child's cannabis doctors or recommenders. And I just can't help but point out that this is tremendously predatory and targeting to those who are completely law-abiding citizens. And I speak as a parent, CNA, home health aide, patient advocate, health freedom advocate on many levels. And I've been present on so many bills over the past few years. I also really want to speak to Michelle Walker. I work with her in addition to Megan Harlow. I have much respect for their professions as well because I know of them in this fight as well for years. There are many professionals on this side of opposing the bill that have so much more substance than what I've heard from the proposition side tonight. And I just can't help but hear that there's a very huge mental health crisis and parenting issue. So I support education in regards to this. I support tightening up access on the recreational level, but I completely oppose the effects that this has on medical patients. And I also want to add that as a patient myself, in years past, I utilized cannabis to medicate myself through a life-threatening miscarriage that I had suffered due to the pharmaceutical side of existence. And if it weren't for cannabis, I would not be as mentally and emotionally stable as I am today and able to be the strong wife and mother that I am, in addition to maintaining my certifications as medical care provider. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you. Mr. Serrato.
Hi, yes, Madam Chairwoman, committee, thank you so much for going into the late night and wow, the testimony on both sides, right? Let me start as a brother. There was a mother who told a story about Matthew, and her story is my brother's story. Started with alcohol, started with, then went to pot, heroin. He committed suicide last year. I know that story, and I had to go through that heartbreak during COVID. I couldn't go to a funeral. But there's also me, who has a master's in counseling, and I've learned how to listen through the years. And it's not sometimes what's said, but what's not said. And what was not said by any of the supporters today is that their interests weren't well represented, that they didn't know about this, that they were surprised by the bill. You know who said that all day? The disabled community. Amber and Brad Wan said that today, and they said it better than I could ever say it. But I invoke their names because now I'm talking as the father of a child who has epilepsy, cerebral palsy, and chronic kidney disease. THC has saved his life. And Amber and Brad talked about the stakeholdership. I only found out about this bill at 4:30 this morning when Amber Wan messaged me. And she messaged me because she said, Matt, are you aware that they're trying to repeal your son's law? No one has talked to this yet, but Ethan's law is mentioned in this bill. That's my son. No one talked to me. And I get it's a mistake. I figured that out. I read through the legalese. It didn't stop me from pacing from 4:30 on. So I was harmed by all of this. Stakeholdership is important. The kids that are committing suicide is important. But as all I can tell you is this bill needs to be amended. It's not ready. Please help. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Andrea Freigang.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Hi, I'm Andrea Freigang. I live in Colorado Springs, and like many of them, I do have a 17-year-old, so I understand the concerns on both sides. But I was forced to move here primarily because of my daughter, who has had thousands of seizures. Kids like her are on 5 or more, and in the last 2.5 years since she's been diagnosed, 12 of the maybe 500 diagnosed have died, primarily because of pseudoepilepsy, sudden death by epilepsy. This right here, I know some of you were asking about side. I don't know if you can see this. This is about 5 ml. It takes about 2 ounces of flour. If she has major episodes, that could be gone in a few hours. Just as a perspective. I know other parents have teens of exploding behavior and violence and need medical access. and that would be gone very quickly for them as well, and they are the ones that these bills would put at high risk for access. I have other comments too with concerns to make amendments in relation to removing the physician requirements, because those are literally impossible under federal law. Those have been spoken, so I won't continue on that. The specific prescriptions are also impossible because there are no doctors that can tell you exactly how much most people need more than the patients themselves. There is not enough science, and there has not been enough science, and I think that needs to also be removed. The packaging is absurd and wasteful and also makes access easier. While I was listening to this, I went to the grocery store and signed a petition for a bill to take additional money from marijuana sales and allot that to teen programs. And I really feel that this would help the mental health issues that are coming up. I heard a comment earlier that these are broken kids that are self-medicating. And I think that the numbers increase when these children turn 18 because they are now able to make their own health decisions. And they take that chance to try to self-medicate. And while I understand the concerns, and I've actually been sharing this with my own 17-year-old as I've been listening, this bill needs amendments in order for it to be amenable to the entire community. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Shannon Gavin? Was Ms. Gavin not online? Okay, members, do we have any questions for this panel? Seeing none, thank you so much, panel, for your time and your testimony. Our next panel will be number 55, Ms. Michelle Edwards. Number 57, Mr. Darcy Hansen. Number 58, Mark Troutman. Number 61, Mr. Tyler Schlesser, and number 62, Charles Petty. Okay, Charlie Petty, I see you're up there. Why don't you begin, please? Mr. Petty, are you able to hear me?
Yeah, sorry. Hold on one second. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Cool. Ladies and gentlemen of the committee, my name is Charlie Petty, and I'm the Director of Operations for Billow Premium Cannabis in Steamboat Springs, Colorado, a vertically integrated cannabis company. I'm here to express my concern regarding Bill HB21-1317 as currently written. I have been a Colorado resident for the past 28 years, the majority of my life, and have been a member of the legal cannabis industry since 2017, having held positions from bud tender, store manager, wholesale manager, and now director of operations of an entire company. I am in full support by going through any means necessary to reduce the access of marijuana to anyone underage and the process of looping. However, there is one section of this bill that should be amended before moving forward. At the end of this bill, the document states that on January 1st, 2023, both medical and recreational cannabis concentrates must be dosed into one package that is portioned out into 10 equal portions or 10.1 gram servings. My question to the sponsors would be, why would a bill that is entirely focused on medical patients from the age of 18 to 20 years old would include a condition that regulates all recreational customers from accessing concentrated cannabis products? This bill is focused on persons under the age of 21 and then applies an overarching rule that to all consumers of cannabis 21 ages and up. At the age of 21, people should be considered mature adults who can make their own educated decisions. Forcing these regulations on cannabis companies will just result in an increase in prices to the customer. Then that increase in pricing will easily draw those customers to an illicit cannabis market where they will be most likely purchasing extremely unsafe products. There are also numerous sustainability issues that arise with this new packaging requirement in an industry where we already struggle to reduce the amount of waste that we produce every single day. And I know that a bunch of cannabis companies can speak for that as well. If the committee is choosing to make decisions to help protect minors from accessing cannabis concentrates, then it must focus on minors accessing cannabis, not the age of adults. Thank you for your time and consideration, and I truly appreciate the opportunity to testify before you.
Thank you. Mark Troutman, please. Mr. Troutman, are you able to hear me? Looks like you're muted and maybe muting and unmuting. No, that's you. Okay, so let us, I see Melissa Scully.
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. My name is Melissa Scully, and thank you for your time tonight. I have seen firsthand the detrimental effects of high-potency THC marijuana, and I ask that you please vote yes on House Bill 1317. My close family member was a teenager when he first began using marijuana. He started with recreational use, but it very quickly became a coping mechanism for anxiety, and he started using more for self-medication than recreation. When marijuana was legalized in Colorado, he moved out here to work in Boulder, and that was when we first noticed a change in his usage. Over time, both his volume of use and the potency of product that he used increased. And even after he became sober from alcohol, he kept using marijuana because he believed it was a safer alternative for him. It wasn't. He's now been using marijuana for more than half of his life, and to our knowledge, he hasn't gone a day without it for years. Ironically, he's used marijuana to treat his anxiety, yet the THC has only made it worse because he cannot cope when he's not using, and he just keeps using more and more, and it's making him physically ill. He is addicted, and it is making him sick. In the past 6 months, we've seen a dangerous turn for the worse. He has frequent panic attacks and has started missing work. Due to the volume of THC that he's now consuming, he has lost his appetite, he vomits often, and he cannot sleep. He's recently taken a leave of absence from work and moved back home to live with his parents in order to try to get some help. It's too late to prevent these problems for him and so many others, but you can make this better for the future. You can make it better for my kids. High-potency THC is addictive, and it is dangerous. Please vote yes on House Bill 1317. Thank you.
Thank you. Were we able to find Ms. Michelle Edwards? No. And Mr. Darcy Hanson? No. And Mr. Tyler Schlesser? No. Members, do we have any questions for this panel? Seeing none, thank you so much for your time and for your testimony. Okay, let's continue down. I'm looking for number 63, Kenneth Mesis. Number 64, Alondra Vila. Number 66, Attorney Kirk Ham. Number 67, Lisa Dowdy Tarter. And number 68, Mr. Stephen, I'm not sure how to pronounce that last name, D-Y-C-H-E. I see we have Lisa Dowdy Tarter. If you could please begin your testimony. Ms. Dowdy Tarter, are you there?
I believe so.
Okay, we're ready for your testimony.
I'm here to protest House Bill 21-1317. I can understand where unnecessary use of high-potency cannabis products in our youth is a concern. This bill, however, will only hurt our medical cannabis community, especially our kids who are critically ill. As teenagers, we'll find a way. Cannabis is easy to grow, easy to process. At least through dispensary sales, the ability to control usage is there. We're just not utilizing it. This bill will prevent so many from obtaining a medical card, as well as high-potency medicine our lives depend on. My second child was born with Dravet syndrome. She died in my arms after seizing uncontrollably, over 300 seizures a day for over 2 months. This was before I knew what cannabis could do, before I knew about its anti-epileptic and neuroprotectant abilities. My fourth and youngest child also has epilepsy. At the age of 15, high-potency cannabis saved her life. She is now 21, a successful business owner, wife, mother, and cannabis patient. There are too many avenues that can be taken to protect both sides of this bill. Avenues that do not hurt the sick, injured, and those with life-threatening issues. My doctor, my prescribing doctor, requires medical records. He requires you to have continued medical care, which I'm a cannabis patient for too many serious health issues to list with the amount of time available. Trigeminal neuralgia, also known as suicide disease, and severe digestive issues, including superior mesenteric arterial syndrome, as well as Crohn's disease. All three of those are maintained or in remission with high-potency cannabis. Tracking programs can be put in place, used between dispensaries to keep mass purchases from happening. Maybe pay taxes collected from recreational sales to implement mental health programs as well as education.
I'm sorry, your time is complete, and I just wanted to say that we're very sorry for your loss. Have we been able to find Mr. Maestas, Kenneth Maestas? We have changed IT wizards mid-panel. I'm not sure how I feel about this. Mr. Alondra Vila, were we able to find? No, number 64. What about Kirk Ham? And Stephen, last name D-Y-C-H-E. Okay, members, do we have questions? Seeing none, thank you so much for your time and testimony today, and we'll go on to our next panel. We are looking for number 70, Ms. Martha Montemayor, 71, Mr. Timothy Stevens, 72, Mr. Daniel Brandt, 73, Ms. Gabriella Kotick, 74, Mr. Jacob Long, and 75, Mr. Robert Cohen, who I actually think we already heard from. So I see we have Ms. Kotick up there. Would you please introduce yourself and begin with your testimony?
Hi, guys. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, for hearing my testimony today. Sorry, I just want to make sure you guys can hear me okay.
We can.
I'm testifying on behalf of myself and my two-year-old son, Rowan. I myself am a medical cannabis patient here in Colorado, as well as my son. My son was born at 28 weeks. He was 1 pound, 13 ounces when he was born. He has cerebral palsy. He as well only has 1 kidney. We use the cannabis to help maintain his cerebral palsy, to help with reducing seizures, help reduce his pain, and help protect his only kidney as much as we can. While I agree with keeping these high potency products out of the hands of teens, we also need to consider the patients. We need to consider the access that we have towards our medication. The other piece that I really have a problem with is the packaging. In Colorado, we are not able to recycle any of our cannabis packaging as of right now. And putting these concentrates into 1/10 of a gram dosaging, it's going to make the prices skyrocket to a point that us patients cannot afford our medication. It's going to make the cost of labor skyrocket. It's going to make the product skyrocket. I currently already pay $30 to $50 a gram for concentrate, and I'm only buying maybe 4 grams a month. But at the same time, if we were to put these policies into place, we wouldn't even be able to afford the 4 grams a month that it takes for me and my son. I myself have complex PTSD.
Hi, I'm sorry, your time is up, and we thank you so much for taking the time to testify. Jacob Long, please. Mr. Long, are you available to testify? Okay. Were we able to find any of the other people that I called? Okay. All right. Members, any questions? Seeing none, thank you, panel, for your time and testimony. We will move on to our next panel. And we are looking for number 77, Amy Silverman. Number 78, Tanner Rosen. Number 79, Rachel Mudd. Number 80, Chandra Wilkins. Number 82, Sylvan Garish. I see we have Chandra Wilkins. If you are here, we would love to hear your testimony.
I am here. I apologize.
Okay,
good evening,
we're ready.
Madam Chair. Good evening, Madam Chair and committee members. Thank you for your time this evening. My name is Chandra Wilkins, and I respectfully request that you vote no on HB 21-1317. I'm a medical marijuana patient. I'm on disability, and I use this medication to live. I have fibromyalgia, rheumatoid arthritis, and stage 4 kidney failure. My son has also been a patient for the last 2 years due to migraines and joint pain that have come on and are so far uncontrollable. I've explored all our options, from oils to edibles and herb stock concentrates. I've spent years finding what works for me and what works for my son. This bill will cause us undue hardship. As you may be aware, insurance does not cover consultations with medical marijuana providers. We have multiple visits a year with rheumatologists, neurologists, pediatricians, specialty doctors, primary care doctors, cardiologists, none of which will provide a referral due to current regulations. Our records prove that not only is medical marijuana a viable option, it is the safest option for my failing kidneys. These records are provided to the doctor that prescribes the medical marijuana and are considered and discussed in our appointment. The cost of these appointments is $150. With this bill, my son would need to have 2 doctors for a $300 fee, and then an appointment 6 months later at another $150. This is next to impossible on our monthly allotment of disability. We're living in an opiate crisis, and it would be much cheaper for him to be taking these prescribed opiates, but I believe the cost to his body and mind on those will end up being significantly more expensive. Cannabis is safer than those drugs they have prescribed, and our insurance will happily cover. This bill impacts lower income patients significantly, and as such, young adults will hide and not get a card. This session, you have worked on a lot of criminal justice reform bills, and this is a step backwards. You will be causing more to be ticketed and possibly jailed for something that is legal, something they qualify for, but something that is virtually unattainable thanks to this bill. Your bill punishes. Thank you.
Thank you. Sylvan Garish, please.
Is Sylvan Garish. I'm a college graduate, a Denver homeowner, and I've been an employee of the cannabis industry for the past 3 years. I'm also a medical marijuana patient in the state of Colorado, and cannabis concentrate is the most effective medicine for me. I am in opposition of this bill. When I purchase my medicine, I often purchase it in 7-gram jars because of the volume I consume and the inconvenience of going to a dispensary. Especially considering my other medications can be mailed to my home directly. I also tend to buy 2 to 3 jars at a time, just like I order a 90-day prescription from my pharmacy. This law would turn my single jar of 7 grams of medicine into 70 jars. Instead of buying my regular 2 to 3 jars, should this law pass, it would be 140 to 280 containers. Common sense tells me that 280 containers of cannabis concentrate are significantly more likely to be distributed illegally
then 3 jars. This bill would conveniently package cannabis products at sizes that are the cost of a day or two's lunch money. I deeply appreciate the need to keep adult substances out of children's hands. Although it may seem counterintuitive, I assure you this law will only make it easier to distribute cannabis concentrates to children. Think about the sheer volume of containers that will be required to sell the same amount of medicine that cannabis patients will still need. It amazes me how a bill that is under the guise of keeping adult substances out of the hands of children will only make it easier to distribute to children illegally, while simultaneously making it harder for patients to receive medicine they need, forcing small businesses to close because of unnecessary packaging changes, and inevitably raising costs of medicine. Thank you.
Thank you. Were we able to find any of the other people online? No. Members, any questions? Seeing none, thank you so much, panel, for your time and your testimony, and we will move on to our next panel. Let's see. Mr. Stuart Knight, number 83. Number 84, Mr. Nabil Rodriguez. Number 86, Susanna Grossman. Number 87, Mr. Spencer Kirsten. Number 89, Jack Love.
Hi, am I up to start? This is Stuart Knight.
Go for it, Stuart Knight.
Okay. Yes, my name is Stuart Knight. I am an attorney in the cannabis industry. I represent primarily marijuana dispensaries, grows, MIPS, and the like, although I'm here to testify today just as a recreational marijuana consumer. I know this has been touched on a couple of times with regards to this bill, is the requirement that there be 1 gram separated into no less than 10 equally portioned amounts. I think that is in particular a misguided thing to do because I believe, as was testified earlier, 10 equally portioned amounts like those, I don't want people to necessarily think that that is a single dose. I am a high volume cannabis consumer, and I would know that that is far too much for somebody that is coming in and trying it for the first time, and I don't want them to necessarily have that experience. In addition, I know what was started with this committee meeting, there was talk about the Maureen Dowd article, and I would just like to point out the differences between concentrates and edibles when it comes to more adult consumption, because I know a lot of portions of this bill do affect the recreational in addition to the medical marijuana dispensaries, is that they are, adults can consume, at a rate that is, comfortable for them, and they're able to do so without problems, as I kind of do throughout the day. In addition, I would point out that Amendment 64 wanted us to regulate cannabis much in the same way as alcohol. And so I would urge the committee to continue to look at that as sort of the guiding principle as it relates to this. There are some other specific issues I have with this bill, but I understand my time is up, so thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Knight. Next, let's hear from Mr. Rodriguez. Nope, we don't have Mr. Rodriguez. Okay. Then let's move on to Susanna Grossman. Okay. Then we will move on to Spencer Kirsten. Mr. Kiersing, it is your turn. You have 2 minutes. Going once, going twice, Mr. Kierson. Okay, do we have Jack Love? All right, Does anybody have any questions for Mr. Knight? Okay, seeing none, we thank you very much for your time and testimony. And let's call Mrs. Donna Bryant, number 90. Mr. Jamal Maku, 91. Ms. Constance Boyd, number 94. Alistair Armstrong, number 95. And number 96, Tom Scudder. Should I read those again? 1. Who do you have? Tom Scudder. Okay, let's keep going. Kirsten Stieg. Okay. Randy Tuck. Okay, and how about Crystal Beatty? No. Okay, then let's start with Mr. Scudder.
Thank you, Madam Chair, distinguished committee members. Thanks for working so late into the evening. My name is Tom Scudder. I own Wellness Centers of Colorado, a medical marijuana dispensary in Colorado Springs. And I'm here to speak in opposition to HB 1317. Let me start by saying that I think the goal of this bill to reduce young adults from consuming larger amounts of cannabis is a laudable goal. That's a goal that I try to educate everybody that I know, including my own children. Unfortunately, I think that as we look at history, it is proven that unfortunately our effort to do so in the way we're attempting to do it in this bill will not work. First, let me start with the science. I would share with you that we've done an exhaustive review of the scientific evidence on cannabis, including the mental health impacts. The January 2017 National Academies of Medicine analyzed the current state of research in a report titled The Health Effects of Cannabis and Cannabinoids, the Current State of the Evidence. This report had 24,000 abstracts reviewed. 50 experts completed the study, including 16 PhD subject matter experts, and they analyzed 100 health benefits and costs. The conclusion from this is as relevant to today's discussion was, while there is circumstantial evidence, and in some cases a good deal of circumstantial evidence, of a contribution to negative mental health issues associated with cannabis use, there is absolutely no scientific evidence that proves causation for any of these mental health issues. None. And there's plenty of evidence that indicates that the association between mental health outcomes related to cannabis are due to self-medication, meaning people choose to use cannabis to medicate with regard to their mental health challenges. They do not necessarily get mental health impacts due to their cannabis usage. It's critical that we understand that, because this policy, this legislation is designed to solve it in that way. I certainly support additional research. The Institute for Cannabis Research down in Pueblo, which I have attended a couple of conferences on, is someplace that I believe we ought to support. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Scudder, for your testimony. Next up, we have Kirsten Stieg. Ms. Stieg, can you hear us? Okay, how about Mr. Tuck?
I'm here, Madam Chair. Thank you. I appreciate you all staying late this evening. I and my sons are in the cannabis industry. We own and operate Famous Extracts and Kind Therapeutics in Colorado Springs. I happen to also have a MIP license where I process the products. And I can tell you that the cleanliness and the professionalism that's put in this industry by not only the processing, but the medical marijuana centers and everybody involved is at the highest caliber. Since people have gotten into the cannabis industry, and especially in Colorado Springs, we've had a situation where we'd not even be able to be in business had it not been for the fact that we're able to sell what we sell now. You cut out our concentrate sales and we're gone. There's a lot of us that are going to be gone. And we've been compliant. We've obeyed the laws. We've done everything we could to help the industry go forward. We've helped pull this state out of a financial abyss and continue to do so. I think we've been treated very unfairly. I'm really disappointed at the fact that Everybody's willing to listen about how people have had some on their family affected by cannabis that's either killed them or it's made them crazy or whatever the case may be. But let's face it, a lot of those kids, especially the younger ones, if they had been given tools to put in their toolbox to help them make right decisions, the correct decisions, whether or not to even use the product. And if they're young, they're breaking the law because they're getting it from somebody they shouldn't be getting it from. That's not to say that everybody in the medical industry is selling it to people on the streets. Now, we can't help what happens to it when it goes out the door. But what we can tell you is we follow the law to the note more than any business out there. And when it comes right down to it, you don't see people complaining about opiates, which kill more people every year in Colorado, alcoholism, which Colorado happened to be one of the highest states to have to fight that issue. So there's a lot of pluses about this industry, and the people in it are good people, and you do this bill and we're all gone. A lot of us in Colorado Springs. Thank you.
Thank you. Is Crystal Beatty available? Nope, no Crystal. Okay. That's it. All right. And members, questions for this panel? Seeing none, thank you, panel, for your time and for your testimony. We will now call forward number 103, Miss Veronica Carpio, number 107, Lauren Shep, number 120, Mr. Aaron Blues, number 125, Mr. Chad Cunningham, 129, Mr. Robert Cohen, who I feel like I've called several dozen times, and 138, Jamie Stevenson. Aaron Blues. Go ahead, Mr. Blues.
I apologize. I just needed to unmute there. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, esteemed representatives of the committee. I am Aaron Blues, CEO and co-owner of Modern Medicine. We do business as Altitude Organic and Colorado Extract Company. I applaud you and your desire to hear these words. It is courageous, like some of the testimony we've heard today, so thank you for being here so late. We are a vertically integrated enterprise with 12 licenses throughout the state of Colorado. We are medically versed since 2010, when we were established as one of the first licensees in the state and country. We employ over 140 Coloradoans and serve thousands of medical patients every month. I myself am a medical marijuana patient. I echo all the perspectives brought forth thus far in opposition, and as not to reiterate what has already been said, I oppose House Bill 1317 for the following reasons. Number one, largely due to the lack of inclusion of all stakeholders. Patients, most importantly, physicians, Southern Colorado, Colorado Springs, Black, Brown, and Red Badge were all left out of the conversations when contemporaneously our peers had months of input, yielding in the circumvention of the democratic process and balanced input. I am the vice president of the Colorado Springs Cannabis Association, and we represent the second largest market in the state, and we were not even contacted. Second, it doesn't address the real issue at hand, which is mental illness. It interjects mental health on high-potency cannabis seeking a silver bullet solution to a complex situation. Association is not causation, and to create regulations that adversely affect so many is capricious at best. While I agree with the spirit of this bill and support unbiased research as well as preventing looping and underage use, teen use that is not medically prescribed or recommended by a physician, House Bill 1317 as written lacks a full examination of unintended consequences and doesn't fully solve the issue at hand. Therefore, I ask you to vote in opposition. And one thing, just thank you for your time. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, questions? Seeing none, thank you so much, Mr. Blues. We are going to now go to dealer's choice. IT wizard, you are the dealer, and you're about to change people. So let's hang. And here's what's going to happen in dealer's choice. You call 5 people who are still online, and we'll let them testify. How does that sound? Okay, well, give me your first 5. You got to tell me the names, though, so I can, write them. Spencer. Okay. Okay.
I don't know who they're calling, but I got the mic. What's good? Let me talk.
Wait, hold on. we love your enthusiasm, Mr. Ramirez. We need to call forward 2 more people, and
I just want to let you know,
know.
I haven't heard many Latino voices here today. That's a fact. I haven't heard many Latino voices here today. You tell me when I can speak. I mean, I don't hear anybody talking, so I'm about to go. I mean, I don't know what y'all are waiting for and all that, but
sorry, Mr. Ramirez. We had to call up everybody, but now it is your turn.
Okay, well, I'm going to be honest with you. I've listened to 9 hours of white privilege. Okay, 9 hours of white privilege. I've listened to a speckling of medical patients who were told and parents who have told me compassionately that they want their children to live. Personally, I find it disgusting that one side of the equation uses their grief as a dagger to kill disabled children when their able-bodied children flouted the law not once but several times, and they themselves bear negligence in poor parenting. I heard several people say they were good Christian families. That doesn't make you a good parent being a good Christian. Big facts. And then I want you to listen to this. Personally, I was molested at 5 years old. Okay, so I was sexualized at 5 years old. I tried to kill myself before 10 years old because of that. And when I found marijuana at 11 years old and started obtaining it illegally in a different state, it's changed my life. Okay, and long story short is I also have a severe spinal cord injury. I have 2 discs replaced in my neck, and I've gone through it myself, and I have been pain 24 hours a day. So for somebody to legislate me as an adult, a law-abiding citizen who's been paying taxes since he's 13 years old, to not be able to obtain the medicine that makes my spinal cord injury better, and allows me to work as a productive member of society is ridiculous. And the fact that we're punishing adults who are not criminals, and we're allowing children who are addicts, who are admitted to illegally purchasing things, and we're penalizing the good people here. This is absolutely absurd and unheard of. And the way you guys introduced this bill was atrocious. And nobody in our community had a heads up about being able to testify. I found out this morning, and I've been waiting for 9 hours to testify. As a Latino, this registry you're going to make is going to allow people who get in power, like in federal administrations, make a list of people who can be deported, who can be jailed. And it's always been a disproportionate Black and Latino.
Mr. Ramirez, your time is up, but we've heard you, and thank you so much.
Remember as minorities, when you make this vote, and from this.
Thank you. Spencer Kirsten, please. Spencer, are you there? Okay, let's go to Autumn Brooks. Autumn, are you there?
Yes, I am, Madam Chair, and I would like to request extension of time. I found out after I signed up that my school district would like to have a say in this bill as well. And I'd like to
I'm sorry, Ms. Brooks. Everybody all night has only had 2 minutes, and you will as well.
Okay, I will do what I can. Thank you. All right, I am Autumn Brooks, and I am here for myself and my son, as well as Clear Creek School District RE1. We have been in our cannabis journey for a little over a year. We still are not off pharmaceuticals. It's not safe to do that. But my son is thriving. He is a level 1 autistic with a history of SIB, physical aggression, elopement, and property destruction. It has been a year since he has hurt himself or other people. I ended up going off of all of my non-life-saving medication and lost over half my sizes and pant sizes. It has helped me thrive. I am trying to get to the point where I can actually work again. Right now I'm doing this as a volunteer because I can't work in the general public, in the general population right now. I'm not capable of doing so. Taking away our medicine, and that's what it's going to be. I don't know where our journey is going to lead us to, but it will take away our medicine or severely hamper us. We just got the ability to keep our medications in schools this year. And at this point, we'll have to be going a couple times a week to drop off medication for our children. As far as the district is concerned, they are worried about firsthand and first and foremost the equity of our academics within our student body. We have seen firsthand our students thrive, and we know that if we take this away, it'll be a direct violation of faith and idea. Those are federal laws that we have to
I need you to wrap up now. Thank you. Travis Sheridan, please.
Hello, I'm Travis Sheridan, and I'm Director of Sales for a concentrate manufacturer called New Brothers Artisanal. I am also a proud father. Everyone can agree that keeping all forms of cannabis out of the hands of non-prescribed teenagers is a desirable and necessary objective to consistently work to achieve. The same can be said for the continued research and education on both the potential harmful and beneficial effects of cannabis consumption. Unfortunately, the inner workings of this bill are highly unlikely to accomplish these goals. In fact, they are more likely to exacerbate the problem of widespread teenage cannabis consumption. Dividing a gram into 10 equal portions provides those responsible for the illegal distribution to teenagers of legally produced concentrates with a significant advantage in doing so. A teenager may not be able to afford a $50 for a full gram, but $5 for a tenth of that amount is much more approachable. Essentially, this proposal will likely result in the change of a single gram being distributed to a single teenager to potentially 10 different teenagers. The resulting resurgence of a black market this state battled unsuccessfully for decades carries far heavier.
Mr. Sheridan, you went on mute.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Oh, I'm sorry. I don't know what happened there. Said the resulting resurgence of a black market this state battled unsuccessfully for decades carries far heavier health and safety concerns. By driving our youth and adults to the illicit market, they will be exposed to potential violent crimes such as robberies, as well as serious health repercussions in the consumption of non-regulated and untested cannabis products. Such health repercussions will be due to the use of dangerous cutting agents, residual hydrocarbons and concentrates, and toxic pesticides used in cultivation, pesticides not permitted to use in our legal industry. A bill imposing these proposed...
Okay, your time is up, Mr. Sheridan. Mr. Tim Howard, please.
Madam Chair, members of the committee and bill sponsors, I want to thank you for the opportunity to testify this evening in support of House Bill 1317 and for your attention during this marathon session today. My name is Tim Howard. I'm a resident of Superior, Colorado with my wife Heidi and 3 daughters. I'm proud to serve on the Superior's board. In March of this year, our Board of Trustees voted unanimously to support our resolution R23, which called upon this legislature to move forward with legislation that addresses some of the challenges that have accompanied the emergence of high-potency THC concentrates. House Bill 1317 addresses a number of these challenges. Our town board joined the Boulder Valley School Board calling for prohibitions on marijuana messaging and social media marketing that targets underage persons. We ask for you to look at closing loopholes and ensuring that medical marijuana is treated with the appropriate care and diligence as other treatments recommended by physicians. Most importantly, we call upon the legislature to ensure the Department of Health collect the data and study the potential impact of high-potency THC products so that future protections can be established if the facts and science support such protections. As an elected official, I, like you, know that one of our primary responsibilities is the protection of the health and safety of our residents. If anything, this duty is amplified when it comes to our youth, as is the case with dangers associated with high-potency THC concentrates. Colorado is viewed as a leader in marijuana decriminalization, legalization, and legislation. This committee and the General Assembly sponsorship looks like with high-potency concentrates. Please demonstrate that the health and safety of young Coloradans is your highest priority. HB 1317 is a positive step in protecting the health and safety of our youth. I urge you to vote yes on House Bill 1317.
Thank you so much. Members, do we have any questions for this panel? Seeing none, thank you so much for your time and for your testimony. We will ask for our next five. We already did him. Brock Chapman. No. Tom Scudder. No, I think so. Randy Tuck.
Already spoke, but I'd do it again.
Oh, thank you so much for letting me know that you already spoke. We're kind of tired.
No worries. Hey, will there be room for one question at the end?
No, but you can submit that to our committee via email. Thank you. So I think that everyone who is up there has already testified. So can we have maybe the next five? Sylvan Garish. Are you still with us, Sylvan Garish?
He spoke as well.
Nope. We already did Jacob Long. Jacob Long. Okay, everybody bear with us while we figure out who is left online to testify. Lori Odom. She already testified? Okay. If you are listening and you're online and you already testified, if you could pop out of WebEx, that would really help us. Yes. Okay, let's do it this way. If you are online on WebEx and you have not yet testified, please send a chat and we will call you forward. And please do send that chat quickly. Allison Bailey. Did Did she send you a chat?
I did.
Allison Bailey, are you there?
I am. Can you hear me?
Now we can hear you.
Okay, great. Thank you. Good evening to everyone. Thank you so much for your commitment to staying through and listening to all the folks who are very passionate about this issue. My name is Allison Bailey, and I'm representing Boulder County Public Health. I want to thank the sponsors for bringing this bill forward, and I'm here today in support of HB21-1317. Substance use is an important public health issue that influences health and well-being outcomes and the ability to achieve our full potential. While overall youth marijuana use has not increased since legalization in Colorado, we are seeing concerning trends among those who use marijuana that the methods of use are changing in dangerous ways. In 2015, 31% of youth who used marijuana in the past 30 days reported dabbing it, and in 2019 that number had increased to 60%. We're concerned about the increasing rates of dabbing among youth and the related impacts on the physical health, mental health, and academic success of young people. Marijuana use impacts brain development, and youth who regularly use marijuana are more likely to have difficulty with memory, learning, and have lower scores in reading and math. Additionally, early initiation of marijuana use can result in later dependence. Exposure to high concentration of THC also increases risk of physical dependence and addiction, as well as anxiety, agitation, paranoia, and psychosis. Among Boulder County students who reported using marijuana in the past 30 days, those that reported dabbing marijuana reported a significantly higher prevalence of feeling so sad or hopeless that they stopped doing normal activities, seriously considering suicide, and significantly higher prevalence of attempting suicide compared to those who did not dab. Prevention best practices rely on using data to monitor community impacts, science-based communication, education, and policies that limit youth access to marijuana products. The improvements in this bill that require medical marijuana to be treated more like medicine, ensuring a doctor-patient relationship, and that close loopholes in dispensaries allowing people to purchase more than the legal limit of high THC products will improve health and safety of the community. The proposals in the bill to improve data collection to better monitor and understand the true health impacts of high-potency THC products in Coloradans will inform our public health response. A vote yes today will be an important vote to support the health of Coloradans of all ages. Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right, is there anybody else? Ben Savage.
Hello, I'm here.
We can hear you.
All right, my name is Benjamin Savage, and I am totally opposed to this bill. You shouldn't penalize the medical marijuana patients 21 and up for the actions of teenage kids under the age of 18 that are illegally obtaining this medicine. The kids getting the illegal marijuana is due to bad parenting, and they want to blame the marijuana industry for this, not their bad parenting. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, do we have any questions? Seeing none, thank you for your time and testimony. I believe that exhausts our online participation. I'd like to call forward Dawn Reinfeld and Diane Carlson in person. And is there anybody else in the room who wishes to testify who has not yet testified? Okay, sir, why don't you come forward and you'll go before them. And that will close the witness testimony. Go ahead, introduce yourself and present your testimony, please.
My name is Louis Zarobnik. I'm here to testify on behalf of myself and an organization called Plant the Cure. It's an international organization to legalize cannabis worldwide. I'm in opposition to the bill as it sits right now. I understand exactly where the parents are coming from. I am pretty well known worldwide as one of the first people to ever give a minor child, not my own child, high potency cannabis as a medicine.
You had a testimony just a couple minutes ago from a lady who had a highly dysfunctional autism patient as a son. That's where I started. And we gave very high potency THC medicines to very dysfunctional autism patients with great deal of success. And I want you to take some time to consider, when you consider using cannabis as a medicine, as what we're talking about, that we're really serious about using it as a medicine for these children. And we're not trying to get it into the hands of people that are in high school and in college and that have mental disabilities. Excuse me, my phone's ringing at the same time I'm trying to testify here. But seriously, just consider the industry that's being developed, because it's very important in the continuation of bringing in cash for our state that we don't penalize the people who have been following the laws, have paid billions of dollars to have the licenses that they have, and they have the right to continue within the framework of the law. So let's make sure that the law and the framework adjust to allow for the industry that's being developed. I think that's very important. And I understand protecting children. I think that everybody in our industry understands protecting children. So please just, consider that we're an industry that is in its infancy, that we try to be responsible, that we're trying to come up with recycling programs, that your packaging requires.
I'm sorry, sir, your time is up. If you could wrap up.
Out of business. So just take some time to consider it. And remember that what we're talking about is cannabis. There is no such thing as marijuana in this country. And you need to change the word, get rid of it from all of our laws.
Thank you, sir.
Talking about cannabis.
Thank you, sir.
Please ask a question. Please ask a question.
Jamie Stevenson, available online.
Oh, okay.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes. Yes.
All right. Yeah, sorry I missed you guys earlier. I am here. I am for amending this bill. I think it's got the right background behind it. We're definitely for protecting kids, of course, protecting minors. But this is definitely not the way to do it. Minor, it's already illegal for a minor to have marijuana. It's already illegal for cannabis. What we need to work on is education and prevention of people selling it to the minors. The black market is going to explode if we take away concentrates. They're going to go and find it. The kids are always going to go find this. And so, educating them on what's safe and what they should and shouldn't be doing is I think, the key to this deal. The cannabis industry is required to test and make sure everything is safe. So if we send this all to the black market where it's not safe, where all of a sudden it's getting cut with other illegal substances, which is very dangerous, then it becomes more dangerous for our kids than them getting something that is on a legal shelf right now. And I don't want that to happen either, but I think we need to prevent that in other ways than just saying, oh, we're going to stop it altogether. That just creates a bigger black market that, we've already seen the war on drugs. It doesn't work. And all we do is spend millions and millions and billions of dollars to try and stop it, and it doesn't work. They're going to find a way to get to our kids. So let's find a safe way to educate our kids. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else online that we should know about? Nope. And there's nobody else in the room. Okay, so witness testimony phase is officially closed except for the two who are still up here. Do we have any questions for Mr. Stevenson or Mr. Zarobnik? Sir. We actually called you hours ago. Okay. All right. I'm sorry, sir. I'm sorry, sir, for the time that you spent. Okay. We're going to now go to our final, sir. Sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Who would like to begin? Go ahead.
Great. Hi, committee members and Madam Chair. My name is Diane Carlson. I'm one of the many co-founders of Smart Colorado. Oh,
it's on.
Okay.
Let's bring it closer.
You're probably so tired you don't even want to hear from any of us anyway. But we are a nonprofit, nonpartisan that formed after recreational marijuana passed when public health and safety and protecting kids was ranked the very last priority during the state's initial policymaking proceedings. And we've been actively involved in the policymaking and education ever since. Our organization is supported by many thousands and thousands of Coloradans all over the state, and on their behalf, we urge a yes vote on House Bill 1317. As you've heard from today's heart-wrenching testimony, this bill could not come sooner. We applaud the courageous leadership of Speaker Garnett and Representative Caraveo and Representative Geithner. We are excited to be here in partnership with Dawn and Blue Rising and the many, many coalition partners from all over the state, organizations that have not only enthusiastically signed on, but that have been advocating for these exact provisions that are in the bills for years. I have also had the privilege of serving on the state's Marijuana Education Oversight Committee for over 7 years, both during Hickenlooper's administration and now during Polis's. Many other provisions in this bill are the very concerns and issues that have been repeatedly discussed in those meetings, including the urgent need to do something about them if Colorado is to have a safer, more transparent, and accountable regulatory system. And as you've heard, there are far, far, far too many kids, families, schools that have been negatively impacted. And consumers and patients, they do want more information. They want to know what they're buying and consuming. These are just basic safeguards that the state can no longer afford not to address, as the cost of inaction, turning a blind eye, is no longer a viable action. Again, thank you. Thank you for your tireless service and your support in putting the health and safety of all Coloradans and our state's future, our kids.
I'm going to need you to wrap up.
Sure, of a limited profits of a limited view. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for the opportunity to address the committee today. I'd like to thank the sponsors for their courage. My name is Dawn Reinfeld, and I am speaking on behalf of Blue Rising Together in strong support of House Bill 1317. I never imagined Blue Rising would take on the cause of addressing the harms of high THC. None of the impacted parents you heard from today ever imagined that they would be here either. But we are here today because we have seen firsthand the dramatic harms that high-potency THC is having in our communities. I have spoken with an unending stream of parents that share with me the deepest pains of their life. The stories are so similar that it's chilling. Parents who are devastated with the changes in their child. The normal teen angst and loneliness turns into addiction and depression. Sometimes their child recovers and returns to them. And sometimes, tragically, they don't return, either physically or mentally, and their parents are left with an emptiness and a regret that is beyond measure. We have been misled. High-potency THC products like shatter and wax are not the same as a beautiful plant with 5% THC. This is a different drug altogether. Our children were not warned, parents were not warned, and as a consequence, the youth of Colorado have been the guinea pigs for the world. We have allowed them to be experimented on, and the result is a grief and a sorrow that is overwhelming. This bill will turn the tide. It will force the industry to address the public health crisis they have created. We must address high-potency THC. It's not harmless, and it's wreaking havoc on our children. I believe the Colorado School of Public Health will follow the science, come to the same conclusion that many well-known research has already come to. The potency is the problem. This is an urgent public health crisis that cannot be ignored. The suffering is too great. No amount of tax money is worth sacrificing a generation of our children. I implore you, pass this bill. We want our children back.
Thank you. Members, questions for our final panel? Seeing none, thank you so much for your time and for your testimony today. And with that, we will close the witness testimony phase, and we are to the amendment phase. Bill sponsors, do you have any amendments?
Thank you,
Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and members of the committee for your patience and attention through that. I want to compliment the chair. You did an amazing job chairing that committee. Thank you so much for your patience and for all of the guidance with both the online and with the in-person. There is one amendment that really we talked about at the beginning, which is really important. Which is, again, we're not focusing on the 0 to 17 population. You heard some testimony from parents who had moved to Colorado because of access to medicinal marijuana, and working with a caregiver and working with parents, we want to make sure that they can continue to have the access that they came here for, and so this exempts them from that process. And I don't know if Representative Caravero has anything else to add, but I would urge an aye vote.
Thank you. May I have a motion for Amendment L001, Madam Vice Chair? Go ahead, Representative Geithner.
I move L001 to the committee and ask for a yes vote.
Or to House Bill 1317.
Yeah, right, to House Bill 1317.
Wait, let me get a second. Second by Representative Gonzalez Gutierrez. Carry on.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And members, this came from several discussions that I think all the sponsors had with parents specifically, and just those that shared a general concern that the impact that 1317 might have. And so this just offers some clarification, I think, that will be helpful. And part of it that I want to point out, I heard a concern tonight that there is also potentially families that are continuously, or that will continue to look at Colorado as a place of refuge for possible treatment through medical marijuana for children. And that goes on from now until who knows. And so with that, I just want to make sure that that's another piece of this, is that we believe that if there is another family out there currently, or 6 months from now, or 3 years from now, that's looking at Colorado as a potential place where maybe they can get the treatment that they're looking for their child, this would also make sure that they are not impacted by 1317 as well. So it's not just limited to those that are here now. It also has impact on those that could potentially look to Colorado in the future. And I just want to make sure the committee knew that.
Great. Do we have any more questions about the amendment? Do we have any objection to the amendment? Seeing none, the amendment is adopted. Bill sponsors, any more amendments? Members, any amendments? Seeing none, the amendment phase is closed. Wrap up. Who would like to begin? Representative Dr. Caraveo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you to members of the committee for listening to hours of testimony that was very charged and emotional. And I want to in particular thank Representative Geithner for joining us as the one co-sponsor on this bill. And it will continue to be a bipartisan effort as we continue, hopefully, through the House and into the Senate. I think that it is important at the end of the day to think about the people that are impacted by these products that were not here today. Children who are going right now through issues with products that they maybe never would have chosen to use if they were not as easily accessible in Colorado. I think we've heard a lot of very charged accusations during committee today. This is not a parenting issue. This has to do with an illness the patients should never be blamed for, from substances that they should never have been exposed to, from an industry that has grown over the last 10 years, and it is our responsibility, whether we are parents, whether we are citizens of the state, whether we are legislators, whatever our role is, to stop for a second and say, Should we continue down the course that we are going on, or should we pause and consider whether there are some guardrails that we should put in place? This bill could have been incredibly different. I think you all know the bill that we all started with, that was the start of a conversation, and this bill has changed drastically to what is before you today. We are looking at instituting more research. We are looking at making sure that doctors have proper relationships with their patients, just like they do in every single area of medicine. We are looking to ensure that when you make the mistake, perhaps, as a young person, to consume a substance that you don't know anything
Yes. Yes.